Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Logical Blah 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 Blah. I'm your host, John Maddox, and tonight we're having another stream you just won't want to miss. If you got what it takes, click that link, or prepare yourself, for this arena is not for the weak. Now, let the mental combat begin, but always make sure your arguments are LPP.
What's going on, everybody? Been a while since I've been able to do an after show. I'm actually kind of feeling a bit under the weather, but I definitely wanted to do a after show this week. I'm trying to do a couple, actually. And hopefully we'll be able to get some fun going on here for a couple hours. We'll be doing a all-nighter like I normally do, but hopefully we'll get a couple hours in, have some good time, good conversation. So if you want to join the panel and share your thoughts about tonight's debate, click that link. It is pinned in the side chat. So I'm sure most of you have bounced on over from Standing for Truth's channel, where Matt Powell took on David Emery on the creation versus evolution discussion. I guess they're kind of do more of a theistic evolution versus purely naturalistic evolution discussion there. But yeah, for me, it seems like most of it turned out to be kind of just a debate over the flood, to be honest. Much less about evolution and more was known as flood valid, but it was a good debate overall. So I'm looking forward to hearing people's opinions on that. And let's see, for those of you joining for the first time for an after show, how we do it for like the first 45 minutes to an hour is, people hop in the panel, share their thoughts about the debate, take 45 seconds to a minute or so, share your thoughts. Best one-liners, best comebacks, best zingers, who won, lost, your just general thoughts about the debate. And then we will go to the next person. And then if no new people have joined, then we'll kind of go into general conversation. As new people come in, we'll just shut up for a second, let that person air their thoughts about the debate, and then we'll go back into general conversation. So without further ado, let's get it going. We got Ogre and Mark Reed have joined the panel. What's up, Ogre? You're here first. How you doing, man? It's been a while since we talked.
Caught a fair amount of the debate. Was hanging out in the chat. I don't know the David Emery dude. He doesn't his methodology, his wasn't exactly the best. But Matt Powell did a lot of things I was not happy with. So I very much look forward to that conversation. I got maybe an hour, so I'm all about that geology right now. It's
well, you're supposed to be sharing your general thoughts about the debate real quick.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Matt Powell did a lot of things I disagree with, said a lot of things I think were very false. His opponent, I don't think is a very good at this format, right? This aggressive YouTube debate scheme. I enjoyed the conversation, and it was nice to hear some of those old chestnuts. So I enjoyed it.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, I'm glad to know that people in side chat are saying that you are already triggered, Ogre. So maybe you will be able to contribute to the dumpster fire. I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. And everybody who's thinking about joining, so here's what happens, right? So I always produce a extra overlay so that if we do go into full dumpster fire mode, we can give everybody an alert and they will know what is happening. And maybe we'll calm down. Maybe we'll just let it ride. You never know. Sometimes it's fun to just let the dumpster fires rock and roll for a bit. Okay, up next, we got Mark Reed. Go ahead and share your thoughts about the debate. And then Jungle, you are up next. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I got to agree with Ogre. And I've heard Ogre triggered before. This isn't Ogre triggered. You'll definitely know about it when he's triggered. So, yeah, I can confirm he's not triggered yet. But what I didn't hear a lot about was anything on the creationist side. And that kind of disappointed me because I have a lot of questions regarding that side. And David didn't seem to investigate a lot into the actual process that was involved in the creationist side. So I did think that was lacking a bit. I agree with Ogre, actually. I think that that David, he did seem a bit uncertain and he did seem a bit not the best. He said he wasn't feeling that great later on in the debate and he was very tired. So that might have had something to do with it. But I think he covered everything to do with evolution and geology pretty well. But yeah, that's my opinion of it.
Right on, appreciate it. What's up, Jungle? Welcome to the after show. What are your thoughts about tonight's debate?
Yeah, hello, Ogre and Mark.
Hello.
Yeah, Matt Powell. You got to understand that Matt Powell is like a Midwest Bible Baptist, no nonsense conservative. So you gotta respect that, But a lot of people can't do that because they have too much compromise and everything. Too many issues and stuff like that. But anyways, fire, kindle for the dumpster fire. But no, I didn't pay attention too much to the whole thing. I wasn't paying attention to what they were saying or anything, but I'm just trying to give you the background, information. I don't know what was the name, David
Emery.
What was the name?
David Emery.
Emery, yeah, David Emery, yeah. I don't know his background or anything, but anyway.
Right, David shared some of his background. So he'd done some geology in undergrad, I believe. Then he was a data analyst, I think. I believe said for NASA for a bit, and then he was a data analyst for the state of New Mexico, I believe, was his professional background. Although one of the things I always find so fascinating is something that Mac was kind of bringing up in relation to the in the very brief portions they levied in relation to actual evolution. Matt was bringing up the genetic problems and the the DNA issues. And I thought it was kind of interesting that somebody whose background is in data analysis was like either unaware of or just completely dismissing those fundamental questions, which it's not like it's only people who live in creation who have issues and questions with, how is it actually plausible for the various genomes to develop and all the different pieces, even with a ridiculous amount of time involved. So that's something that didn't really get addressed, even though it should have been a little bit more detailed. Like I said earlier, they spent a little bit too much time on geology, in my opinion. But before we get back into conversation, I want to give a big shout out to Alec Cox in the house. Doki Doki, he's had 3 months as a member. The one always standing for truth is in the house in the side chat. Pigs Can Fly, what's going on? Steve Tibbetts, what's up? Karen Weiss, Genesis Girls here. Jerome M, what's going on, Jerome? How are you doing? And let's see, a couple of folks I saw. Redefined Living's here. Redeemed Sauce is here. What's going on, guys? And ladies, appreciate you all coming and supporting the channel and sharing your thoughts on the different things that are going on around YouTube. Hopefully we'll have some good conversation tonight and get into some entertaining back and forth and good discussion. Okay, so any of you guys got anything you want to bring up about the debate for us to discuss?
Yeah, I want to know what Surfing Monkeys was talking about. I could not figure that out all throughout the debate.
I know this.
I don't have a clue what Matt was talking about.
I did a video on this actually about Matt Powell. There's 4 main methods to which creationists and evolutionists argue animals could travel over water, right? Land bridge is one of them. And the surfing monkeys is the vegetation mats argument, wherein you have these giant floating vats of vegetation and seeds, insects, possibly small mammals and reptiles and stuff will sit on these mats and float across the water to get to islands, right? That's how like Hawaii was populated. Matt Powell thinks it's hilarious.
Yeah.
But not monkeys.
Creationists make this same argument for how animals traveled. So I don't know why Matt Powell hates it so much. It's a creationist talking point too.
Yeah, but I think you're missing one creationist viewpoint, is that the earth was divided in the days of Peleg 100 years after the global flood. Are you aware of that?
Wait, so just to clarify, we're not talking monkeys, we're talking very, very small mammals, so not monkeys at all. And by surfed, you don't mean actually surfed. Okay.
No, hang on. No. There, from the Smithsonian, there are 2 different papers that I'm aware of that are specifically on monkeys riding pallets from Africa to South America being a methodology for how they could have gotten from Africa. That is from the Smithsonian directly.
Yes.
So whether or not you agree with it or disagree with it, or think that it is, or other folks, on the creationist side also, think that's possible, is either here or there. It is something that is stated that there are individuals in secular academia that think monkeys could have floated across the Atlantic Ocean.
I guess my problem is with the sort of calling it surfing. Surfing's a very specific thing. It's riding waves kind of thing, like surfing. I think that sort of rafts of vegetation is a bit different, and surfing's kind of that's really coloring it something that it isn't.
Well, Mark, in that context, I think it's pretty obvious that using the term surfing, you don't actually think they're like riding waves like a California or a Hawaii movie, like a la Baywatch or something. Like only people that would actually think anybody who actually thinks that, if you're actually taking that position, Mark, that somehow people think when they use the word surfing in that context, that's what they mean. Are you being hyper literal, or like you incapable of actually thinking about it from like a general language perspective? English is your first language, so do people use terms like that all the time?
Sure?
In relation to?
Thanks for that, Maddox. I've never actually heard of this before, so I didn't know what he was talking about. As I said earlier, maybe you weren't listening. I didn't. I heard. I didn't know what he was talking about, which caused.
I'm asking you specifically about the word surfing, genius, not what you're talking about now in terms of your ignorance of the point. I'm asking you about the word surfing. As an adult, educated male, do you understand that the word surfing is probably not going to be used in this context in a general description to describe the action a human would take on a freaking surfboard riding a wave that's cresting into the beach? Yes or no? Go ahead.
Yeah, so surfing to me as an Australian is actually surfing. Like that's what we
Yeah,
use
only
the
when
word
you
for,
get
nothing else. So
close.
maybe it's a problem with language barrier. Maybe it's a problem that, hey, I've got an idea in my head of when we say surfing, we mean surfing, like surfing. So if you want to color it something different, that's fine, but it's not surfing. It's just, traveling over water. You don't say that a boat surfed from one place to another, do you? Unless you're using the language completely differently than I am.
No, actually,
well, you could say that.
People here in the United States
Oh, you
view
could, but it wouldn't
surfing
be very
as
accurate,
riding People in the United States view generally the primary definition of surfing to be riding a freaking surfboard on a cresting wave. Like in general, that is the primary utilization. However, in this context of coming across, I mean, there's not really waves to surf in a general sense when you're in the middle of the Atlantic. Like if there's storms and stuff, obviously there would be. But in the general sense, like the fact that we're going down this like hyper literal interpretation of the concept. Mark, no, this showcases exactly what I give Evo atheists a hard time about all the time. Is they suffer from hyper literalist disorder. It's pretty obvious.
Well,
like you're trying to dismiss the whole point. You're dismissing the entire point. You're dismissing the entire point that Matt was making based on a hyper literalist interpretation of a word that the vast majority of adults with an IQ above 75 would be able to interpret. And I don't think you have an IQ below 75. So you're obviously taking a hyper literal interpretation of it and not actually using your brain power. So I don't understand why you like to do that so often. And so many atheists on YouTube, it fascinates me every time. You can't actually be this dumb. All right, I'm done. I yield.
Well, thanks for that ad hominem. If your hyperbolic language is what he's using, that's fine. I just had no idea what he was talking about.
Yeah, Mark, if I told you that
I understand what he's talking about right off the bat when he's saying surfing.
It's your
really,
theory.
Really silly.
It's your
hold on,
so thank you. It's hyperbolic language designed to be sort of have a rhetorical impact. That's fine.
I think if I said that I surf from point A to point B on a boat, I think you would figure it out really quick. Although there were currents and stuff that they were surfing on. But a big difference that you didn't mention, Mark, is that on the biblical model, that would have been freshwater, right? So there's a huge difference between rafting from point A to point B when you have water you can drink, than as opposed to water that you can't drink. But
I don't know why we're getting stuck on this point, because it's just a rhetorical.
Because you guys said it was the same thing. You said, oh well, you guys have the same thing in your model, but it's not. It's a lot different.
Oh no, I didn't say that.
As far as creatures surfing from one place to another. Or if you want me to be more precise, I can say riding certain mats and such.
Sure.
But even then, like even things like monkeys, those, like in India, they eat those things. I mean, there's no reason to believe that a migrating people group would not have had, like a traveling circus of animals. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem reasonable to think that they wouldn't.
How did the jaguars make it? How'd they make it to South America? How'd they make it there from Africa?
How the sloths make it to South America is,
Yeah, they walked.
Sloths.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, there's a difference between intelligent people bringing these animals from one place to the next. There's a big difference than that with freshwater everywhere than a model that says these animals. Well,
how did koalas?
Where's the problem with that? I mean, if you're gonna
koalas are a problem.
If you're gonna steel man the position, I'm not saying that you have to accept it, but at least accurately represent
koalas a problem?
Right?
They only feed on eucalyptus. How did they find the eucalyptus?
Mark, slow down a bit.
Today
I don't think we need to grant. I don't think we should be granting that the flood was freshwater afterwards, at the first place. Like you're making a big assumption that it's freshwater to get you to where you need to go anyways, and that's not an argument. That's not where's the evidence of that?
Yeah, well, the scripture talks about the fountains of the deep bursting forth, and we know that there are freshwater vents in the bottom of the ocean, and it also rained, and that's freshwater. So I don't see the problem. We also can
I guess the
ocean is here already.
All the fish off. The salt.
Guys, let me answer the question. We also can measure the amount of salt that increases in the ocean every year, and we can extrapolate that back.
the salinity argument.
Yeah, terrible.
Like I said, you guys can
fish
straw man
not
all
die?
day long, right? You
I
can
mean,
straw
you don't
man
seem
all day
like you're
long, but you
answering
could
a
also
question
accurately
here.
represent the position. You don't have to accept it, but I mean,
Well, I mean,
at
you
least
don't seem to
be
be
honest.
addressing the question. How did the fish survive all of the water suddenly just changing to fresh
Yeah,
water?
well, not all of them did. A lot of them didn't.
How do you know?
Okay, some fish today.
How do you know? How
were you there?
Yeah, Mark, calm down. Okay, you need to let
I'm
me answer the
perfectly
question.
calm.
Yeah, let me answer the question. So a lot of them didn't. There's fossils of fish all over the place, and we know today you can take a freshwater fish and you can slowly increase the salt, and you can eventually turn that thing into a saltwater fish. So it would make sense that the animals that could survive that sort of change did, and the animals that couldn't, we would find fossils of them.
Yeah, obviously.
Is there a problem with that?
Yeah, they survived.
Is there a problem in that reasoning, Mark?
Yeah,
again,
I do.
You can be incredulous, but is there a problem with that?
Yeah, I do. If you had
what's the logical response?
Okay, so if you had a sort of a sample size of a group of fish and introduced fresh water to saltwater fish, they would all die. All of them.
That's
they
false.
They need salt water.
That's false.
Okay, have you got an experiment?
Yeah, there are experiments on it, actually.
Okay.
So
can you cite one for me, please?
Mark.
Well, you can look it up. I'm not going to do your homework.
Sam, let me go, please.
Go ahead.
Mark, there is some animals are better adapted at fresh and salt water, and some animals are not. Not all fish can adapt, some can. However, that the problem that not all fish can adapt is a big problem here, because not all fish, right? It's what's that called? Tonality or something like that? Like, it's the fish are not developed to breathe saltwater versus freshwater if they're not native to it. Not all fish will do that, and especially not in a year.
So let me ask you, Mark, if you're gonna steel man our position, were these creatures genetically superior or inferior in the past?
What do you mean genetically superior?
So how did the monkey surf?
What is our genetic model? It is the created heterozygosity model. Is that right?
I don't know what your specific model is. I presume that's your model. I mean,
you're a militant critic who's always attacking it. Do you know what you're attacking or not?
What do you mean? See you on. Okay, so my position is science. I don't know everybody's position. There's a number of positions that I attack.
So you don't know my position.
Yeah. So
that's why I'm asking.
Okay, well, let me explain it to you. We believe that from the beginning, God would have created the genomes. He would have built that change in from the beginning. And so in different environments, such as the global flood, there, of course, some animals would have not survived that flood, but other ones in the past, they would have been more more built-in ability to change in the past. That doesn't mean that they would still have that today.
Do you have any?
Because what's another?
The fish magically could have done it. God therefore made the fish able to do it.
Hold on. Is there anything in your worldview besides your own incredulism that would prevent something like that from happening?
Actually, you're the one making the claim that animals further on in the past had genetic superiority. Do you have anything to back
but you're
this
not
up?
You're not doing a good. Well, yeah, because genes. Sure, I've got papers showing how I think humans have over 100 broken genes. There's mutations accumulating. Sure, there's a lot of that stuff. I can give you like medical pages, and humans are picking up all kinds of diseases across the population at an alarming rate. So it follows from that that in the past humans would have been genetically superior.
Okay, real quick, guys. So I'm assuming none of y'all were paying attention to what I shared on the screen about how there are certain types of fish that can live they can live in fresh and salt water. So this whole conversation can just
I already said that. Yeah.
Yeah. So the problem is that it would be such a low percentage that we would see something very different in the fossil record. We would see almost no fish surviving. And
what's your alternative?
No, I just addressed that, Mark. You just ignored what I said.
Water, and they always have lived in.
No, you
salt
just ignored that. It doesn't
Okay,
follow.
creation.
One thing at a time, because you did a bit of a dish gallop there, redefine living. You went from genetic
your
superiority
alternative to creation
to human disease. For a start, like human disease getting higher is perfectly explained by evolution. For a start, like the fact that we have interrupted a sort of Darwinistic selection process with medicine does predict that disease will get further.
So you're speaking
I'll
from
just
your
answer the things that you've said.
Yeah, this is a red herring, though. That wasn't the
your
point
other
that
thing
I was
about
making,
genetic superiority is what I didn't
who?
hear was any evidence for this genetic superiority. You just
What
sort
evidence?
of said, well, there's a couple of things that I know about from papers, and the whole idea that I think you're referring to genetic entropy.
Show us evidence. Show us evidence.
Completely debunked. For what? Evidence for what?
For magical morphing monkeys that you believe in that surfed to America.
Mark, do you know the difference between proof and persuasion?
Yeah, show us the evidence.
Jungle, keep up with the conversation, dude. You're like 5 minutes behind us.
Yeah, I think that jargon needs to catch up.
No, I'm trying to catch up. Show us the evidence
tell you're
for your
trying.
magical morphing monkeys, which later surfed to America.
Okay, so I presume by magical morphing monkeys, you mean a common descent between, say, chimps and humans,
Well,
I think is what you're alluding to.
Show us the evidence. Evidence?
Sure.
You know what evidence is?
So yeah, sure. So my best evidence among a lot of different other subjects would probably be the ERVs, as I put forth in my last debate.
No, that's no good. That's no good. That's not evidence.
That's not it. Show me the evidence, but not the evidence that I don't want you to talk about.
No. How did the ERV?
ERVs are viruses,
how did the ERV get there?
retroviruses are viruses.
How did the ERV get there?
How did the ERV get there?
Yeah.
It makes an incision in a cell.
You know it's a regulating mechanism, don't you? You know it's a regulating mechanism in monkeys and everything. You know that, right?
AIDS is a regulating mechanism.
ERVs?
Well, the endogenous ones are just the remnants there left over.
No, it's not a remnant. It's a regulating mechanism.
Retroviruses in general are just the ones that have inserted themselves into another genome.
Themselves from where?
Propagate. One of those viruses is the HIV.
Where did they come from? Where did they come from? Did they make themselves? Did they order themselves?
Jungle really does not like other people talking, does he?
Did they program themselves and jumped into magical morphing monkeys? Is that what they did?
Yeah, so if you're talking about the origin of retroviruses, they developed over time, sort of distinct.
You know, a virus can't live without an organism, right?
It doesn't live at all. A virus isn't alive, Jungle Jargon.
Right.
I'm not
sure
so
it's a regulating mechanism that was already in the monkeys. Right.
How does it regulate? How does AIDS regulate things?
No, ERVs regulate viruses. They regulate. It's part of the immune system.
No, not all of them.
It regulates the whole body. It regulates everything. It regulates how you're born, how you grow.
No, it doesn't. So what happens is an ERV can be inserted into a genome.
Did you see it? Did you see it?
Mutation, that ERV can
inserted. Did you watch it be inserted?
Got these things, long terminal repeats, which only happen, long terminal repeats or LTRs only happen when a retrovirus makes a cut, a very specific cut in another cell, in another DNA sequence. So these long terminal repeats.
So where did the information come from? Where did it come from? Where did the direction, the directive,
virus you're talking
where
about?
did the mandate come from? Where did the mandate come from? Who mandated ERVs?
Who mandated ERVs?
Mark, I need to ask you a question.
Can we talk to Sam again, please? Jungle is just
I don't know.
You can't just say it happened. You can't just say it happened without showing where it happened, how it happened, and evidence as to where it came from, and watching it jump into magical morphing monkey. You can't just just claim it. You can't claim it.
Repeats. Like we can see these cuts made by it's called integrase. It's a protein which makes a specific cut in DNA.
So you can't account for it. You can't
Well,
account for it then.
I'm
You
explaining
can't
it.
account for where it came from.
Look, jungle jargon. Like,
Yeah,
if you don't
of course
want me to
not.
explain it, just say,
Of course
"Hey,
not.
I don't believe it. I don't want it explained to
Okay.
me." And nothing will
Okay,
ever.
so show it. Show us how it programmed the
You
ERVs.
know
were
jungle. That's what
programmed.
jungle does.
Show us
Okay.
how ERVs were programmed to jump from one thing to another and
So
stuff like
what
that.
I'd like to do now is
You
sort of
can't. Okay, you
challenge
can't.
you
Okay,
and
you
say,
can't do it.
"Can you show me humans?"
Hey,
being
Mark, I
created?
need to ask you a question, Mark, before you continue to go on and on and on. Okay. All
Well,
you're
I mean,
saying.
Mark's going on and on.
Hold on a minute, Jungle. Let me
Yeah.
ask Mark a question. So
Sure.
yeah, so Mark, all you're saying is that you have one way to interpret the data. That's all you're
What do you
saying.
mean?
And we're saying that we have another way to interpret the data. Okay. So you're saying, well, I have
Okay.
this way, and we're saying, no, we have this way. But the question is, Mark, okay, since
Yeah.
you appeal to science and stuff that
Yes.
is demonstrable, can you
Yes, I do.
show us something going from inserting the genome according to
Mhm.
your model and going from non-function to function? That would be something. Okay. But just saying that, you know, hey, I interpret things in a certain way, that doesn't really do anything. Like no one
Yes.
cares. So you're going to need to provide a line that is non-neutral. And what that line would be is evidence of something entering the genome, like AIDS. Oh, wait, that
No.
doesn't work. Or
No.
sickle cell anemia. Oh, well, that's not going to work. And we need to see something entering the genome and going from non-function to function.
No, he can't.
If
he
you're
can't
not
show
able
it.
to show that,
He
then all
can't.
you're
He
saying
can't
is that
show.
you
No.
have a faith position. So
Yeah.
can
So
you do
you
that?
made a statement
No, he
there,
can't
like
show that.
saying
He can't show that.
I did.
one way
I
to
made a statement.
interpret the data.
And I might hold on
So
real
what
quick,
you're
real quick,
talking
Mark, real
about
quick.
here-
I
No,
might
I'd
cut out.
like
I'm
to
going to pick.
address
Hold
what you
on.
said.
My goodness, Mark, hold on. I'm going to go pick up my son right now. I might cut out for like a minute, but I'll
Sure,
join
no worries.
again. Okay. So
Okay, sure.
I might go through a dead zone. We'll see.
Oh, not
But
jungle
go
by
ahead.
himself.
Go ahead.
When you
no.
sit there and say
I'll be
there's
back.
one way to
Well,
interpret
well, show
data,
us.
there's
Show
many
us.
ways to interpret the data. And
Show
really,
us.
what you're talking about when you say, how do we interpret the data? You're talking about methodology.
No, you're not focusing,
Methodology
Mark.
is important.
You're not focusing.
Because
That's
a
not what I said.
methodology that is exactly what you said. There is
No,
only,
that's not. Would you like me to repeat what I
one
said?
way to interpret the data. So
No, Mark, listen.
no, that's
Pay
exactly
attention.
what you said.
Pay
Now
attention,
let me
Mark.
finish what I'm saying. That is called methodology. Now there are many ways to
keep
interpret
up misrepresenting,
data,
Mark.
many
Go ahead.
ways to implement methodologies. One of those ways is science. It's a process, a methodology in which we take
Science is an
observations.
observation. It's an observation of what's actually taking place.
Mark, are you trying to personify science?
You can't
making
see.
observations, posing a hypothesis, searching for testable predictions, seeing if those predictions come true,
and they don't come
and
true.
submitting it through peer review in order to make sure that it is robust, rigorous, and other people.
Yeah, I didn't hear an answer in there, Mark.
When you have
I hear fallacies.
So you have nothing.
I picked up on
The
3
way
fallacies.
to interpret things is
Hold on,
science.
Jungle.
It's
Let
the
me
only
get
it's
Mark.
just the
Let me get
best way
Mark.
we
He
see
doesn't have anything. He can't say anything.
Mark, you're just blabbering. Mark, listen.
I'm not just blabbering. I'm explaining to you why I think
a
science is
methodology,
the
and
best
we have
way
the
to
same
interpret
method.
this data.
You have a group, and we have a group.
I agree
you
with
have
LPP
peer
here.
review. We have peer review.
Yeah,
If you want to reject that, then what you're doing is you're presenting a no true Scotsman fallacy. It's a fallacious line of reasoning.
What's the fallacy?
Based on methodology, Mark, we both do science. We both interpret the data different, and we both come to a different conclusion. That's all you're saying. Okay?
No.
That's all you're saying. So you need to give us a line that is not neutral. And what that line would be, like I already said, is you need to show something going from non-function to function after entering a genome. That would be evidence for you. If not, then all you're doing is saying we interpret the data based on these certain methodologies. Well, we do the same thing. Okay.
Well, how do you explain?
You can't do that.
Answer the question.
You can't do that.
Can you answer the question?
We can, because those LTRs are definite.
You have a paper on it, Mark.
And a scar.
Do you have a paper on it, Mark?
What, on LTRs?
No, do you? Oh my gosh. Okay, for the 4th time, Mark, can you show something entering the genome, okay, a virus, and going from non-function to function? Can you do that?
Yeah, show us the paper. Show us
I don't
the
care
evidence.
how you interpret the data. We do the same thing. We come to a different conclusion. That's all you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk to geneticists, and I mean, I can grab
Which
a paper.
ones, Mark?
No.
Creationists or
You show us.
evolutionists?
Hang on. So Mark, is it your position that ERVs are not functional elements of the genome? Is that your position?
That is not my position. I never said
Okay,
that.
what is your position? Okay, so what is your position
My
on
position is that
ERVs?
ERVs can be co-opted to provide a beneficial value for the host because they're just as subject to mutation as
Show
any
us
other
the paper.
part of the genome. Okay, sure. I mean, I can go find
so
one.
do you think that if they're necessary for like stem cell formation, regulation, embryo development, et cetera, are you suggesting that without them, there was just some other completely different method in which stem cells did their thing, embryos developed, et cetera,
Yes.
Or, okay, so what is the
Yes,
evidence for the entirely different method for which things as essential as like embryo development was executed?
So would you repeat that, sorry?
All right, so
how about this one? ERVs, retroviruses with transposal elements with potential. So this is showing how the previous exogenous retroviral infection has been integrated and passed through successive generations within the germline.
Right, but you've operated from the perspective that the vast majority are junk DNA, not doing anything, don't have function, are just there, and there might be a few that have been co-opted. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my question is, if the more research is going on, the more we're realizing the significant regulatory functions that they have, and things as essential such as embryo development and stem cell differentiation.
Sure.
What is the explanation for how all of those rather important things were executed prior to the co-option?
Yeah. So as you said before, it wasn't the same process. It was a more simplistic process because
no. I'm asking you exactly what the process was. Like, what is the I want to know where it's explained of how it worked without these things. Like, you can't just say, "Oh, there was a simpler process that happened." Okay, what was it?
Yeah, so not all animals are placental mammals. Not all of them have the placenta. I'm just taking this one example, which is the contribution of an ERV to the development of the placenta. Not all animals are placental mammals. And evolution says, whether you believe it or not, that we evolved from an organism which was not placental. You would agree with that, right?
No, you would have to establish that first before you claim it.
Okay, well, whether you agree with it or not, you would agree
have
that
to prove it.
evolution
You have to
says
prove it first, and then before you can claim it, you have to show it's a fact
jargon,
first.
again, you're like 10 miles behind, mate. All I'm saying is
no. I'm catching you in your statement. You claimed that the thing is changing from one thing to another without any evidence.
So basically what it means is that placental development was basically spurred on by the co-option of an ERV that assisted in placental development, that it was something else before, and then it became more and more sophisticated.
And you saw that.
Mark, do you not see that this is there was something before, we don't know what it was, it just must have been there, this is what must have happened, we don't know how, and what we're observing is that the direct methodology for this function is what we're observing right now. But because the argument from the evolution side is that, well, these ERVs couldn't possibly be here unless they are part of the evolutionary process,
so
versus being a pre-existing regulatory function.
We already told you.
What's the alternative?
It's called creation.
Yep. How does that work?
That's everything is what it is because it was ordered to be what it is from the beginning.
What's
because
the
you can't get direct programming without a programmer.
And
you can't get instruction without an instructor.
In all of these different organisms with LTRs to make it look like how a retrovirus with integrase makes a cut in DNA to.
Okay, again, I've told everybody to be quiet multiple times, and you guys just kept rambling. So, if you're wanting to talk potential process while saying, "Oh, well, this is just how it was," but then demanding that on the flip side, need to know your position can't be wrong unless I can show you exactly how the alternative was, is the exact same thing that you're doing in relation to how this happened. Now, I actually had this conversation with multiple PhDs about the whole deal, which is this ongoing talking point from Evil Atheists on YouTube about how unless you have an 100% completed model of your explanation, therefore mine it can't be defeated.
Which they don't.
That's not how it works in real academia. That's not how they actually do it in whether or not they're going to pursue or defeat a position. That's not how that works. It only works that way in Evo Atheist world on YouTube. Now, in the context of a process from a creation perspective, and I know I'm assuming you still live in the world where we're not having to actually account for programming, Mark, based on our previous conversations over the years. But if we are having to deal with programming architecture, then it would make total sense to have all these things in the code and similar regulatory functions in the same spot, which we're now recognizing from a biochemistry perspective. Many of these things seem to be going in rich areas of the genome where, oh, wait, well, that's exactly where they would go. So why the heck are they in the same place? Oh, wait, from a chemistry perspective, that's where they would be in terms of binding sites and such. Like, this is becoming well established. So the ultimate point is, the ERVs were considered complete junk DNA. Now they're being realized to have function. Then you have people like Dr. Danny Boy saying, oh, well, we haven't discovered what the function of all of them is. Therefore, the idea that we may continue to find more and more functions for them is irrelevant to whether or not this is proof of evolution and, defeats any alternative reason for them being there. And I love Andrew is still the freaking idiot who still doesn't understand the basics of what code is. And 2 years later, still has not gone and actually looked it up, is, rejecting the entire point that's being made. So, Andrew, if you ever go and actually research the stuff that we've talked about over the past 2 years, then I'll actually take you seriously. Anyway, I yield. It's the stuff just drives me up the wall in the context of how people don't want to talk about this. Now, Ogre has been being very patient. I know he wants to play with rocks and talk about stones. So what's up?
I so do. I really do.
Just before you go on, that's a massive gish gallop that you didn't even let me respond to. So your usual thing of gish galloping and then handing off is...
Dude, I've literally been letting you ramble for the past 30 minutes, and you're going to sit here and say that I haven't, and I've been gish galloping when I've been pretty quiet overall for this whole conversation. And by the way, you're on mute as you ramble, gish galloper. Ogre's actually been making comments in the side chat over and over again about how he hasn't been a chance to talk and he has to go to work in the morning. So I'm going to let him talk. And if you can't handle that, well, take the plug out of your ass and calm down.
No, I would just like to address your points. That's all. And I'm just saying, hey,
so anyway,
I just want to address your points.
Ogre, go ahead, buddy.
You don't have any points.
Hey, Mark, I feel you, dude. I gotta go to bed soon, so you can go all night with this jazz. You have fun. The thing that was bugging me that I wanted to bring up, maybe Sam, and I know Jungle's got something. Maybe Sam would like to correct me on where I'm wrong here.
Okay.
Matt Powell was doing a lot to bring it back to the debate, right? Matt Powell was doing a lot of conflating burial with fossilization, especially at the end points there. He was talking about how the clams were closed, therefore they were buried and fossilized quickly. And that really stuck in my craw because burial and fossilization are completely not connected things. You can be buried quickly and fossilized slowly. So that was something. At least that was a talk.
Explain that to him. Explain that, Sam. Explain that to him.
Yeah, well, so first of all, I'm kind of disappointed because I was really hoping that me and Mark could have got the dumpster fire overlay, and it didn't happen. But that's all right.
He did flash the yellow ball a couple of times.
Maybe me and Org can get one. But well, no, I mean, I think as far as we know, the only way that you can get fossilization is to rapidly bury something. We don't see things fossilizing anywhere. Like if you go out to the desert.
That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. You can rapidly bury something, and once it's buried, you can take a while to fossilize.
Well, but
wait a minute.
Buried does not mean it's therefore rapidly fossilized.
We're talking about clams in the open position, though.
Closed position.
How do they get
your points correct?
right?
Closed position.
Why are they in a closed position?
Oh wait, no, open.
Because when they
Correct.
die, the point is, Ogre, when they die, they're in the open position when they die. Why
Yes.
are they all in the closed position? Probably because they were living when they're buried, right? That's the point.
You guys not getting what I'm saying here? Like, they can be buried closed, sure, and die well buried. A mudslide will do that, underwater mudslide, right? But that doesn't mean that they fossilize quickly as well. Being buried and fossilization are not the same thing. It doesn't happen as soon as you get buried, bam, you're a fossil. And
Yeah,
he was
so
conflating those two.
it
And they're
does.
very
So
It can happen. It can happen very fast. In fact, there are tests that you can do. From what I understand, way back when, before we could treat wood, there was a process to fossilize the bottom of posts, and ranchers have been doing this for a long time. So you can fossilize fast. But for the point that I think that you're trying to make, and if we're talking about the same thing, I caught it too. How I believe it was David was trying to call out Matt, saying, "Well, you have these things you're saying date like were fossilized at the time of the flood, and then you have these things that were only a few thousand years ago, and that's inconsistent." But the simple logical solution is yes, we observe there are catastrophes that have happened after the flood. So the bulk of these things would have happened during the flood, and then of course there are things that have happened since then. I don't know why that's I don't know why that's hard to grasp.
So in regards to your post argument, right? The creationists always seem to have an issue between mineralization and fossilization, being covered and being replaced, right? An imprint fossil, for example, of a fish, Matt Powell talked about those a lot, is a replacement of the skin and all that jazz. You don't actually have the skin there. Mineralization, which can happen quickly, right? That's what happens on your pipes, is a covering of the material, but the original material more or less is still there. It can erode, but it's still there. So when you're talking about something that happens super quickly, like the classic, the cowboy boot and all that jazz, and that's mineralization. That's a different process from the replacement of the growth of the minerals that is fossilization.
Okay, real quick, guys, before you continue on, we've got Alec and John Vance have both joined the stream. And John was actually here first. He dropped out for a second. What's up, John? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? What are your thoughts about tonight's debate?
Yeah, I have. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, coming through just fine.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I've seen a little bits and parts of the debate. It talks about, I think the creationist was talking about Genesis and how it solidifies that the Earth is 6,000 years old. I would like to maybe add on to that is that we only have really, give or take, 6,000 years timeline that is measurable. Everything else past 6,000 years is just speculation, and there's no really archaeological evidence of measured time past 6,000 years. It's just
right. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah.
I would probably disagree. I think.
Yeah, I would disagree too. Obviously.
No. You have to show evidence. You have to present evidence.
Yes. So, for instance, in my country of Australia, we sort of know from the evidence of the Aboriginal people or the various sort of nations that they left stuff that was like 40,000 years old. So that's just
the Aboriginals are descendants of Nimrod and Tubal, right?
Yeah, Mark,
I don't know that.
You can't
Nimrod is
You can't actually know anything.
To my knowledge.
Right? You can't,
I know
you can't
that.
actually
I know it.
definitively know any. You can't make any truth claims when it comes to science. You have conclusions, but those conclusions can change based off new information. So when you say that that there are these things that are 40,000 years old, I'm just going to call you out on that. You don't. Okay. It's possible, Mark, that last night something was discovered that's going to overturn everything you just said. So
how do you define knowledge?
You can believe it, Mark.
How do you define knowledge?
But you can't know it. Well, it depends. Are you?
Hang on, guys. Hang on before we get on that rabbit hole. Hey guys, hang on. We got Alec and Jamie, also known as the Handbook.
Sorry, my bad.
So, Alec, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts?
Nothing much, man. Glad you're doing the show. Hey, hello, everybody. Yeah, so the Lord Jesus Christ, I just hope that everybody finds him and he comes into your heart. Prayed for David tonight. I don't know what his impediment is, but it's a thought process that goes to his through his brain that he can't get the words out fast enough. So hope it's not an Alzheimer's type thing or an onset, but prayed for him tonight because, you know, I've never had a family member have it, but I've had friends that have family members that have Alzheimer's, and it's no joke. It's really hard on the family. So I just prayed for him tonight and hope that he, you know, has some sort of recovery, or at least he can get that speech impediment, because you can see him struggling with it himself. It's sad, but I think Powell did a decent job. He's a little bit pretentious at times. I think he's been given the golden scepter over there at DAL, but other than that, there was no argument really on David's side. Just saying, it's saying something's wrong. And Mark, you can back this up. Just saying something wrong is not an answer. It's not a conclusion, and it's not a refute of anything. Just saying something is wrong. You have to back it up, right? So anyway, with that, I'll let it go. Next.
Yeah, I think if you're making a positive claim that something is false, you probably have to back it up. If you're sort of saying, well, we've got no reason to believe that because there is no evidence for it, I think that is fine. The burden of
right. Something's still in, well, like the endogenous retroviruses that you guys were talking about, that all comes out of the Berkeley Genome Project that was funded. And they couldn't find out what junk DNA was. And they still don't know what it is. And so the ERV thing is still a theory. It's not real. Just letting you know. You won't find it in your papers. You won't find it in any paper. But I've talked to some friends. It's how they have now moved from the junk DNA to say that so they could get their money, because it was a ton of freaking money. It was like $1 billion.
Yeah, they're evil
money. They got their money. Just saying. Berkeley got their money. Okay. And so they called the junk DNA ERVs. And so that got them out of the loop of not getting their last check.
I want to say I miss Alec. I haven't talked to Alec in a while. I miss this. This is fun.
It is fun. I just know a lot of shit.
You so do, 100%.
Good to see you guys. All right, carry on.
Well, I got to agree. I all the best to David. He did seem to be suffering. It's none of my business what his medical information is, but yeah, all the best to him, because he did.
Mark, in the StreamYard chat, I posted a link to a quick article about ancient Aboriginal culture and why and how old it is. So yeah, research
they have the C paternal Y chromosome.
By the way,
they have a K
one last thing.
Y chromosome.
One last thing.
They have in Italy.
Hey, Mark,
C
I lived in Oz
East.
for 9 years, so I just want to let that. I can put on the accent just like y'all. There it goes. What do you want? Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy. Oi, oi, oi. There it went.
There you go. You could be Australian. You fooled me. I thought you were one of us.
Well, I still have permanent residency. I can always go back.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they belong to the same lineage as the Hamites and the Japhethites. Same lineage. Nothing
Jungle, keep up, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. C paternal Y chromosome and K, which is in Europe and Middle East.
Sweet.
Why lie, right? Why lie?
Did John say hi yet? Do we still have to say hi to John? No. Yeah, Jamie. Jamie was up next. I want someone besides Jungle to talk, please.
I think Matt is an excellent front face. He's just good. How do I put it? He's a good speaker and presenter. He has talent, natural talent.
Speaks rubbish.
I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I mean, he has. I don't mean it in a disparaging way. I mean, he's just a good speaker and presenter.
And he speaks rubbish.
What? Why? Why do you say that?
Well, because not just him. It's not his fault. It's all those professing scientists and biochemists or whatever they want to call themselves, astrophysicists. They speak a lot of rubbish. That's the matter of fact. Yeah.
Jungle, keep up,
And
dude.
you believe it. And you take it hook, line, and sinker. Oh, yeah.
He was complimenting Matt Powell.
You swallow it.
Why are you attacking Matt Powell right now?
You swallow hook, line, and no.
Isn't that our job?
I'm talking
I thought
about
that was our job.
Mark Reed. I'm talking about Mark Reed. He speaks a lot of rubbish.
Oh, okay. Well. Thank you for
Jungle.
that.
I'm glad I stayed up for Jungle.
Yeah,
it's. Did you guys find it interesting what the James Webb Space Telescope was finding?
Oh,
hell yeah!
Which one?
Heck yeah!
James Webb is cool.
Pretty interesting.
Yeah, they got dilated time and distance, which they can't figure out.
Who is?
Well, I think the distant ones the fact that they're looking fully formed, really far away, farther than they expected.
Yeah, I've got a long list
Galaxies.
of seculars that from universities, secular astronomers that are admitting that this is not what they predicted at all.
Yeah, we predicted it.
Yeah, that's the fun of it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, and this is what I want to address, that ERVs, like somebody said that ERVs sort of, they didn't think they had a function, they were junk DNA. And I wanted to sort of say, well, the thing that found out that they were what they were scientists. They weren't, the whole point is our methodology of science gives results, while the methodology of belief in religion, I'm really sorry.
Yeah, Mark, why do you do that, Mark? That is such a juvenile thing that you continue to utter.
It's true.
No, it is a juvenile utterance, Mark. Look, when you said that, well, we do science and we discover things, what you just discovered was a falsification of your model, genius. Don't you understand that? You guys predicted junk and we find function. And those same scientists that you're talking about, your secular peers, they predicted new galaxies in the process of forming, and they found fully formed ones. Whoops.
Fully formed galaxies.
And Mark,
with
every time you do
spiral
that,
arms.
hold on, I'll be done in 1 second, okay? Mark, every time you do that, you're using what's called a no true Scotsman fallacy. It is an invalid line of reasoning. It's fallacious. And so when I say that it's juvenile, I'm not attacking you, okay? Based on your juvenile, fallacious responses, that is where I'm coming to my conclusion that when you say stuff like that, it's foolish. You shouldn't do that.
Who am I no true Scotsmaning? Who am I like, so you know what the no true Scotsman is, right?
Right. When you talk about scientists, Mark, are you also referring to the creation scientists?
Well, yeah. I mean, there are
great.
scientists.
Okay, great. So then what you're saying?
Hold on. Let me finish.
Redefine.
Let me finish. What I'm referring to are the people that go through the process of science, hypothesis, peer review, observation, testing, experimentation, the entire process of science.
Yeah, like John Stanford, like Nathaniel Jeanson, like
I don't know who
Lyle, like all of these people. Okay, yeah, these are creation scientists that by those same processes come to a fully different conclusion than you, a different interpretation of this.
Yeah, so when we're talking about science, we're talking about the entire process, including peer review, right? So there are scientists that are creationists, but the problem is that young Earth creationists don't want to go through that process. They say it's a conspiracy. They say
you didn't talk to me.
Well, have you produced a paper and gone through peer review?
Yeah, I printed it. I published it on YouTube. I said, time is expanded. Time is expanded because of the lack of gravity.
Peer review
that's peer review. I'm being peer reviewed right now. People have nothing to say. People have nothing to say about it.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't think you understand.
Oh, you're going to be picky about the publication?
Yeah. Because
Mark, when you talk about,
what if nobody has something to say? What if nobody can answer what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's a publication, right?
Okay, real quick, guys, real quick. Hang on, everybody, real quick. So I had to step away for a minute. Has Stephen had a chance to talk since I've been gone?
No,
not
Steven,
yet.
What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts about tonight's debate and the general discussion going on?
Well, I would have liked to have seen Matt Powell use more arguments than what he got from Kent Hovind, but at least he was more adaptable than Kent is. As far as David, he really didn't have much to bring to it other than objections. Can't really say much more than that.
Well, I'd say that's fair. That's a fair point. Oh, and we got Sunflower just joined us. What's up, Sunflower? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts about the discussion tonight and the debate?
Oh, thank you for having me. Good discussion, good debate. You know, this is all. I mean, I'll try to make it short and sweet. I'll just say, the more I look at this discussion, what I've noticed is that the pure scientific method, without any invocation of intuition or sort of the potential for, I guess, supernatural factors to at least be a possibility, it becomes more and more unreasonable and in my opinion, just strange, obsessive even, and rebellious in nature. There's so much we don't know, and there's so, like, if you look up Flatland, it's a novel about something like, I think, ants that can only see in 2 dimensions, and there's 3-dimensional objects. Think about how limited your perception is, and think about how, the revelatory message of God is evidence of a divine way of transcending the limits of your perception in order to get the truth. And then when you think about how science is useful, but it's so limited in what it can give you in terms of an overall, fulfilling sense of truth and meaning, it's so apparent that science is inadequate for just the human experience. And it's such a gift that we were given, the revelation of God through Christ, in my opinion, as a way to sort of, solve this problem. So science is a useful tool, but it's so inadequate in terms of describing everything. It seems just unbelievably delusional and willfully ignorant to think that science, like, it's a miracle it solved even 1% of anything, let alone it'll ever give us a full picture. So that's kind of where I stand on it.
Yeah, I think you need to clarify whether between physical science and what we can actually know from everything we see, which is not physical, not necessarily physical, because physical things can't even account for themselves. So there has to be something beyond what's physical. So physical science, yes, cannot tell us everything, but we can know things.
Oh, right,
beyond.
I'm talking about the scientific method. I'm talking.
Yeah.
I was really only talking about the scientific method there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't consider like philosophical truths about like logic and stuff. I didn't mean to group that in. I'm talking about these rigid adherence to the scientific method. The kind of stuff that T-Jump will often talk about, and then he'll switch to morality, be like, "Oh no, that's not science anymore."
Right.
It's like, okay, well.
That's why we have to define the difference or distinguish the difference between physical science and what we can actually know.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I feel like people don't usually consider these sort of philosophical concepts science.
I just thought I would throw that in there. Just throw that in there. Just
okay.
Well, the problem is, Sunflower, that physical science, or what you're calling physical science, or what's been asserted as physical science, seems to produce results, while sort of just looking around and making assumptions seems to produce all kinds of wrong things, like flat Earth, for instance.
Well,
they say, "Hey,
so Mark, I'm taking that logic flow. Are you suggesting that all things philosophy should just be halted?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay, cool. So what about the scientific method is being applied to philosophy?
If I could just sort of clarify, I think that philosophy is really good for coming up with ideas and concepts and sort of hypothesis on stuff, but it doesn't actually get you to demonstrating that things are true.
Well, okay, fine. Let me respond. The question was originally for me, Adam. That's a good point. So and this is where I would say, as long as you have an original sense of purpose, then everything you just said is fine. Okay, if I already have some sort of idea in my life as a human of it doesn't even really matter what it is. It could be like, I just want to have a family and be able to pay my bills and love my children. Like, fine, okay, at least I have something I'm living for. Now, science is now a tool at my disposal. Great. Yeah. However, we're looking at a generation of people that don't have that original sense of purpose. This is what I was like. This is I don't know what Generation Z. I don't know what it is. It's like the people that are currently, I would say, largely mid-20s and under. The amount of school shootings, suicide, the amount of nihilistic humor that's actually disturbing and references some of the most morbid things you would ever see, the amount of complete nihilism and lack of regard for any, like, even semblance of a value of human society. No, okay, stop. This is overwhelming. This is overwhelming culture at an alarming rate, and it's becoming the lines between using science as a tool to help you figure out the purpose you already had versus no, science is the purpose. That's it. It's a cold abstract tool and it's going to tell me what I need to do. These are two very different things, and the lines are being blurred. And I see this especially exaggerated in the coming generations. They don't have any way of distinguishing it because, the progressive left has done away with a sense of, purpose or lasting value. And it's turning people into nihilistic serial killers and school shooters and suicidal maniacs. So that's what's happening.
I think that's a bit of a hugely generalized statement. And yeah, I'd agree that science doesn't give you really a sense of purpose. You need something else. It isn't meant to provide any kind of moral or purpose-driven sort of. Science is about the coulda, not about the shoulda, right? That's often joked around. It's
I
not
wish that message could be sent to the youth. If only what you just said could be sent to the high school students around the world, there would be so many less school shootings and so much less suicide.
There's other things you can find purpose in, and a lot of those things can be informed by science. But it doesn't mean that that's.
Are they tried and tested? How much do you trust those other things?
Well, the problem that you've got is you're sort of saying because a sense of utilitarianism, we're going to believe something because it's helpful.
No, I believed it first and then figured
purpose. So the problem with that is,
well, no, that's not what I'm saying.
Killing babies gave you a sense of purpose, then that would be your sense of purpose.
No, Mark, that's the opposite of what I'm saying. That's actually what you're saying. And I'll explain why. No, because I believed in God first and found the utility in it later.
Okay.
The Nazis in Germany were apparently
Godwin's law, yay!
Yeah.
Godwin's law.
No. Okay, well, it's valid. It's valid. It's valid.
It's got to see it in Godwin's. Yeah.
Why you can laugh? Why is this not a valid point to bring up? When there's measuring of skulls, and there's the invocation of Darwinian evolution, and there's people trying to exterminate a race, who is the one here that's appealing to just saying, okay, well, the statistics show that this is what I should do. Who am I to say otherwise?
Yeah, I think that's a huge part of that as well as sort of stuff like sort of a almost paganistic self-worship of Hitler and his sort of.
How does atheistic scientism get you any innate value in human life?
Science doesn't make moral judgments and moral distinguishments. That's not.
Then who does? What does?
Well, we have other things like, for instance, myself. I am a secular humanist, right? So I believe that humans are the most important thing in the world.
And you think that's a sustainable model for an entire country?
Yeah, it's actually a pretty robust systems of morals and structures.
No, what is your evidence that this would ever work? It sounds good on paper to you. It might sound good on paper to you. It's the same way communism did. I mean, look at that. Look at Soviet Russia, socialism. Look at communist China with the one-child policy. Look at the massive things can sound good on paper.
It's a spurious argument because they weren't human.
Mark, it sounds good on paper. It sounds good on paper, but are you so confident in what you're saying about secular humanism that you would actually just say, okay, if I could implement this on a country of millions, I would just do it and see what happens?
Yeah, Lord
that's horrifying to me.
Red herring. It's like it's just real communism hasn't been tried. You could say that all the time too. I used to say that.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't think real communism would actually work, to be honest with you. I think.
What if we're just flawed beings that need to believe in God? Is that a possibility, Mark?
Or Hitler could have used what you just.
Well, then why would you wholesale implement atheist?
Because I care whether it's true or not. Like, just because we.
What if no one else does, but you
believe in God?
Wait, Mark. What if no one else cares if it's true, but
doesn't mean that I want to believe it if it's.
What if you're a unique person and the majority of humans don't care if it's true?
What if I'm a unique person and most people don't care if it's true? why should that influence me on what I want to? Because I want to know what the truth is. And
are you a megalomaniac? No, I'm saying, are you going to implement your ideas on an entire country?
No, I'm not a megalomaniac. So I want to know whether something is the truth or not.
Oh,
the truth.
No, the question I just asked you.
Wait,
sorry to interrupt. I just asked you if you would.
I'm getting asked questions that I'm not allowed to answer.
I
So
asked you if you would implement secular humanism. Wait, the question I just asked you.
I would. If
well, that's not about your pursuit of truth. But that's not about your pursuit of truth as an individual anymore. Now you're talking about this is the best system for the country.
Yeah, I believe so, yes. So
but what if the
everybody
humans
proposes
disagree?
the systems that they think are the best for their country. Everybody does that.
That's
so
not
why
true.
should I be excluded?
That's not even true at all.
I don't like the system that I'm proposing.
No, the president of the Philippines. Wait,
I'm not doing it by force. Look, Sunflower. You want to let me answer? Let me answer. Why do you have to interrupt everything?
Fair enough.
There you go again. Interrupt everything that I'm saying. Stop.
I apologize. You're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I in no way would condone anybody putting any belief system in by force. I will speak about it and try to convince people that secular humanism is the best way to treat other human beings.
Stop evolutionism.
Yeah, thanks for interrupting again, Jungle Jargon. Just feel free to mute yourself.
Yeah, stop evolutionism then. Don't force evolutionism, right?
That doesn't mean that I think
stop forcing
you
evolutionism.
Have to, wow, this guy.
No, Jungle, let him talk. I interrupted him enough. Let him talk. Man.
Every time I try to explain something, that doesn't mean that I in any way condone implementing anything I believe by force, and that doesn't mean that people have to believe me. I just believe that I should be or ought to be allowed to articulate and talk about what I think the best moral system is, and people can believe me or not.
Well, wait a second. That's distinctly different. Didn't I just ask you if you could snap your fingers and implement secular humanism? I didn't say could you be allowed to have a megaphone on a street corner. Having a megaphone on a street corner is a lot different than snapping your fingers and implementing it for your entire country, right?
Well, you didn't say snap my fingers. You just said if you could implement it, would you? And yeah, if it was completely up to me, sure. But we live in a democracy. Well, I live in a democracy where a majority would have to believe that is the case.
Oh, well, then how do you implement something?
So you're also confusing political stances with moral stances, right? So I couldn't implement a moral system into law. It doesn't work like that.
But would you want to?
I think that some morals are good in law. I think that some morals the law doesn't really have sort of sway over.
What I'm really asking you here is that what if it's just you specifically, maybe you and a small other group of people that are fixated on this kind of idea of, well, we have to use a scientific method. It's the best thing we have for truth. What if democratically everyone else is just like, no, that's insufficient. We don't like it. Like, at what point do you say, okay, I'm the weirdo. I'm the one that's actually spoiling this democratic majority that people just don't like this. It's not comfortable. It makes people frustrated and miserable, and it causes more harm than good. Is that a possible outcome for you? And how do you, I guess, confront that possibility of that reality?
Well, I never called anybody a weirdo for not believing in the scientific method or what have you.
You probably called them like a monster, though.
Sorry?
I mean, I'm sure you've called plenty of Christians that hold to their beliefs.
I may have called them a moral monster if they believe.
Yeah, so weirdo, moral monster, whatever.
Sure,
go on.
Sure, from my perspective.
Keep me censored.
So I've never called anybody just a weirdo for believing in a god or believing in a theist stance. I think that some people who are theists are weirdos.
Okay, that wasn't really the point of the question.
Okay. But
put them in camps.
If I could produce results from the scientific method and it just happens, to be true, but you're saying, oh, what if everyone believed it wasn't? Well,
everyone is more miserable. No, everyone would be more miserable. Imagine telling everyone the date of their death. There you go. Sure. You have a prediction. That's great. You figured it out. You have the exact date. But then when you tell people this, they're like, I hate this. My life sucks now. I don't want to know that. Why are you giving me these novel predictions that I hate?
I don't make anybody miserable. right? I don't
well,
make
then
it.
that's my exact point. Why do you think that there's an inextricable connection with certain novel testable predictions, the ones that you're, of course, standing by in this case, and a necessary overall increase in the welfare of humanity? Why those things have no reason to be connected for any reason
Really?
at all.
Yeah,
So you
those
don't
things are all
think that
arbitrary anyway, because even those things are all subjective. When you talk about the good of society,
Right.
good according to who? The communists?
Exactly. That's
the
why my
evil
original point
dictator?
was
Hitler.
yes.
So hold
Yeah,
on. Let me
exactly.
just
Joseph
ask.
Stalin.
Let me ask a precise question, Mark. Okay, because the conversation's great, but the question is, Mark, is who determines morality if not God? Who does that? Who imposes their will on everyone, if not God?
who imposes their will on anybody?
Yeah,
if
who
not
determines morality? Is it the
So
individual? You
first
said
off,
you do.
I'll just
So the
say,
Mark Reed.
individual?
Mark Reed.
yeah,
You need to pay
yeah,
attention to my question, Mark.
yeah.
The
Redefine
question
living.
is
I will answer your question.
who determines morality, if not God? Who does that?
Okay, so I'll answer your question. I'll just address Sunflower's thing of what use does science do if it doesn't improve things. Medicine is a science. It definitely improves things. I'll just leave it there. Now, for your question, basically the social structure determines morality, as far as I'm aware.
So Martin Luther King. Hold on.
But I've never seen
So Martin
evidence
Luther
of
King was wrong
so
for
I
going
don't see
against the social
science as
structure, right,
moral
Mark?
realism.
Martin Luther King was wrong for going against the social structure.
I don't
right?
think so.
I didn't ask what you think. I didn't ask what you think.
Just asked him what you asked him a
No,
question.
you just justified
what a question
you just
is.
justified every atrocious thing. Hold on. You just justified every
Mark, how do
atrocious
you do
thing
this?
that society has approved of. And now you're contradicting yourself.
I think
when you make
the assumption
society,
that
I'll be done in
morality
1
is
second.
a realistic
Mark,
concept.
I'll be done in 1 second. 1 second. When you
Yeah,
make society your final reference point for any moral declaration, then you have no grounds to say, well, I think. Because now you're contradicting yourself. When you make society the final reference point, then you don't have any grounds to object to anything atrocious society does. So again, Mark, who determines morality if not God? Who does that?
Right. So morality, I think you're coming from a position of that morality is objective, and I don't hold that position.
So nothing can be wrong.
Yeah, you want to push it, and you want to push it on us.
And I do have a few good arguments
and you want to push
why
it.
Morality is relativistic.
So you want to push it on us, even though it's not even absolute.
You
want to push it all on us, even though it's not absolute.
The problem with that answer, Mark.
Good job, Mark. You got like 2 seconds of talking.
Okay, wait. Let me continue. Okay, Mark, are you familiar with antinatalism?
Yes.
How do you feel about it?
I would probably take a weak antinatalist position, which means that I don't think it's a moral necessity. I think that it may have merits. So really in morality, we have things that are morally necessary and things that are just, like for instance, if you don't donate to charity, it might not be a moral necessity that you give away all your money. But if you do, you may be morally superior to somebody else.
So you think that a person that doesn't have children might be morally superior to someone that does, but you're not obligated to not have children?
Yes. So
okay, Mark, let me just...
My stance is...
sorry, go ahead.
Meta-ethical relativist. So if we can agree on things under a moral structure, we can then create objective moral statements under that structure.
Okay. Do you think that convincing people, especially women, convincing people, especially women, of the thing that they are most biologically, innately driven to do is also potentially immoral, could cause a catastrophe in which people short circuit? Like, imagine telling people that it turns out that eating food, being happy, and having sex are all immoral. Can you see how this might pose a harm to society and civilization at large. And you see why this is...
Yeah, there's your problem.
Let me just sum it up. If you've read Brave New World, that's basically antinatalism. So the bottom line is you create those that are workers and those that are not, because you always need the workers, because the next generation, and that was a problem actually with the Exodus when the Pharaoh said, kill all the
I hear you're saying, but I just want to hear what Mark has to say about it.
I understand, but I was prefacing it because I think
I have read Brave New World ages ago, though, like ages ago.
I'm helping you.
Okay, cool. So really my stance is that I take the Sam Harris approach that in meta-ethics, my ethical structure has to include the well-being of every human, because that's what humanism is about. So the well-being of humans and the well-being of human society in general. And I do admit
define well-being.
Yeah, that doesn't
work.
That's
Why
subjective.
do you need the secular part?
Well-being
Just make
of humans.
humanism without the secular part.
Yeah, that's a black hole right there, Mark.
How could you have a structure if it's subjective?
Why are you a secular humanist? Be a humanist.
Yeah, so I can define well-being as the psychological and physical healthiness of a individual human, which can be measured through various,
every woman on earth is happy by having children. Like women are more biologically driven to have children than eat food.
Any of you, you're all talking.
No, like you can't tell women if you tell women that it's immoral for them to have children, that's the downfall of civilization. They are more biologically driven to have children than anything else they're wired to do. The idea that you can convince them through like logic, I can abstractly prove meta-ethicals you shouldn't have children. This is insane. This is completely counter to the fact that we evolved as animals with instinctual needs.
It's all subjective anyway.
Jorge, stop.
Why are we fixated on this stupid point?
Jorge, shut up. It's a not stupid point. Only you think it's stupid. Everyone else thinks it's a good point except you.
You have a good time, Mark.
Make Jorge shut up, though. He's a dumb fuck. Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
So it may be for the best well-being of human society that we do not overpopulate. I'm not there yet. I'm not saying, hey, you have to do this because society will collapse if we keep overpopulating. But it may be possible that one day in the future we get to that point.
I'm with you so far. That's completely different, though. Wait, but that's a totally separate point from the antinatalist. Wait, just to be clear, the antinatalist position is one in which it deals with the innate nature of what it means to be a human and how it's sort of more likely to be bad than good, and how therefore it's bad to even bring forth any human. That's totally separate from the idea of overpopulation. Just to be clear, I'm just clarifying. That's
hard antinatalism. That's the most extreme version. That's
what everyone thinks of when they think of antinatalism. Yeah.
Well, that's why I clarified that. Sort of, I'm going to. I specified weak antinatalism, where I said it may be, and I made this perfectly clear, it may be a moral superiority not to have children, but I don't think it's a moral necessity. Does that make sense? That I'm saying,
yes, you did make that clear, and that does make sense. Right. However, I still think that any like hint or allusion to the fact that if a woman hears that she will be most moral by not having children, you are literally basically telling her you are most moral by being as anorexic as possible. It's just as counterproductive to her how she's hardwired. It's literally, you are telling a woman to short circuit and invoke apoptosis in her entire body. Like, you're telling someone that's hardwired to have kids, and this is the only thing they're hardwired to do. You're telling them, yeah, but use your sort of abstract mind to wait. I'm saying, use your abstract mind to abstain from the thing you're most hardwired to do, and you expect to have a society of people living enriched, fulfilled, meaningful lives. I'm sorry, that is delusional beyond belief. And you can't just put this soft. Well, if you're even spreading it, they're gonna hear about it, and you're gonna short circuit a few brains in your soft push for antinatalism. You you're not. It's so abstract. It's just so abstract.
I don't expect you to agree with it, but that is my position. we have, I mean, China definitely had an overpopulation problem, and I don't agree with what they did to solve it. The one-child policy was terrible, but they did have overpopulation, and it is feasible that the world could be overpopulated at some point.
Why do you care about the world being, as long as we're all living, like, we can all hold hands in a circle and just, why can't we just turn a blind eye?
And I think that it is moral for the well-being of human society to leave the world.
But they're just going to evolve, Mark. They're just going to evolve, right?
It's like you want us all to be miserable so the next generation can be a little bit less miserable? No.
Well, I never said that.
That's basically what you're saying.
I don't think I'm miserable.
No, you're implying that. Like, it's the next generation, which is going to, they're increasingly suicidal already. And listen, by the way, the idea that one last thing. This will wrap up my point in a bow, and I'll stop talking. The one-child policy was the the on paper that was the on paper harm. The damage that can't be repaired is the fact that now in all of China they view daughters as a disappointment, as shit. We had a daughter, damn it. Bad. Well, you know what? Leave it in a dumpster. No, it doesn't. The policy has been done away with, but they're still leaving their infant daughters in dumpsters because the damage is done. They already view infant baby daughters as a misfortunate bad thing. They want sons. The damage is done. That's what I'm asking you. So whether or not your abstract meta-ethical antinatalist soft claim is, well, it's technically the best I can do, this could cause unbelievable implications in the subconscious mind of society. Who knows what it'll do? And there's no basis for what you're doing. Like, there's no reason to take this weird, abstract, meta-ethical, moral, subjective. Just stop. Just take a step back and say, this is my own personal battle that I'm projecting onto a world I'm unhappy with. And maybe it's best to just sort of let the theists, thrive and not superimpose your own frustration onto them. Have you ever thought about that? Okay, I'll stop talking.
Yeah, so that's a loaded question. Have you ever thought about doing the thing I'm accusing you of doing? It's beneath your sunflower. So I don't. I think that if a policy does turn out to be harmful to the well-being of humans or human society, that is when we change the policy. I don't see that suggesting that people that don't want to have children probably shouldn't have children isn't harmful at all. I don't see the problem with that. And it does a lot of the morality that theists espouse, not all of them, but a lot of them that they espouse, is in conflict with my morality. And a lot of the things that some theists espouse are in line with my morality. Like, there are humanists and theist humanists. In fact, they were there first. It's just that the secular doesn't see a need for a God. But I haven't been convinced there is a God. So I don't know why I would believe something that I don't think is true.
Do you believe that we landed on the moon?
I do.
What makes you believe that, even though with contradictory? Is it just what you saw on TV, or is it?
No, there's a lot of different reasons. I mean, we have pictures, we have the papers from the scientists, we have schematics, we have the reflectors, which you can reflect lasers off the moon because the box reflectors are still up there. There's a lot of different reasons why I think we landed on the moon.
You don't think that a lot of those images are CGI in any way?
What, in 1970?
Like of the Earth and the stars, and the contradictory testimony of space with the Apollo 11 and the current astronauts?
Yeah, I think that if you were going to use CG in the 70s, it wouldn't, you wouldn't be able to do it like that. I think that's, I'm sorry, but that sounds ridiculous to me.
It was pretty crappy looking.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, how did 1960s technology get to the moon without dying, or without succumbing to the pressure of I believe it's called the Van Allen belt, the Ryan belt. Yeah. How did they get through that? Van Allen.
Van
Yes.
Halen belt, yes.
Van Allen, there we go. I'm bad with names.
Yeah, so the band of radiation. Well, it turns out that you don't need a lot of sort of reflective material to reflect that radiation away, as long as you don't spend a long amount of time in it, which they weren't. It is perfectly fine to travel through, and that's what I've heard. I could be wrong, but that's what I have heard.
Okay, well, at least yeah. I'm just skeptical that we've landed on the moon, because there's contradictory testimonies between Apollo 11 and current astronauts of what is space. Apollo 11 says that they saw there was just a black sky, there was no stars, and the current astronauts say, "Oh yeah, there's just stars everywhere. There's it's very bright." And so there's the kind of a contradictory two data points there that makes me skeptical that we landed on the moon. Also, there's a lot of CGI. There's a lot of CGI. You can't discount that there's a lot of CGI.
I just want to address that quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So the old astronauts didn't say there was no stars. What they said is there's no stars in the pictures because the reflection off the moon's surface created so much light that you couldn't see the stars. That was my understanding of what they said. Because people said, oh, the pictures are fake because there's no stars in it. And the astronauts said, well, you can't see the stars because of the reflected light. And that's what they said.
What makes you think that you won't be able to see stars if you're not in an atmosphere like Earth, whatever that is? How would you not see stars?
Why don't you see
a moon? Pardon?
Why don't you see stars during the daytime?
Well, because there's it's a blue sky. There's an atmosphere. We live in a dome. That's what
there's a blue sky, there's atmosphere, but you don't see the stars, and the exposure on the film won't capture them because there's too much light coming through.
Yeah. At night, you can't see stars at night when there's too much light. When there's too much light pollution, you can't see stars at night. You can't see stars at night when there's too much light pollution.
There you go, Jungle Jack.
Same thing.
What's
Listen,
that doesn't make any sense.
Easy way on the NASA thing. Okay, so
if you want to see stars better, you go out.
Listen, on the NASA thing about the moon landing and everything.
Yeah.
So if you go to NASA's website, they admit that they've enhanced the pictures because they're in black and white and not in color. However, there was a gentleman that worked for NASA. They've tried to silence him for years now, but he used to actually do the paintings of the planets. And he used to do other things that telescopes did not see. And he has videos. I can't remember the guy's name. I'll look it up for you. But it's quite intriguing because he was a young kid. That was a really good artist. They hired him. He worked for him for like 12 years, made a lot of money. And a lot of those imageries that you see were actually painted. And I also want to know when Apollo landed on the moon, how did they get the film? Did the film crew show up first or what? Them blasting off the moon and them landing on the moon. Because it's kind of interesting. You could see them land on the moon. So how'd they get that photography done?
There's also photography of like they use northern Canada like as Mars, as supposed Mars pictures in Devon Island. You can look it up.
Mojave Desert.
Or the Mojave Desert. Yeah.
That this isn't the topic kind of thing. A lot of the chat is saying
this is way off topic.
Yeah. But anyway, I just thought they didn't put that whole NASA thing to put it to bed.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, I
even
believe
if still doesn't disprove God.
Sorry, Alex. Yeah, well, I mean, I believe the pictures, the data sets, the things that I know about. If that can be proved false, then yeah, I guess that I'm wrong. I claim to know that we landed on the moon because of its and to be honest, knowledge is justified true belief is my definition. So If I have justification and I claim to know something, then I'm claiming it's true.
So then God is true, right? Then God's true, right? Because I have a justified true belief. And so God is true by your own criteria. Do you accept that?
Well, I don't think it's true, and I don't think you know that.
But
it's okay if you don't.
I didn't ask what you think. I didn't ask what you think. Do you accept your own Hold on. Do you accept your own standard as a justification for God, or do you have a double standard? Go ahead.
No, I think that you're claiming knowledge, but I don't see a justification.
No, it's a justified true belief. That's all.
Yeah, so
just
you're claiming
based on information, based on this and that. Yeah.
So you're claiming knowledge.
That?
You can claim knowledge. I don't believe you because I don't see the justification.
I didn't ask if you believe me. You established a criteria.
Yes.
And I used your criteria to justify God. So do you accept that God exists?
What is the criteria?
Just to justify true belief.
Justify
you just imagine it and call it true.
And if I'm wrong, I had no knowledge of it. Did you miss that part?
Well, then you never know if you actually have a justified true belief or not. Wait, Mark, how do you know if you have a justified true belief or not?
So this is where sort of solipsism kicks in, and I do
exactly
right.
Why Mark? You have to realize. Do you not realize this infinite regress of absurdism that you've cornered yourself into? Like the fact that you can even say, "I have a justified true belief," but when you ask me how I really know I have the justified true belief, this is where solipsism comes in. Mark, this is not going to help a lot of people live meaningful and happy lives. This is weird.
I don't have a meaningful and happy life.
You might. You're the. What if you're the outlier? Do you not realize that you're talking to billions of people potentially?
But the thing is that you're saying that if you know this stuff, you cannot have. There's tons of atheists and people that do subscribe to solipsism that do have happy and meaningful lives. So
that's not relevant.
I didn't say that. No,
relevant, but Sunshine brought it up, so I don't know.
No, Mark, you have this. No, I guarantee you, the vast majority of people in the world that identify as happy do not say that they have this sort of soft antinatalism, subjective meta-ethical. If I introduce solipsism, these are the people that commit suicide in the highest levels. I promise you, Mark, the kind of stuff you're saying. This is the demographic of people that end up isolated in a corner on 4chan committing school shootings and committing suicide. If you are that ignorant that you don't realize that, then you are committing harm on humanity, and you have to wake up. The statistics support what I'm saying.
What's the stance of atheists on somebody who's suicidal? So somebody has suicidal thoughts and they say, I just want to end my life. I think I'd feel better if I did.
They say,
I don't want to move on.
They say,
since there's no afterlife, what would be like the justification for that person to keep living?
So he said the Earth's overpopulated, so he should just probably do it.
Understand, John, is
the most moral act possible.
Atheists believe the same things. Like they have.
He's a soft anti-natalist. He's a soft suicide.
Where they're coming from. So just because you're an atheist doesn't mean that you have to subscribe to secular humanism. It doesn't mean that. There are nihilist atheists. There are atheists that believe in objective morality. There's a whole load.
So let me rephrase the question. What's your stance on if somebody comes to you and say they're suicidal and you don't? Obviously, atheists don't believe in an afterlife. I guess that's what I guess the one thing atheists can agree upon. So what would be the motivation that you would give somebody who, because obviously there's some sort of underlying pleasure principle. So somebody would say, hey, what would it would just be better. I'd feel better if I just off myself either with me or with assisted suicide. Or what would be because you'd be like, well, the default position would be like, well, if you want to kill yourself, I mean, if it makes you feel good, I mean, go for it, right? But
we have an overpopulation problem. The same way as soft antinatalism. Soft antinatalism is completely analogous to soft pro-suicidalism. If I'm wrong, correct me, Mark.
Could I respond instead of you telling me what I think? I'd really appreciate it.
You can try.
when you said that afterlife, atheists must not believe in an afterlife, that isn't technically true. Atheism
come on.
proposition.
Come on, dude.
It is possible for someone to be an atheist without belief and still believe in some sort of afterlife.
That's ridiculous.
This is the most ridiculous
That's
thing.
ridiculous.
This is
That's
the
a lie.
saddest.
That is such a lie.
Most pathetic. Yeah, no, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. I'm calling this what it is. This is bullshit.
Okay.
Are you saying it's unreasonable for me to say that atheists don't believe in an afterlife? Are you kidding me right now?
The number one thing from an atheist is they
like,
turn
that's
to worm
ridiculous.
dust.
For instance, somebody may be an atheist, not believe in any gods, and believe unwarrantedly, I think, that you can naturalistically reincarnate into something else.
Yeah, this person that you've never heard of that doesn't exist. Name one person that believes that, Mark.
I don't know. It is possible.
Yeah, okay.
I admit,
this is how
that sounds like a faith-based argument,
this is
sir.
how absurd your worldview is.
I don't agree with that argument, but sort of we're talking about atheists in general. I'm just saying that atheists are different. A lot of people believe in different things as long as they do not. Well, what's
name one person?
Or what's the definition of an atheist then?
You're proving how absurd your worldview is right now.
Well,
like this is the stupidest thing ever.
Can I give a definition of an atheist? And I think it's reasonable. Someone who doesn't believe in a deity because there's no proof of it, and they don't believe in an afterlife because there's no proof of it.
Well, I don't think that an atheist is someone that doesn't believe in an afterlife. I think an atheist is someone that does not believe in a deity or deities. Or
that would be a contradiction.
This is
because now you're
what's your proof?
You're
what's your proof of reincarnation?
to something. You're appealing to something that is outside of time, space, and matter. You violate your own criteria when you say that. If all things are just what's physical and what exists, then to invoke an afterlife would be a contradiction.
Well,
one thing the atheist that believes in afterlife would have to be is a transcendental meditationist as well, because that's what they believe in.
Well, this is how absurd it is.
What?
I got a question. I got a question for Mark.
Atheists don't believe in the soul. That doesn't make any sense.
No, because here's what's happening. Mark realizes, oh shit, I do have to kind of support suicide. I said there was an overpopulation problem.
No,
I said I was a soft antinatalist. He's a soft antinatalist. He has said maybe you're not obligated to commit suicide, but maybe it's the more moral thing to do. He backed himself into a corner, and here he goes with the I never said an afterlife didn't exist. Here it is, folks.
I didn't.
It's written all over his face. It's written all over his face.
I would like Mark's answer on the question still.
Thanks, Sunflower. I never said any of the things Sunflower just said. My position on suicide is that it's antithetical to the well-being of humans in general. It's well-being. It's harmful for the well-being of the individual. It's harmful for the well-being.
So is not having children. I
don't think that's specifically true in terms of overpopulation, which may eventually happen, considering the growth of humans.
I have a question for Mark. Mark, can you answer me this? How can you justify the existence of matter? What's the justification, or can you explain the existence of matter?
I'm kind of suspect at what you're getting at, but my senses, I can feel
No,
matter.
it's a straightforward question. Question. Can you justify the existence of matter? You know what matter is, right? It's energy, right?
It can be energy.
Right?
Yeah, it is energy.
It is energy. Okay. So can you justify the existence of energy? How can you justify the existence of energy? Can you explain the existence of energy?
Energy in the form of matter is right there.
No, the origin of the existence of energy. Can you justify its existence?
So now you want me to justify the origin of the existence of energy.
Explain
the causal origin.
The existence of
energy. So that's why I said
the existence to me.
this one. So I
explain.
mean, getting back to the origin of energy in the universe, is that what you're getting at? With sort of in a roundabout way.
Well, I'm not talking about the multiverse. I'm talking about explain the existence of energy that you and I see the result of.
Right. So energy was at one point a sort of in a hot, sort of very, very small singularity that expanded. Before that,
explain the existence. That doesn't explain. Doesn't explain
well,
it.
I mean,
doesn't account for it.
But my 45 expends more energy than my 22. How's that work?
Your 44 expends more kinetic energy.
45. Yeah. I mean, it uses more energy.
Yeah. So your the way that it works is that you have a certain mass in the bullet of your 45 that's expelled by the force of a explosive, gunpowder presumably, pushing on that, because it takes more potential energy to get that mass moving. I'm sorry.
Well,
yeah, hold on.
Hold
on.
That was in the
Hold on 1 second.
Stop.
John, Bubblegum.
I have one question.
Is backstage, John.
One question. Mark.
I'm just telling John that Bubblegum's backstage, trying to get in.
One question, Mark. Very clear. In the same way that you specifically defined why you're a soft analyst, in that you believe that while it might be more moral not to have children, we are not obligated to do so, and you specifically cited the potential overpopulation. Can you please explain again why this would not also perfectly apply to suicide, and the fact that one would not be obligated to commit suicide, but why it might be moral to do so given the impending overpopulation of the planet? That's my specific question. Please address it specifically.
I think that it would be hard pressed to imagine a situation where it may be moral to do so. It would be very hard pressed.
He just gave you one.
Well, because undermine the well-being of individuals and the society is the most important thing. So when you're
that's for society. Society's overpopulated.
That don't want to live.
Right. So it's hard pressed to imagine. And I think that in order to protect the well-being of individuals, you need to have certain rights that protect that individual. So that's
they have the right.
That doesn't sound like
it's
right.
their choice. Wait, Mark. They have the right not to. It's their choice.
Sure. So if it's their choice, then it may be moral to commit suicide. Maybe.
There you go. Mask off.
This is sounding like the
there you have it.
The lottery.
Mark went mask
moral to
mask
their
off.
free will to commit suicide.
Mark,
if you're locked in a situation where the entire lot of you will die unless one person commits suicide and feeds the others, for instance.
That was the short story of the lottery.
No, wait, that's not what I said, Mark.
No, I'm giving you an analogy.
The impending overpopulation of the Earth.
Situation.
Given the impending overpopulation of the Earth.
Right.
It might be more moral for you to just snuff yourself out.
If you're all trapped in a freezer where you will all die without food, right? You're trapped for an extended period of time. And one person says, I am going to sacrifice myself so all of these other people can live. That may be, under extreme circumstances, the moral thing to do.
However, Mark, that's not the scenario we're dealing with. With the vast expanse of overpopulation, it does not rely on any one person's shoulder. So the exact same way you elucidated it with antinatalism, you did not say one person must not have children, because the concept you described was that for any given person, given the impending overpopulation, for any given person, given the impending overpopulation of our planet, while they are not obligated to not have children, it might be more moral to do so. This is completely analogous to for any given person, given the impending overpopulation of our planet, they are not obligated to commit suicide. However, it may be more moral to do so. I hold you to that, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, so let's change it then. If you don't want to lying on the shoulders of one person. Let's change it to 1,000 people and 5 people have to choose to commit suicide. Or let's change it to 1 million people and 1,000 people choose to commit suicide. Where are you going to stop this analogy where under certain circumstances, and I want to make perfectly clear that these people are choosing to do so, that they can save others by making a sacrifice? Where does that become immoral? Where does one person...
This question doesn't make sense. You have to rephrase your question, because your original stance of soft antinatalism, there was no numbers in that. You presented it. You presented soft antinatalism as though it was for any given person. There was not a sort of numbers game. It was not a sort of... You didn't present soft antinatalism with a ratio, as in, soft antinatalism as if a few select people somehow have a disproportionate amount of, like, their children would take up more resources. No. You made it very clear that given the... I'm going to restate my question, Mark, because I really do think you did not answer it. Given the impending overpopulation of our planet, you supported a soft antinatalist stance, which, as you explained, would mean no one is obligated not to have children. However, it may be more moral not to have children. Yes. I'm going to say this again. This is not a one for the many. There was never a trolley. This is not a trolley problem. This is simply any given person that is aware of the impending overpopulation of the planet.
Yeah.
It may be more moral for them to kill themselves because...
you did say that.
Natalist position that you described. When was there a ratio involved? There never was.
The reason why I'm not giving a ratio or anything hard is because it all depends. So the criteria is always going to be the well-being of individuals and human society. So humans and human society. If we discover a technology that we don't have to do that, then it is no longer moral to do so, for instance. And that's why I sort of say, hey, it all depends on this idea of...
Mark, you're begging the question, Mark. Hold on.
Mark, what utopia are we talking about here?
Superimposed.
Mark, you're presupposing the thing that you're supposed to be establishing. You keep talking about morality, and when you answer these questions, you keep talking about like people have rights. You keep saying where does this ubiquitous rights come from if not from God? I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, I see where you're going.
I understand that. You
Mark,
assume that
it's nonsense.
Wait, Mark.
I don't assume that. I think that there's no objective morality, and
you keep appealing to yourself, Mark. So what you're saying is that the individual determines morality.
Basically, you're using the analogy as you have to crack an egg to make an omelet.
Guys. Let me ask Mark.
Structure. I think that's what happens.
Mark, can you superimpose your soft antinatalism? Mark, can you superimpose your soft antinatalist concept? Just superimpose that onto the exact same concept but for suicide, and tell me why it doesn't fit.
What do you mean why it doesn't fit?
Because it would make sense that if we are facing an impending overpopulation, the same way that not having children would obviously take away from the overpopulation, so would deleting yourself. Is that not true?
I think that you're sort of smuggling in impending there, sort of saying, hey, it's just around the corner, which I never said or never.
Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is. That's a red herring. It doesn't have to be impending.
Solutions that humanity can come up with in the near future that would make a antinatalist, even a soft antinatalist stance, it would make that something that we don't need to do, and therefore not even.
What would be the criteria?
Wait, stop, John. Mark, why doesn't it also apply to deleting oneself? Why does that logic not also apply?
Because in order for the well-being of the society to outweigh the sort of rights of the individual, because that is in the best interest of the well-being of the individual, you would have to have incredibly extreme circumstances. and not the ones that you're
You have
sort
the
of
choice.
alluding.
The individual still has the choice. That's why it's soft. It's not hard. It's soft.
Sure. And if they didn't have a choice, then if they decided that they didn't
they have a choice.
Well, of course they have a choice. Everybody has a choice. I don't.
So what do you mean they don't have a choice? Why do you keep saying if they didn't have a choice? They have a choice.
What do you mean? I'm just saying that if they have a choice, then yeah.
In the same way that you are not obligated to not have children, but it may be more moral to not have children because of overpopulation. You could say the exact same logic. I don't know, Mark. Are you not understanding? The exact same logic applies to you are not obligated to kill yourself, but it may be more moral to do so. Given
If you have an impending, like if you're in a situation where everyone will die, if somebody doesn't sacrifice themselves, it may be moral.
That's not the case with children. Wait, so that's not the case with having children. Why are you a soft enemy, Mark?
Over the battlefield kind of thing?
Mark,
one person deciding to sacrifice themselves and lay on fire to get the others across.
Why are you a soft antinatalist?
The moral thing to do. Why is that not the moral thing to do?
I'll tell you why, Mark. Why are you a soft antinatalist then? Because we all know it's not a baby sacrifice.
Lots of questions. You can answer one of mine. Why is someone sacrificing themselves by laying on the wire an immoral thing to do?
Because
no.
What criteria?
You're
What
not
criteria?
understanding why I'm drawing the parallel here.
Answer the question.
No, that's not a question. Mark,
why is laying?
I'm asking you. No, Mark, stop. Mark, stop over talking. Listen, who's being laid on the wire by not having children? No, I'm the one drawing the parallel. Who's being sacrificed by not having a child?
Who's being sacrificed by not having a child? Nobody.
You brought that up. I'm not talking about sacrificing. I'm talking about it's one less body to feed if you kill yourself, right? It's one less body to feed.
Okay, so I just said that the whole idea of suicide being moral is if you are sacrificing yourself. So why is that immoral if you're sacrificing yourself for the good of your society? How's it different than someone laying on the wire in order for his loved companions to get across that battlefield and survive?
I'm asking you that, Mark. I'm asking you why suicide.
What's the criteria?
Mark, I'm asking you. Wait,
lay on the wire.
Mark,
is a moral thing to do.
I'm asking you why suicide is not different than simply not having kids in this case. It's one less body count. It's one less. Why are those not the same?
Why are they not the same? Because
that's what I've been asking you this whole time. Why is killing yourself not equivalent to not having a child? One less body to feed. Answer that, Mark.
So in one, you are taking a human life, which may be it's obviously detrimental to that human, and it is also detrimental to society.
If he wants to die,
unless
he wants to die,
it's benefited by the thing, by the suicide. And then the other, there is no person. Like if you don't choose to have a child, there is no human you are taking out of the equation.
You finally answered it. It is the same. It is the same then. As long as the person wants to die, as long as the person wants to die, if the person wants to die, then you have the same way you have a soft antinatalist stance, you have a soft suicide stance. Anyone who wants to die, they are not obligated to kill themselves, but they are probably more moral if they do. There you go.
What about abortion? What's your stance on abortion?
Get what you're saying. Okay, so I mean, I can talk about abortion if you want to. I'm more than happy to.
Yeah, what's your stance?
Yeah, so I'm pro-choice. I think that a woman should have the right, as I alluded to in these rights.
You just hit her body. Does the baby have a say on what if they want to be sacrificed or not?
No, I mean it's not. Yeah, I mean I guess you're using baby. Sure. They are reliant on another person for their existence, and they don't have a right to interfere with another's life.
Wait, Mark. Why does anyone have a right to anything? You keep talking about these ubiquitous rights that people have.
Yeah.
I want to know what makes those real, if not God.
Yeah.
Why does anyone? You're hold on. Let me give you the context of my question. Okay, you're being inconsistent. You're borrowing from the biblical worldview. In nature, nobody cares when a tiger rips apart a baby gazelle or deer or whatever it might be. And you, from your worldview, your position is that that's all we are. We're nature. But now you're imposing these rights on humanity as if we're some sort of different thing, and you're imposing them in a way as if they're objective. Where'd you get all that?
That's an interesting question, because if a tiger rips apart a baby, there doesn't seem to be an objective morality to stop it. While in other animals, like chimpanzees, for instance, we do see a moral structure. So where I think morals come from, the basis for morals are our innate senses of empathy and reciprocity.
That's arbitrary, Mark.
Form a system of objective morality. I don't think they rise to a morality because they don't actually tell us what we ought to do, but I think we can use them as tools if we do agree on what's important to have a structure that we can determine objective decisions for achievement of that structure. And Mark, you don't have to care about human well-being.
You're contradicting yourself. You're contradicting yourself. Because when I ask you who determines morality, what's the final reference point? The first thing you said was society. Okay. Then when I explained to you that societies have justified many atrocious things, you immediately pivoted, which is a contradiction, and you appealed to the individual. Now, Sunflower went on, and I mean, and that was fine, but I think he's asking the wrong question. The problem is if you're pivoting to the individual, well, individuals have justified many atrocious things also. So the specific question is, what's the final reference point? And each time you invoke that final reference point, you contradict yourself when you appeal to something else. So that's the question.
Yep. So society is made up of individuals who each have these senses of empathy and reciprocity. We all have them, except for maybe you could point out that sort of sociopaths or psychopaths, for instance, are born without a sense of empathy. That's a bit of an outlier and is unusual. Morality is usually applied to functioning humans or functioning beings rather than anything else. So it is the general sense of empathy that and reciprocity that allows us to form a moral structure in society.
So you didn't answer didn't answer. Hold on for a second. Sure. Just give me a few minutes. So Mark, you didn't answer my question. I'm looking for the final reference point. Okay. Let me explain to you.
I'm not going to give it to you because I don't think morals come from a God.
Well, that you don't have to, but that's my position. But here's the thing. On the biblical worldview, okay, God imposes these morals onto humanity. He establishes them in an objective way, and all the humans on Earth can disagree. It doesn't matter. All the humans, all the creatures cannot change what the Creator has imposed. But you reject that, right? So
let's talk about.
I'll let you push back on me all you want. I will answer all
Yeah,
your questions.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But that's well, you can write it down. That's my worldview, and but right now we're challenging your worldview and the absurdity of it. So what you just justified when the Americans pulled out of the Middle East recently, the people that we called terrorists, they rebranded themselves as freedom fighters, and they demanded that any of the young virgins be turned over to the freedom fighters so they could repopulate their army. And if anyone objected, they got shot, the parents. Now, here in America, we call that rape and murder. But over there, what you've just justified what they did, because you have these individuals that make up a society, and society made a moral declaration for the betterment of society. Now, since that is your final reference point, Mark, on what grounds can you object?
Yeah, so it depends on whether you agree with me that the well-being of humans is important.
So,
That's all.
hold on. So what you're missing here, Mark, is we're doing a worldview.
The well-being of all humans is important. I happen to believe
you contradicted yourself again.
So I think it's
and you're not
immoral.
answering the question, Mark.
I can't say, hey, they're like in some objective way immoral. I can just say, hey, because
okay, great.
Because
I
don't
that. That's sunflower. Did you see how we just did that, sunflower? You see how easy it is. You just have to answer. You just have to ask the right questions.
So
I think that
it's fine.
Morality
it's fine,
is something
right?
created by societies, and as
that's not morality at all, Mark. That's not morality at all.
T-Jump disagrees.
Okay, so let's look at your objective morality.
T-Jump is a moral viewer.
Show that your morality is in fact objective to somebody like
T-Jump is
why
a
does
moral
it
realist.
with everybody else who's saying their morality objective and yours is wrong? Who is right?
One question at a time.
And how do you demonstrate that?
Yeah, so one question at a time. So first of all, Mark,
really?
It doesn't follow.
You've been hitting me with question after question after question. You've got to be joking, right?
No, I'll take all your questions. Okay? I'm just saying I'll do them one at a time. So first of all, it doesn't follow that because people dismiss the speed limit on the highway, or they dismiss the revelation of God's moral standard, that those things don't exist. And the way that I'm defining objective is I'm defining objective as something that the creatures cannot change because it was imposed by the Creator. Just like in the days of Noah, all the humans on earth, they can say, this God, we don't care what he says. They can ask those silly questions. But in the end, God is the enforcement mechanism. Okay?
Yes.
So it doesn't matter who disagrees.
Innate aptitude for guilt is the best proof of that. That what he just said is so true. Guess what? You can't escape guilt. It doesn't matter. It'll live in your head. You know what you did is wrong. You can try to act like Sam Harris. Guess what? You're haunted by guilt. Guilt is built into you. That's proof that there's a moral compass innate in all of us. Unless you're
he's avoiding our questions.
Yeah, hold on, you guys. I don't care. It's fine if Mark wants. Mark's not going to. Mark's going to tap dance, okay? But let me explain what you couldn't explain, Mark. You know. Well, you shake your head, but anytime. Hey, while I'm answering your question,
you have a sign that says this is the speed limit. My question was, how do you know what you're saying is the speed limit? So you say 70. Another person, like instead of I'm sorry, I don't know what religion.
I got the question, Mark.
An Islamic person says that the speed limit's actually 50. How do you tell empirically, like objectively, who is right and who is wrong?
We all know
because God established these in the 10 Commandments. Okay, and so what you were failing to account for. You don't have to accept my worldview, but we're doing a worldview comparison. On your worldview, you can't even say that murder and rape is wrong if it's happening on the other side of the world. I can say those things are objectively wrong at all places and all times. And it doesn't follow because people because people reject that, just like they do the speed limit, that those things were not revealed. Okay, and how do I know? How do I know? Because the Bible says, hold on, I'll be done in 1 second. Because the Bible says that God God has placed his moral law on our hearts. And that's why Mark, that those things are wrong. But if you try to say they're wrong, you're not going to be able to defend that with me because you have no final reference point. That is the proof of God and God's objective moral standard.
Is killing always wrong? Is killing always wrong? Is killing always wrong?
No, murder is always wrong, Mark. Murder is killing innocent. Killing innocent people.
So
you mentioned that.
I know where you're going. I'll take that question too.
So it's just the law that defines murder. That's all that it is.
Is it okay to murder your 1-year-old child because the mother doesn't want to raise it anymore, and it's still dependent upon the mother?
Yes, that's wrong.
Why is that wrong?
What standard?
You said, but the child is dependent. Like the child's not going to survive on its own at 1 year or 6 months old. No. You said that because pro-choice is justified.
Murdering the child is wrong. Yes, I said
pro-choice is justified because
somebody else. Well, don't misrepresent my position.
I didn't. You said pro-choice is justified because the baby is dependent upon the mother to survive. Well, isn't the baby dependent upon the mother to survive like 2 years after birth?
Yep. So it is a right to bodily autonomy.
breastfeeding is bodily autonomy. Why can't a mother
wait? Hold on, you guys. Look, this is all you have to ask. Look, this is all you have to ask.
Wait, Mark, can she let it starve? No. What if the only option for the baby to be fed is the woman's breast milk? That's bodily autonomy. Can she just say, "Hey"?
The only option for a baby to be fed.
It's a hypothetical. This is how thought experiments work, Mark.
It's a hypothetical that never happens. Get that situation.
This is how humans evolved. What do you
Mark?
What do you mean?
Hold on, you guys. Look, hold on. This is what you need to do.
What do you think the mother and the baby did while the guy was out hunting for a week?
Sunflower.
Okay, Mark, let me ask you. Well, just answer the hypothetical then.
Do you know what a nanny is? We get the baby a nanny, somebody that produces.
Let me ask you something, Mark. If there's a mother in a cottage, and
this is a reasonable.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, this is how thought experiments work. They're obviously supposed to be extreme. Don't laugh. Just answer the question. A mother had a recently born baby, and they're trapped in a winter storm, and her bodily autonomy is her breast milk. She doesn't want to give up her bodily autonomy, and thus she lets the baby starve because her bodily autonomy is her breast milk. Is that justified?
Yep.
Oh, there you go. Mask off.
Hold on, Mark or Sunflower. You're
talking about a situation that never happens, and
it could happen. First of all, it definitely has happened at least once. It's definitely happened at least one time.
We're definitely being fair.
Just say I'm dying of blood loss. Do I have the right to pin you down?
No, it doesn't. No, I'm not going to go that extreme. I'm going to go to the breastfeeding.
No. Is it right for me to pin you down and take your blood against your will?
Yeah, it's funny. The answer is no, because that's not part of
why not? I'm going to die without it. Why not?
So you're doubling down on the woman refusing to breastfeed her newborn baby in order to, which will result in its death. You're doubling down on that. Yes or no? Are you doubling? Are you doubling down?
You just showed it when you said, "Hey, save another life."
Oh no, you just tapped.
Yeah, is being pinned down and having blood drawn a reasonable expectation of your
my blood?
Mark,
and I agree with you.
Okay, I'll answer your question. Yes.
Life. That's it.
Is the father being, or a random man being pinned down and having blood drawn from him, is that entailed in the responsibility one takes when they decide to bear a child and give birth to it?
They don't decide sometimes.
Well, the answer is no. The answer is no. Okay, however, a mother breastfeeding her child. Yeah, Mark, I don't know if this is news to you, Mark. A mother breastfeeding her child is part of the innate responsibility and obligation a mother takes when she decides to bear a child. You are such a fucking liberal. You're a typical Australian liberal, dude. Obviously, you know that you fucked up here. You're telling me that a woman locked in a cabin with her newborn baby that just doesn't feel like breastfeeding, she's justified in letting the baby die because she doesn't feel like breastfeeding. Are you actually doubling down on that? Yes or no?
I don't think there's somebody that doesn't want to breastfeed.
Are you doubling down on the woman's right to do that? Yes or no?
Well, I'm going to support the bodily integrity, but I think that your example is so ridiculous.
It's definitely happened at least once in human history. There's been a lot of people, Mark. It's happened at least once. I guarantee it.
You don't think the same thing of taking somebody's blood to help somebody else.
This isn't how hypotheticals work, Mark. You're jumping through mental gymnastic rings. Just answer the hypothetical. It's a thought experiment for a reason.
Bodily integrity, because you think that someone's integrity should be protected.
Mark, it's a thought experiment for a reason. Answer the question.
I've already answered your question, Sunshine.
And you said she does have the right to just simply, I'm annoyed, I don't feel like it, I'm going to not breastfeed my baby.
That would be the case. I think that a woman
what do you mean you don't think it would be the case? Casey Anthony left her baby in a car. Mark, Casey Anthony left her baby in a hot car. What do you mean you don't think it would be the case?
So that is somebody with other options.
Sunflower.
Casey Anthony left her baby in a car.
Yes, so that's somebody
Mark
with.
Already answered you. He already answered you. He said.
So what do you mean you don't think a woman would ever do that? Women do it all the time.
Listen, Mark already answered you. He said that the woman has a right to kill the baby because the baby lives off the mother. Okay?
Well, I didn't say
that would also apply to the baby that's breastfeeding.
What an epic moral failure, Mark.
That's enough.
That is the most epic moral failure I've ever seen in my life.
the right to protect their bodily integrity in that specific circumstance. I don't
Mark,
think
who imposes
they have
that? Who
Ethics,
imposes
moral
bodily autonomy,
failure.
Mark, if not God?
Mark,
Who
this is
imposes bodily
embarrassing, dude.
autonomy, if not God? Hold on,
I
a
would
second.
just sign off, Mark. Just this is
No,
embarrassing.
hold on.
Wow.
Who imposes? My gosh, you
You're
guys,
probably
1 second.
trying to
Mark,
work
who imposes bodily autonomy, if not God?
So
You
I
keep
think
talking
that
about this bodily
yeah,
autonomy. Where does that come
yeah.
from, if not God?
So there's certain things that humans have that are integral to their psychological.
No, what makes
and
that real, Mark?
What makes it real?
Yeah,
I
you're
don't
saying there's
understand.
this. You're saying that there's these rights and these bodily
Yeah.
autonomy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
From your
so it's
position,
sort of
you're borrowing that from mine, unless you can account for it.
well, it's
Account for
just
that.
biologically that people in general, humans in general, there's certain things that they need to be have physical well-being.
That's not what I
and
asked, Mark.
psychological well-being.
Yeah,
and
that's not what I
certain
asked,
things.
Mark.
Yeah, so what you're looking for is something to
What
make
makes it real?
objective.
You're saying that there's these non-physical things that exist out there, and everyone has them. I'm saying what makes it real. What is that?
So you're basically saying what makes it objective, and I've already said I don't think morality is objective.
Then you're contradicting yourself when you object to sunflower.
Can I finish?
You're
I think you
contradicting
can
yourself.
trace it back to the biology of humans, the way
you're
that
just
they
making
need
stuff up, Mark. How do you get A from not A, Mark? How do you get A from not A, Mark?
It comes down to psychological well-being, that you do need things.
Mark, you're
much
ignoring
like
me. I know you can hear me.
Yeah, so you're just interrupting
how do you
me,
get
like,
A from not A, Mark? How do you get
you're
A?
just
Well, you're just making stuff up.
I'm not making stuff up. Humans do need certain things to have
that's not the
physical and
question.
psychological well-being.
Yeah, but that's not the
it's sort of-
question. That's not the question, Mark.
Yeah, but you're sort of saying what makes this thing I've determined to be objective, even though I
who
can't
imposes
explain
that?
why
You're
it's
saying that the
How
baby
do
has
you
these
get
rights.
back to objective things? Now, I've given you something objective, which we can say that the well-being of a person is objectively measurable. We can measure how physically healthy you are and how psychologically healthy you are. And I mean, it's not 100% accurate, but we can still measure that objectively.
So when are you going to answer my question, Mark?
Objective. I am answering your question.
No, you're not. So let me ask you again. You're saying that these babies have some sort of bodily autonomy, and I'm saying who imposes that and makes it real. Mark, you're just talking and talking, but you're not answering anything.
Things like self-determinism. They need self-actualization. They need safety, security in order to be psychologically healthy or have.
That's not the question, though, is it, Mark? That's not the question.
Well, if you want to get back to how do you get back to God, which seems to be what you're getting.
No, that's not the question. No, we're not talking about my worldview. I'm happy to. I can answer this. You see, because we're all made in the image of God. God imposes those things onto His creation. Okay,
yeah, but the problem
that's what
is
makes
that
it real. But
you know that's subjective and is in actuality.
No, I don't, Mark. No, I don't.
Yeah, so your sort of example
no, I don't,
that people
Mark.
in other places do other things seems to suggest that they're saying their morality is objective, you're saying yours is objective, and there is no methodology to show whose is the actual objective morality.
You want me to explain why your reasoning is flawed, Mark? Because I could say that morality is imposed by a colony of pixies on the moon. My position, Mark, hold on. My position has no bearing on how you need to answer the question. I can say that morality is imposed by pixies. Okay, my position has no bearing. Now you're saying that babies are born with some innate rights. Okay, I can explain that. You don't have to accept that, but I'm asking you, Mark, who imposes that? Where does that come from, Mark?
That comes from society and an understanding of our biology.
So society
and
does?
Well-being.
So society can take it
away.
We
do. We give ourselves
so it's not real then, right? So it's not real.
Our rights are taken away on a constant basis. I don't know if you're aware of
because it's an illusion.
It's not an illusion. It's not an illusion. There are certain things that humans need that are objective. our psychology and our physiology are based upon
Yeah,
objective.
you can't account for those things either, Mark. You want me to explain why you can't? You
Well,
can't
I
account
can't
for
account.
any of that. Would you like me to help you understand why?
Yeah.
Are those
So
things
this
are those things
question is
predicated on the laws of nature and physics?
Are these predicated on the laws of nature and physics?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
scientific
They might be
understandings.
predicated on physics, but nothing is
Science isn't predicated on laws.
Laws are descriptive; they're not prescriptive.
So they're not
they
real?
describe things in reality.
So they're not real? Laws aren't real then?
The laws of physics aren't real. The physics is.
The laws of physics. Then what justifies your extrapolation back to a singularity? What justifies any assumptions that haven't been observed? You know the future?
Yeah, so
can you tell me the lotto?
methodology,
What's the winning lotto numbers going to be, Mark?
There's nothing in science that says you should be able to understand sort of complex.
Well, I'm asking you're saying that all of these extrapolations are justified.
Yeah,
but
sure.
you just rejected the thing that you affirm, which is science. So now you've contradicted yourself again. I can do this with you all night. What makes those laws real?
Well, science doesn't say that we should understand the so if you're talking about chaos theory, like in the lotto numbers,
you're not answering my question again, Mark. You're just dodging again, but that's fine.
I mean, you're just sort of doing a Darth Dawkins saying
what justifies those extrapolations, Mark?
So those chaos systems, science doesn't say that we should be able to understand exactly how they work. We can make predictions.
What justifies those extrapolations, Mark, back to a singularity?
It doesn't actually say that for a complex system like lotto numbers, we should be able to tell exactly what happened. So you're misrepresenting science in that case.
Yeah, because you're dodging. This is actually. Let me correct you. Let me correct you, Mark. David Hume, the atheist philosopher of science, calls this the problem of induction. You are making inferences unjustifiably to these things that you cannot account for from your worldview because you reject the God that makes them real. You have to borrow from my worldview, just like you do everything else. Just like you do everything else, Mark. You borrow it all.
You have the same problem with induction. How do you solve it?
Because God created nature so it can be rationally understood. Because He revealed it.
He revealed it. So you experienced something that you then took a conclusion for. That's induction.
Questions are not arguments, Mark. Do you have an argument for the defeater of God, Mark?
You just used induction.
Do you have an argument for the defeater of God, Mark?
Something and made a conclusion. You just made an induction, which you says don't work. So no,
that's a deductive argument, Mark.
You just use an induction. You 100% did. Just because you don't understand induction doesn't mean you didn't use it. So you are using induction as well. And every time you appeal to science,
Mark, you're slow. Let me explain this to you again.
No.
Let me explain this to you again, Mark. You're slow.
You're sitting on things and referencing things that are based on induction, but you say it doesn't work under Hume's problem of induction.
Mark,
Hume's
you're
problem of induction.
Let me explain this. Let me explain.
What it says is,
please don't explain again.
Mark, let me explain something to you. Okay. Sure. When I ask you what makes these things real, you denied what you affirm. Okay. When you ask me what makes them real, I'm going to tell you that's God. So now they're rationally justified. Unless you have a defeater.
What did I deny?
The laws of nature, including physics.
I'd never denied that I never denied that. I said that they came from.
Yeah, you did, Mark.
I said that they came from physics. I said that they came from physics. So you're just misrepresenting.
Are physics made of matter? No, you said they're not real.
Okay, so laws of physics and physics. You
said they're not real. You denied them.
This is just basically trying to misquote what I've said, misrepresent what I've said, and then
let's start again. Mark, what makes those real? What makes the laws of nature, including physics, real? That all of your scientific conclusions are predicated on. What makes those real?
So they are descriptions of nature,
so they're not real.
And
so they're not real.
That we can examine, make testable predictions, and see if they come true. This shows the accuracy of the laws that are describing the physics and nature that they are based upon.
Okay, so Mark, it does not follow that because you observe consistencies, that therefore you have laws. Now, again,
Why not?
what makes those, when I ask you, Mark,
Why not?
what makes these laws real? You just said that they are descriptions and therefore they are not real. So are they real or not? You're contradicting yourself again.
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
they're descriptions of the things that they describe. So it's like mathematics. Like mathematics is a concept. It's a abstract. It
So they're
doesn't
not,
actually.
so math isn't real. It's a concept. Is logic a concept?
Yeah, maths is an abstract. You are aware of that, aren't you?
So if I tell you that 4
Oh my
plus
God,
4
you
is
don't
10,
even know. You don't even
if
know
I tell
that
you,
math
hold
is an
on,
abstract.
if I tell
Oh
you
my
that 4
God.
plus 4 is 10, and you disagree, and you tell me no, it's actually 8, I could say, well, I'm just using a different concept.
Show me a 4. Show me a 4. Not a 4
Wait,
of
so hold
something.
Hold on, Mark.
Show me a
Are you?
concrete 4.
Mark, you're not
I'm
getting it. You're saying math's an abstract. We're not getting that physics are also an abstract. They come from a mind.
Mark,
Well,
Mark,
the laws
are
of
you
physics.
telling me?
Yeah.
Mark, are you telling me that there are non-physical things that have power over the physical world?
No. What are you talking
Really?
about?
So the world doesn't act according to these laws that you can't account for?
The laws of physics.
Whoops.
What's that?
Mark,
What is that? What is that, Mark?
Laws of
Are you
physics?
telling me? Are you
The laws
telling
of
me that
physics
there are
describe
you
what happens
hold
in the
on?
real world.
Are
I
you
don't know how
telling me,
else
Mark?
I can say this.
Are you
If, you know,
telling me,
you
Mark,
guys
that
are
there are these
he missed his
non-physical
question, though.
things? Are you telling me that there are non-physical things that have power over the physical world, Mark?
I don't know what you mean by have power over, because when
Laws
we
of
have
So
physics.
does the
laws
physical
of
world act
that doesn't
in
have
accordance
no.
to these laws?
I'd like to like sort of be allowed to talk rather than you guys just interrupting me left, right, and center, because I can't seem to say anything without you guys just jumping in and talking over the top of me. So
Right,
the
that's
laws
fair.
of physics don't have power over what happens in the real world. It's not like we can write a law of physics and that will change how physics works. They simply describe what happens in reality, right? So when you say have power over them, I don't know what you mean.
So the physical world does not act in accordance to these laws that we have discovered?
Yes, they do. The accurate ones that discovered.
Can you violate these laws, Mark?
Well, no, but if in some way you can figure out a way to, like, we have an old law of we had medicine, right? And it used to be the four humors, and it described what we saw. It wasn't right, so that sort of theory of medicine was wrong. It's the same with physics. If something is wrong, it's just wrong. It still may be useful, but it is wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not hearing an answer from you.
Well, I think you're conflating the laws of physics with the actual sort of physics that is going on in the background.
Yeah, it doesn't follow that because you observe consistencies, again, you observe these consistencies. It doesn't follow from that. Like if you were to walk into a house and observe a leaky faucet, it doesn't follow from that you have a law of the leaky faucet and this faucet has been leaking for millions of years in the past. Now, if there was a plumber there and the plumber says, you know, this faucet's been leaking for X amount of time and I'm going to fix it, or it has been leaking, or I'm not going to fix it. Okay.
Well, no.
Then you would have a rational. Then you would have a rational justification for your belief in this leaky faucet.
Oh well,
okay. Do you understand the analogy?
Like the amount of rust buildup, the amount of sort of lime buildup. There's a lot of things you can look at, a lot of different things that you can use.
Mark,
induction.
Do you understand my analogy?
Hey, this faucet has been leaking for an incredible amount of time. I don't think you need to, sort of see the faucet leaking in order to know.
Your answer is circular, Mark.
I don't think
the question. You're begging the question.
Yeah, I don't think you understand.
You're begging this question.
I don't think
you're begging this. You're assuming the thing I'm trying to get you to account for, because you can only do those tests that you're talking about if you first presuppose the very thing that I'm asking you to account for. You're saying, well, there's
induction.
these laws. I said, okay, what are these laws? Well, we can do these tests based on these laws. I said, well, wait a minute, you don't have those yet, and you already denied them.
So, okay, I'll clear you up here because it seems like you're galloping towards solipsism kind of thing. That you have
that's
to
not
make
that's not a problem for me, Mark.
in order to talk about things and to understand. Everybody has to presuppose some things. I personally presuppose that empirical data, my senses, are accurate for a given value of accuracy, and that the logical absolutes. And from there, we can get to rationality. If
can you account for those things?
If you want to argue against, well, the whole idea of a presupposition is you don't have to account for them. That's the whole point.
Oh, that's lazy, Mark.
No, you've missed the point.
So hold on. This
no. I want to finish. So, do you disagree that empirical data comes from our senses and is accurate for a given level of accuracy, and that the logical absolutes are true? Do you disagree with that?
Well, so this is yes and no at the same time.
No.
But first of all, well, I will answer your question. I'm going to.
Okay, what is it? Do you disagree with either of those?
Let's stop interrupting each other. I'll go first. You go ahead and finish.
Yeah, I have. I want to know whether you disagree. It's very simple. Do you disagree with the empirical nature of our senses, not 100% accurate, but they're still empirical, or the logical absolutes? That's it. It's a simple question.
It's not a simple question, Mark.
It is.
Okay, let me explain why it's not a simple question. Because there is no neutrality between your worldview and mine, okay? On my worldview, God made my mind in a way that it can be rational. And he made nature in a way. Are we going to keep interrupting each other? Well, I'm directly answering your question.
No, you're not. You're going on directly. To God. I didn't ask where they come from.
If you could keep your mouth.
How they exist. I didn't ask anything about them. I asked a simple, do you think that empirical senses are real and logical absolutes are real? That's it. That's all.
Okay. Can you close your mouth for a minute while I answer directly?
I have.
Specifically,
you don't want to
precisely, with terminological. Mark, you need to shut up, dude.
No, you need to shut up. You're interrupting me all night.
Let me know when I can talk without you blabbering.
Well, I just want you to answer those questions. That's it.
I'm going to
just answer those questions.
Okay, so listen to how desperate Mark is, okay? When we ask Mark how to account for reality without God, he says, I presuppose it. I say, well, how do you account for it, Mark? He said, well, I just presuppose. We don't need God to explain reality. And then when we ask Mark to explain reality, he just says, I just presuppose it. That's all.
Yep.
That's good, Mark. So let me directly answer that. On the biblical worldview, okay, God created our minds so that we can be rational. He created creation so it can be rationally understood. He imposed these laws onto his creation so we can do science. So when I say those things are real, I can account for them. They are real because I'm almost done. They are real because that's the way God created it to be. Now you, on the other hand, how do you account for those things?
You have just validated both of my presuppositions. I don't have to account for where those presuppositions.
There's a God, Mark?
Yes, you did. You have just done that. You have just validated my presuppositions by saying
my senses are real,
regardless of where those senses came from, and two, you have validated my belief that the logical absolutes are real. So you have just validated those two things.
Mark,
I don't make any claim where those presuppositions I have made comes from.
You can't account for that, Mark, like I did?
Well, it's just a presupposition. I have to.
You can't explain reality without God, Mark?
So validating presupposition.
Mark, can you explain reality without God? Can you explain reality without God, Mark?
Yes.
Okay. Can you account for those things that exist in an external physical reality? What are those?
Okay. So
account for them.
Let's just side chat and say, let's look at the massive God of the gaps that Redefine Living is doing. He's
excuse me. Can you account for these things without God?
So even if I could not explain them, and I can explain reality in sort of a way,
so you can't then, okay.
Fluctuations caused presumably Big Bang. I mean, we don't know for sure, but it is a plausible
you don't know anything
way
for sure, do you?
No.
quantum field. Even if I did not know that, you saying God is inserting God into a lack of knowledge or God of the gaps.
No,
now
no,
you
Mark. No, hold on, Mark. Let me interrupt you, Mark. I'll turn my microphone all the way up, Mark. I will turn up my microphone all the way. Okay. Let me correct you. Let me correct you. Okay? Let me correct you really quick and explain why you're failing. I'm not saying I don't know, therefore God. I'm saying I know because God revealed it. Okay.
Oh yeah. Why should I believe?
So now we're all waiting for you to account for the because you don't need God, Mark.
Do you have a
because you don't need God, Mark.
Do you have a demonstration of that? Do you have a demonstration?
You mean has God been proven?
Present your God. Where is this God?
Wait, so you're asking for evidence?
Yes. So where is it?
So hold on. I got this, bud. It's your position that beliefs held without evidence are irrational.
No. I'm asking for your evidence of your claim.
Wait, so it's your position that beliefs held without evidence are irrational or not? Why are you asking for? So you're presenting a double standard?
No. I'm
asking. Why are you asking for evidence?
I'm asking you where your evidence of God is. You don't have to talk about my beliefs at all to present your evidence of God. You're just trying to avoid it. Where is your evidence of God? No, it's not clarifying. You know exactly what I mean. You know exactly what I mean. You just do not want to present evidence of your God.
Mark,
you can run away if you want. That's fine. Run,
go. Mark, you're doing bad here. It's embarrassing. But listen, I'm telling you now.
I'm embarrassed. And that's the only embarrassment going on here.
Listen, I'm going to go on record. I'm going to go on record here, okay? And you can rip this to your channel. I will not dodge a single question that you ask me. I will not dodge a single question. I will answer every single one of your questions. Okay.
Okay. So
now I am asking for clarification.
No, let's keep to the question. Evidence for a God. Go. What's your best evidence?
I am asking for clarity. Yeah. I don't know why you're playing silly little games. You seem like you're really triggered.
Do you not have God, and you can't.
Okay. Ready? Are you all right? Let me directly answer you.
Because you're not.
Everything is evidence of God.
Everything.
Everything. Yeah. Everything. Do you have an? Is that an expression of your mental state of incredulity?
Trees. Did you? Mark, say, look at the trees. Oh dear.
Mark,
oh my.
Is that an expression of your mental state of incredulity? I'm wondering if you have any more than that.
Everything.
Do you have an argument?
God. Yeah. No.
Yeah,
everything.
Everything. Yeah.
What's your criteria for causation?
What's my criteria for causation?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Are you going to respond to that, Mark?
Yeah.
What's your criteria to causation?
Another.
Jim, you can ask. Is that Jim? Let Mark respond.
Yeah.
So when you sort of say everything is evidence of God, all you've done is kick the can down one step and said that I'm going to assert something else. It's not a demonstration. It's just another claim.
Okay. And so is the negation, isn't it? Now, what evidence do you have? Now, what evidence do you have, Mark?
Negation.
Since your stand.
Hold on. That. A negation is saying.
Mark.
Yeah,
what evidence do you have, Mark? I would like for you to rise to your own standard, which is evidence, and provide what evidence you have for the not God world. Since you're asking for evidence, surely you can rise for your own standard.
I'm not.
No, it's not. It's a true. No, it's not, Mark. I'll educate you here too.
You presented me with a God claim, and I asked for evidence of that, and you just made an assertion that everything is evidence, therefore nothing.
So, Mark.
Is. And therefore, it's just another claim that I can say, well, what's evidence that everything is evidence of God? You're an
from the revelation, because God revealed it.
God revealed it.
Yeah, God revealed it.
Really?
Now let me correct. Now let me hold on. You're asking all these questions.
Well, I'm just asking you for evidence, and all you're doing is making more claims.
Yeah, so that's fine. You can ask me. I already told you I wouldn't dodge, but why are you dodging? Now let me correct you, Mark. Why it's not just a claim? Okay, true dichotomy, Mark. A or not A. Okay, we can fill in the blank of A, whatever it might be. Something will either be A or not A.
Right, and I'm not claiming not A.
Hold on.
I'm not claiming that. I'm addressing your A claim.
Oh my gosh, dude, you are.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help.
You need to slow down with the coffee, dude. Slow down with the coffee. Okay. Have some warm milk instead to settle
Oh,
your
you know
nerves,
what?
okay?
I'll have a bit more,
A
actually.
and not A are both universal declarations. If A is
Right.
a universal declaration, then so is the negation. This isn't
I agree.
controversial, okay? If we
I
fill
agree.
in the value for A as God,
Mhm.
and that's a universal declaration, then so is the claim of not A. That's your position.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Now, when you say that I am making an assertion, you have a
Mhm.
presupposition that there's some neutral ground and I'm adding God. Do you have an argument for that?
Yeah, you're making the knowledge claim that there is a God. You've made it several times today.
No, you're
I
not
do have
focusing.
evidence for
You're
not
not
a God.
focusing.
Because usually
Mark,
when
you're not
people claim a
focusing.
God, yeah,
Mark,
okay,
you're
Dark
not
Dawkins,
focusing,
chill out,
Mark.
chill out. So
Mark,
when
you're not
usually people
focusing,
make
Mark.
a claim that God isn't does exist, they're talking about a mind. The evidence that I have is that a mind cannot exist without a brain, or at least as
It's
so
a black
far
swan
as
fallacy, Mark. So that's a black swan fallacy.
No, it's not, and I'll explain
It's
why.
literally a black swan fallacy,
That
Mark.
is why I believe
It's
there is no
literally a
God.
black swan
I'm
fallacy,
not
Mark.
Just because you didn't see it, it doesn't exist.
I'm not
Okay.
It's
necessarily
literally a
saying
fallacious
that
line.
there is no, there is a mind without a brain. I'm not necessarily
Mark, do you have a
saying
non-fallacious line of reasoning,
what I'm
Mark? Do you have a
saying is that
non-fallacious line of
I
reasoning?
have never experienced a mind without a brain.
Yeah,
and
your
therefore
mental state. Hold on, your
cannot,
mental state, Mark.
I
Your mental
cannot
state has
believe
no
that there is
bearing.
a God because it violates my
Mark.
experience. If you do,
Mark,
the reason why it's not a black swan is because if you produce a mind without a brain,
literally look
I
it up.
will
You can
believe it.
literally look it up. Mark, are you telling
Necessarily.
me, Mark? Hold on, Mark. Mark, are you telling me that your
Well, you
mental
won't let me
state has
finish.
some
You will
bearing on
not let me
external?
finish all
Are you
night.
telling
That's
me,
the
Mark,
problem.
that your mental state has a bearing on the external reality? You're
Who
using
said
a
that?
flat Earth argument right now. Good
Yeah,
job,
no,
Mark.
it's not a black swan
Flat
because
Earth argument,
basically
Mark.
a black swan says
Flat Earth
that
argument,
because
Mark.
we
Good job,
haven't
bud. You're not
experienced
convinced.
something, it
I'm
necessarily
not convinced,
does
Mark.
not exist.
Okay, I
The
didn't
reason
ask you about your mental state, Mark.
my position
I
is that
asked you
it
for
doesn't.
an argument, Mark.
My
I
position
asked
is
you,
that
Mark,
the
how you
idea
determined.
that I exist without a brain is the reason why I believe that a God cannot exist.
So,
If a
Mark,
mind without a brain is presented to me, then you are on much stronger ground for a God existing.
Yeah,
So if
that's a
you can
black swan fallacy, Mark.
no, I explained why it wasn't.
Now,
I
Mark,
have a
I
question.
asked you. Hold on. I specifically asked you for an argument, Mark. You
Mhm.
said that the theist is making a claim.
Yes,
That would
they are.
only be true. That would only be true if there was some neutral ground upon which the theist makes the claim.
What?
Do you have an argument for that?
A neutral ground is not required for you to make a claim. That's ridiculous.
Then you are also, no, Mark, a true dichotomy, A or not A, those are both claims. Look, you don't get to cower behind neutrality, Mark.
Okay, so the problem is you're confusing ontology with epistemology. So ontology.
Talk about epistemology.
My epistemology is based on the ontological revelation of God.
Epistemology models ontology.
This is a joke.
If a tree falls in the forest,
let me finish. So
no one sees it. Did the tree fall?
Okay, this is ridiculous.
Ontologically, okay, let's take the tree example. Ontologically, the tree could be fallen, A, or not fallen, not A. But epistemologically, it can be the tree has fallen, A, or not fallen, not A, but you can also not know. There is actually a third position in epistemology. And it's amazing.
Or you could just burn the sucker and get rid of it.
This is easy. Mark, this is easy. Do you positively affirm that all the physical world, everything, all the evidence which I talk stands in causal relation to God? Do you positively affirm that?
I do not positively affirm that.
So I'm not asking you what you know, Mark. I'm asking you to give an account for what you do, not what you know. So it doesn't follow that because you don't get to cower behind neutrality. Yeah, what you do, you view the world and the facts around you as if they are not standing in causal relation to God. So it doesn't follow that because you do not explicitly, I know you are, It doesn't follow that because you do not explicitly deny God, that your position does not entail implicit denials. And that's what I'm asking you to account for. You said, Mark, that you can explain the world without God. But when I ask you to do that, all you do is just blabber. It's really bad for you. And I'm still waiting.
If you don't understand something doesn't mean I'm not answering it. So that's on
Did you
you.
explain morality without God?
Yeah.
Yeah, rape is fine as long as it's not happening here. And murder,
actually, I said
and all of those things.
From empathy and reciprocity, I believe.
So,
do you have a foundation of truth, Mark, without God? Can you do science
you
without God?
obviously don't have a foundation of truth because you keep misquoting me and misrepresenting my position. And, you know, I mean, you've got to somehow, in your belief, say I did not bear false witness, but you keep telling me what I never said.
Mark, you have to be accountable to what you said, because you said earlier that it's not immoral for a woman to leave a baby if the baby needs to be breastfed because of body autonomy. So what's your morality? You explicitly said that. We can go rewind it back, and you did say that, and you did justify, you know, a baby abandonment for the betterment of the individual or society, whatever that means. So you still haven't really defined what morality is. Well, and then another thing you'll say, well, morality is subjective. Well, then why even make moral claims to begin with?
Well, because they're essential for the functioning of societal
yeah, but they're subjective.
Not just our societal mammals. They're also imperative for chimpanzees, bonobos. There's morality among dogs and other social creatures. But juxtapose that with cats and individual hunters, they don't have that sense of empathy, not to the same degree. There might be some.
That's not an answer, Mark. You're not answering the question.
So
you're not answering the question, Mark.
Yeah, I think that under extreme circumstances, extreme actions may become moral, but you're trying to sort of show it as, just in any case this is moral or immoral, and I don't believe that. I'm a moral relativist, so I think
you didn't. Yeah, you're a moral relativist. So why would you make what would be the point of making, when you're making a moral judgment on somebody, you're commanding somebody not to do something. If you're saying morality is subjective, well, then what is the point even listening to you? Well, this guy believes morality is subjective. Why do I even care? He's telling me I'm doing a wrong thing, whatever that may be, stealing or whatever. He's saying, but he believes morality is subjective, so his claim doesn't really bear fruit.
Yeah, and I think it's incidental that most humans care about well-being of other humans and themselves. I think that comes from the empathy and reciprocity.
Well, doesn't that entail morality though?
What does what entail morality?
The well-being and empathy of other human beings.
Sure, but usually what humans generally tend to do is care about it within their own social group and not outside of their own social group. So, for instance,
somebody's projecting.
Killing, like murdering people is wrong, but they'll still go to Iraq to fight in a war because that is outside of their social group.
Not if I can help it.
Suggests that all humans are part of the same social group, and so all humans should be, treated equally. If you don't believe that, then that's fine. If you want to go to Iraq and kill people because, although your Bible says do not murder, you're happy to do so in certain.
What do you mean? What do you mean human beings should be treated equally? What do you mean? You think a baby should be treated equally as a man?
Well, I think
it's kind of a broad claim.
Well, I think there's certain,
and you still haven't really suggested the morality thing.
There are
he said you can kill babies. Remember?
Yeah, he said you
kill babies.
It's justified to kill babies. It's justified to suicide, like suicide
it's
yourself.
Grossly inconsistent.
Yeah,
contradictions left and right.
Yeah, killing babies is probably the worst thing anything could be done.
Well,
yeah, starving a baby to death. Starving a baby to death.
So
leaving it in a
characterizing what I've said. You've sort of taken one.
You said it. You said it's justified and
leaving it in a trash can.
Yeah, to just hey, it's fine to kill babies, and I never said that.
But
you
sorry,
did you account for those rights that they have, Mark?
But you're okay with that.
So, as I've gone through before, humans need certain things for their well-being.
That's not the question.
If you don't care about well-being, that's fine. If you don't
but that's
care,
not the question.
You're projecting, man.
Well,
You're projecting. You're
no,
projecting.
I'm
You don't
not.
care about well-being. No, you're
Well, I do.
projecting onto us what you are. You're
Right.
projecting.
That's not the question, Mark.
Well,
tactic.
if people care about well-being, there is some objective things that say you and I, who both care about well-being.
You said everything was subjective.
All we there is objective decisions that we can make.
The contradiction
for
again.
What is good for human well-being and what is bad for human well-being.
According to who, Mark? That's subjective too.
Well, Mark's
according to
deep
who?
in his land,
The
so it really doesn't matter.
meta-ethical structure of well-being and caring about people's
According to
well-being
who?
is subjective. Yeah, I agree with you.
So all you're saying is you have an opinion, and when I ask what makes these rights real, you don't answer the question. You say, well, there's these things that people need, but nobody cares.
Yeah.
That's not the question. I didn't ask you, hey, Mark, are there these things that people need? Did I say that?
And you don't have to
No, that's
care
not what I
about
said,
the
Mark.
well-being of people.
No,
You
so
don't
look,
have to care about
those
that.
things.
I
Those things
get
are
that.
not mutually exclusive, are they, Mark? People
What
can
things?
need certain things to survive, but that doesn't mean that therefore there are these rights. So people need things to survive. So what? You're not answering the question, Mark.
So what?
You're doing the whirling dervish. That's a dance. You're doing the
I'm
whirling
trying
dervish.
to address it.
He's a snake in the grass.
I really
just
am.
waiting.
You really are a serpent.
Objective answer to something that I think is subjective. You're not going to get it.
Right.
You're trying to make an objective value.
Your pathetic kind of
you have an amoral worldview, and you're trying to make an objective claim. You're trying to make an objective moral claim.
Objective morality
You can't. You can't. Like
you can't.
You contradict yourself all the time. That's the problem with subjective morality. You contradict yourself all the time.
What makes your morality objective, and how do you know it's objective?
I explained this to you already, Mark, didn't I? Want me to do it again?
Sure.
It doesn't fall. Yeah, because God revealed it.
Well, as far as I knew, someone just sidestepped to solipsism without actually, and induction is bad without actually addressing how you know for
I don't know why you say that I sidestepped to solipsism when my worldview can account for not landing in solipsism, Mark.
I'm sorry, the truth hurts, dude. I mean, what can I say?
Well, explain to me how I sidestepped into solipsism
and get to how you know 100% that your claim that your morality is objective is
explain to me how I sidestepped into solipsism, Mark.
Objective and not
it was
just
revealed through Paul, Jesus, Moses.
Yeah, hold on. So again,
I have a different book that says that my morality is objective. Just say I'm from Islam, and I say, hey, my book says this as well. How do you tell the difference?
Yeah, we would look for
that. Wasn't the claim you were making, no.
Hold on.
No.
So first of all, when Mark
Islam accounts for all those prophets.
This is so easy.
There's nothing objective about that.
When
Islam
Mark
accounts for those
has to
prophets
appeal to another worldview, what follows from that is the falsity of his own. But just like we've done with your worldview, Mark, we look for contradictions, and we found quite a few with yours.
Oh, there's tons in the Bible.
You can't account for any of these things. Even the laws of nature and physics, you affirm these things, but you're forced to reject them.
Contradictions in the Bible. I mean, I could point to the slavery in the Bible. I could point to the.
No, you can't. You can't defend any of those, Mark. Those are just cliches. Those are atheist cliches.
You take one
by God to kill.
Those are just atheist cliches,
and then take their young girls as hostage, kind of thing. There's a ton.
We can do that,
yeah,
Mark.
I
have no problem doing that.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna need Mark. I'm gonna need you to tell me why any of that would be wrong.
I don't see that as a especially the bad ones. I don't see that as a very moral thing to say.
Hey, we're talking to somebody who justified somebody leaving their baby to starve to death.
Right.
So
what kind
and
of
you're a
clown
subjective
show
moralist,
is
so it's just you're a walking
that's
contradiction.
Like saying, oh, you believe
you're a walking contradiction. It's just you're a clown, man.
You're misrepresenting what I said, and you know you're doing it because you don't have a real
subjective.
So you just misrepresent.
Morality isn't subjective. Says who? You?
I've not been shown any objective morality. All I've been shown is, hey, we have a book. Yeah,
so
you've got
so are you
Mark.
saying I was wrong in misrepresenting your views when you said morality is subjective?
all you've
Mark,
done to prove your
Mark,
point.
it's
You're
more
just
than a book.
lying. You know what happens when somebody lies? They can't keep up with all their lies, and then
Well,
and then they just eventually they
you
forget the lie that they
misrepresenting
told.
what I've said is
That's you
kind
right
of
now. You've lied so many times, and
what have
you
I
look
lied
like a
about?
fool. Yeah, you've lied
What have I
about a
lied
lot
about?
of things. You contradict
Like
yourself a
what,
lot of
John?
things.
Like what? Like what? What?
That morality is subjective, and then you make objective
That's
moral
what I
claims.
said. I've never look.
But
I've
you
said
never said
that
morality is subjective.
ethical structure
Come
is
on.
subjective to determine whether well-being is a good thing to do, and then you can make objective decisions within that structure. I kept to the
What's well-being,
same
Mark?
thing again and again.
Well-being
So you
is
are the liar,
subjective.
John. You are the
Well-being is
liar.
Well-being is
subjective.
You're
subjective.
lying about me.
You said if it was for the well-being of the mother can leave the baby in an extreme circumstance.
No, what I said.
Yes, you did.
Is that no
word
let
for
me
word.
What I said that
word for word.
If a mother was in a remote cabin all alone with no one to help her and nobody there and no way of getting any assistance whatsoever, this was Sunflower's criteria, his example, that if she wanted to preserve her bodily autonomy by not breastfeeding, then she should be able to do that. An extreme circumstance.
Wow. Bodily autonomy? Wow.
Bodily autonomy.
Wow.
Well, that's the secular way. They are their own lawgiver.
Yeah.
you
That's
mean,
dangerous, man. That's so you got to stamp this
I
out.
don't think it is.
I'm
think
for
that
censorship.
The chances of somebody
I
being
would sense like
all by themselves,
you know,
birth,
this is
be able to
garbage.
breastfeed. Well, I mean, you know, you're talking about a
You're
circumstance.
justifying starving a baby to death. You realize that.
So if that
you're a moral subjectivist, so who cares,
has
right?
to preserve her bodily autonomy, then yeah.
Hey guys, I have
what bodily autonomy?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I have an example in the Bible for this.
Piece of shit.
I have an example in the Bible for this.
You cannot justify holding down somebody to take their blood in order to save another person. You would let them die.
Okay, no, we're not even saying that. Now you're just sidestepping. Now you're doing the same thing because you know what you said. Like you have to just stick to it. Just stick to it. Those are two different situations. You're comparing apples and oranges right now. You're comparing apples and oranges right now.
Let them survive.
No, you're comparing apples and oranges right now because you know it's wrong and you don't want to stick with it.
And using that blood to save somebody else.
Why? Yeah, no, that's not even what we were talking about. When you're comparing apples and oranges, there's two different situations.
That's 100%.
You know, there's two different. Aren't you guys for situational ethics? Those are two different situations. A mother stranded in a cabin and somebody. No, those are two different situations.
And the other is people require blood all the time.
Shut up.
That's not an argument. Telling someone to shut up is not an argument, dude. You are just out of.
You're morally repugnant, and you dodge the question. So yeah,
if you work consistent.
No one should take you seriously or credibly at all.
You would be fine with you being.
No one should take you seriously or take you at any face value whatsoever. I want to hear Alec Cox's Bible verse, and I'm sick of your freaking nonsense. We've heard this for a couple of hours.
I know that you run away.
Shut up.
Run. You can't have a decent argument.
No, you're the one that's a hypocrite. I think. Well, what the audience?
When Hagar was banished by Sarah, she was out there with her son Ishmael, and Ishmael was dying of thirst. Hagar called out to God. She did not let her son die in the desert of thirst. It was past the time of weaning, past the time of everything. She wouldn't let him die. That's how it's to be handled. Not just ditch the baby and say, "Hey, I'm still alive. I can have more babies.
I got body autonomy."
Right. She relied on God. There's a story right there, and it's true. That's why we have most of all the Arabians today.
Feed the baby. Are you saying that should be held down and like she ought to, whether she wants
Who's
to.
holding her down? Do you
Nobody's
even
holding
listen?
anybody down. She was in a cabin all by herself.
What the
Hagar was
fuck are
by
you even
herself out in
talking
the
about?
wilderness.
So
Exactly.
how are you going to enforce that?
Fuck, you're retarded.
You know, Mark, you really take the secularist
No, just a second.
humanist.
Sorry, Alex. You've been very polite, and I just want to say that John throwing just insults around just shows the quality of him, and I don't necessarily think it reflects on anybody else. Sorry, Alex.
Well,
Oh yeah,
well,
you're
I
the
mean, you
one to
have-
make moral
I mean,
judgments now.
you
Yeah,
have-
go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I mean, you have contradicted yourself a couple of times, Mark, but you've also been answering a lot of questions. You've been
Your opinion, yeah, I get you.
You've been put on the firing line, so
I don't think
I feel for you in a way. I've been there before in several different chats.
You've been
But
a
the
damn
thing
good
is,
sport, Mark.
I just don't understand where you're coming from, Mark, and the fact that when you say you're a secular humanist,
yes,
and you're also a Malthusian because you believe in population control. And I know that's, it's funny. When I lived in Australia, I think the population was only almost 25 million. I left in 2000, and it's still only 26 million because they abort a lot of babies in Australia. It's, it's just free. You have your government card, you go in, get the abortion, you leave.
Mm-hmm.
And, a lot of my wife's friends there had tons of abortions. And, even my wife, previous to our marriage, had an abortion in Australia. And it's very simple. I mean, it's in and out. It's no big deal. But you know what? It really creates in the case of my wife, who I can speak for, a problem later on down the road. I mean, you have no idea. Are you married?
I am, yeah.
Okay, you have children?
No.
Okay. Has your wife had an abortion?
No.
Okay. But if she did, I could tell you the exact same story that I've seen 100 times with aborted children's mothers, where they feel the regret and then they don't want to have children because of the fright that they may go back again. Because once you do something, once you step your foot into the well, sometimes you keep going back to the well.
And I get where you're coming from, and I don't want to make light of sort of something that could be very traumatic for your wife and other women. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend, hey, every woman loves it, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
I have talked to a lot of women who have had abortions that were not regretful in the slightest. They were glad they did so. One woman I spoke to was harassed going in by protesters, and this was in Australia. It was in where I live. So
yeah.
And that is what made her very upset, because she wanted to do something that was her legal right, and I think it was her moral right to do. You may disagree, I get that. It made her feel like shit, not doing the thing. So all I'm saying is
she got the problem solved. She'd go back to work and she'd earn her wage and not have to be upset with sitting at home breastfeeding a baby for 6 to 8 months and then getting on the solid foods, and then therefore a waste of time away from work. So she put herself in front of the child. I get it. It happens a lot. That's a big excuse. I hear it a lot. But the fact is, what if that child could have been the cure for any number of diseases, grown up to been whatever? I understand that's a hypothetical scenario, but it has happened before. And that some of the babies do survive through an abortion.
And just like sort of, if say Stephen Hawking, if he was alive and he needed a bone marrow or a blood transfusion in order to survive, we wouldn't have the right, and it's not moral, to take my blood to save him because he's clearly smarter than me. I think
there would be tons of other people with your same blood type and your same bone type.
If this person is smarter or better than you, so they deserve to infringe upon your bodily autonomy. I don't think that's the right way to
go. You're equivocating an abortion with a bone transplant that would be a volunteer of people that would have a certain blood type and a type for doing a bone transplant. That's very, very wicked of you.
Well, we're not talking about volunteering.
I like that word, wicked.
not the woman volunteering to carry the child here. They don't want the child. They're doing it involuntarily.
Oh, I know why they don't want the child. We understand this. It's a burden on their life, and they can't earn their wage. But in Australia, they do have something called a dole that a single mother can get onto quite easily, and not have a problem with it. But I think she wanted to play the harlot. That's the majority of it.
I think that's a gross generalization that doesn't.
Oh no, no. I'd say the majority, upward 70%. She wanted to play the harlot, and she didn't want to ruin her boyfriends by having the bump. Nobody's got to play around with the bump.
I reject that completely.
Of course you would, because that's your scenario of the way that you feel as a secular humanist, that it's okay to let the girl go. Now, let's say that the girl had a hemorrhage during the abortion.
Right, just say she died.
Yeah, that happens,
Yeah, so you're asking someone to risk their life for the benefit of somebody else.
No, I'm talking about her having the abortion, and at the same time, the doctor botches it, and she dies on the table while the baby actually survives. Late-term abortions, it happens a lot.
For childbirth is way higher than it is for abortion. So why do you feel that she should take the risk in childbirth if it's not you doing it? Why do you feel that?
I'm sorry to tell you, but it's 0.0000 less than 2% of women that die during childbirth.
That low.
Facts.
Are you talking about Australia or America? Or where are you
all the world. All 7 billion, let's go half, just say 3.5 billion women.
Do you know in abortions it's about 98% fatal for the baby?
Yeah. Yep.
Much higher than childbirth.
So global maternal mortality is 152 deaths per 100,000 live births.
In where?
That's global.
152 per 100,000?
Huh?
Do the math on that.
That counts for also third world populations.
Right.
That's true, yeah.
But if you take the whole world's population at 7 billion, say 3.5 billion women, it's way less than that. It's like
no, that's a pro.
2,000th of a percent that died. Yeah, it's like 2,000th of a percent.
0.152 is essentially what it is.
Is it infant mortality or mother?
Probably
maternal mortality rate. So the mother dying in childbirth.
It's gone up since. I don't know if they measured it yet, but I've seen some sources where they said that.
And is that
child mortality has gone up since the jab. And
do you know who the okay, Mark? I'm going to ask you. Do you know who the Guttmacher? What do they call it? It's not society, but it's part of Planned Parenthood. It's actually Planned Parenthood uses them for all the status quo.
I'm not.
The Guttmacher Institute. Would you please go to the Guttmacher Institute, because they actually do tell you straight out, because this is the way that evil people do it. They will tell you the lie straight out, just like Hollywood tells you exactly what the government's doing.
Okay. All right. So I guess my point is, even though, and I completely concede that the maternal mortality rate is exceptionally low, right? I'll concede that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that I don't have a right to place any risk upon somebody against their will. If they want to take that risk, then fine, fair enough.
Well, there's a risk of crossing the road there, Mark. You cross the road even in a crosswalk. It's probably the same. It's probably the same way.
But I don't think it's right for someone to push me out into the road rather than me decide to cross.
But your mate just called you over to the Starbucks, and you had to rush over to the Starbucks, but you got hit by a bus.
Whether to do so or not.
Was that your fault or your friend's fault for beckoning you over across the street?
That's my fault.
See, I can play your game too. I can play your game too. You're just going to throw these things out at me. It's not my problem. No, you're a man. But let's say that you and your wife did decide to have a child, okay, and your wife had complications. Praise God that it doesn't happen. I'm just using the scenario. Just using the scenario, okay? She had complications. The doctor said it's a 50-50 chance for the child to be born and your wife to not have any problems after the birth.
Right.
Which way would you go? Aborted or not?
It's up to her. It's her body.
Okay, so since she married you, she's probably on the same lines as you in belief.
Probably.
Does the man have a say?
No.
No, it's not
Nope.
his body.
Right. No. So now let me let the other shoe drop for you, Mark.
No. It's not his body that is under risk.
His genetics, this baby.
He's not going to.
But here's a scenario I'm going to put to you, Mark, and this is very important for everybody to listen to.
Be unrelated.
So later on, after our two children were born, my wife, without my knowledge, went and had an abortion.
Right. Okay.
Okay. She went and had an abortion.
Yep.
Do you think our marriage suffered, or was all jolly and green roses and rainbows?
I think it could suffer. Yeah. I think that ideally, if you're talking about ideally, so if you're saying, would it be moral to talk about it with you? Yeah. Would she have the right to not talk about it?
But hey, I have no say in it.
Yeah. No, I'm saying
well,
she has
I was
the
pounding
right
on the door of the Planned Parenthood thing, and a guy pulls a gun at me at the door, said, "Hey, you can't come in here," and I couldn't even get in.
So here, so what I want to do is sort of.
Do you understand what kind of stress that puts on a man?
What I want to distinguish between is moral necessity versus sort of moral superiority. It would be a good idea for her to talk with you, but is it necessary for her to do so? Would she be immoral for not talking?
Oh, she knew what the answer would be. That's why she didn't ask.
Well, I mean, without knowing what the answer is, she can do with her body what she wants to. It'd be like saying, "Oh, if you decide to,"
she consults me on what I want for dinner.
Prince George or something. Is it Prince George, Prince Edward, whatever the cock ring is, right? Just say you decided to go do that. Would it be moral to talk about it with her first? Yeah, probably. Do you have the right to go and do whatever you like with your body? Yeah, you do. So that would be the same.
Yeah, but
that includes abandoning the baby.
But in the same question, though, Mark, she also asked me what I would like to have for dinner. That's a pretty simple question.
I believe that's
right?
a Prince Philip, Mark.
Yeah, it's Prince Philip. Yeah.
I'm not really the like jargon.
But we're a different generation. Anyway,
I'm just good at trivia.
But the scenario is, she would ask me for dinner, not every single night, but the majority. Let's say the majority, 70%. She'd ask me, "What would you like to have for dinner?" And we'd discuss it. "Oh, I want spaghetti and meatballs tonight," or "I want this." Generally, it was time evaluated. That's a very simple question.
Sure.
But she didn't come to me and tell me she was pregnant.
But that's the problem with that is if you're engaged in consensual sex, in this particular situation, where you're married, you're married and you know what's going to happen, that puts both parties liable for the outcomes of that action.
And she was never the same afterwards. Yeah, she lost her uterus.
And Alex, I can relate to your situation, but
and at the risk of offending, I still think that she has the right to do her with her body.
Did it do me any harm?
I think it did, and I think that
so now that's a contradiction in do no harm to anybody else, right? That's a doctor's oath, right? First, do no harm. The second part is your whole morality just fell apart. You just contradicted yourself again.
Not really.
You're not supposed to harm others.
Yeah, so do no harm isn't my morality, and in actual fact, doctors don't use the Hippocratic oath. Do no harm.
And they should, because
no. Let me finish, Alex. Please let me finish. They use
can justify a lot of criminal shit. You could justify a lot of criminal stuff.
Let me finish. They use the affirmation of Geneva now, which is do what's in the best interests of your patient, because you may have to do harm to help your patient.
It's not only in the best interest of your patient now; it's in the best interest of how much the hospital or the doctor makes.
Well, think that's the affirmation of Geneva, but that is a problem.
It's all based off of that. That's the whole HMO thing, Health Maintenance Organization.
Getting back to what you're saying, it may have been better for well-being, like more morally good to discuss it with you. That may be true. I don't know the exact circumstances, but I am not concerned with do no harm. What I'm concerned with is the overall well-being of the individual and society, right? So she may have thought her individual well-being.
Well, don't even think what she was thinking. Don't try and defend my wife.
That's why I said may.
But
I
anyway,
don't.
yeah, I know. Don't try and defend her at all. I don't want to hear that side. The thing
Okay,
is, you know, we already got
can
through
see
all that. We already got through all that because I'm a Christian man and I forgave her. Okay. And that's just the way it is. And I asked God about it, and she forgave herself, and she, ended up, not, just losing the whole uterus itself. But the fact, because of that abortion, by the way, too much scar tissue. So the problem with your morality, though, is the reason I brought that up, because I don't tell everybody. Yeah, I'm on tape right now, giving you my whole story. Because the problem with your morality is, you also said before, you said, oh, your morality is, you don't want to hurt anybody in your whole secularist thing and your secularist view. And so there's real no morality in a secularist view, because you just told me in a scenario where husband and wife and then I also said, a couple other things. And then you came back to me with, oh, doing no harm. So you're free to harm anybody under a secularist view. Anything and anybody.
No, I think that's sort of a misrepresentation from where I'm coming from. Because
Guys, am I wrong?
Doing no harm. What I said is well-being for the individual and society. So there is harm you can do, that as long as it doesn't sort of violate these rights that humans have, that is beneficial to society. And I think,
are you familiar with the term inalienable rights?
Right.
And also, I would like to apologize for calling you a retard. I'm obligated by my morality to do that, so I apologize for calling you a retard.
Okay.
I
think that we.
And I forgive you, and I hope that this conversation softens your heart, and you reconsider some things
Mark,
that
this is the bottom,
yeah.
Exactly. This is the bottom line. We want you to come to Jesus Christ. We want you to realize the peace that passes all understanding, so you don't have to make these obligations of, what do I do next? Which way does the wind blow? Which way am I going to have to handle this? Which way you have one source that you can go to very easily, and it's not a magic book. I get that. It's a bibliography of books, which is basically a library of books written over 1,400 plus years by 44 different authors.
Yeah, no, I get that. I guess my problem is that the morality that you get out of there is different than the morality that other people.
No, we understand about. We understand
about
Joshua and things like that, where they had to go into lands and they had to disrupt them, but they were diseased. That was the whole point, because there were bestiality and things like that. And so obligation that was their land in the beginning. So let me finish. That was their land in the beginning. That was promised to Abraham, which was the father of the 12 tribes of Israel. And God said, go in and take these lands. And some of them just passed on by and said, hey, you guys, we heard about, you guys crossing the Red Sea, boom, this and that, because everything travels fast. And that some of them didn't want to give up the land, and they were totally taking care of it. So the morality was basically, if somebody, you and your wife go off to work, and then somebody, squats in your house, says it's their house, what obligation do you have to take them out of your house? Right? That type of a thing. Would you have to come down to killing them, or would you have to come down to calling the police or the authorities? Or that would probably be the first go, be calling the authorities. But the second thing would be, if the authorities say, no, they have the right to sit there, then what? Then you just walk away from the house.
Okay, so I'll just address the first thing first. So because God commanded, you mentioned that they take back the land, I want to ask, is it moral because God commanded it, or was it for some other reason it was moral?
Well, they were told to leave before they were attacked. They knew. A lot of them did leave. If you read the Bible straight through and Judges and that, a lot of the people did assimilate with the Israelites, or just left on their own and just gave them the land. There's been several stories like that, but there were the ones
there and killed them.
Yeah, Jericho was one of them. Jericho, and that's another one where even Rahab was allowed to lie to save the two spies, and so that's under the guise of the Anne Frank story. Okay, Would you lie to save Anne Frank's life? Yes, I would.
Well, they
Even if
kind
it,
of killed
even,
all
even if it meant for me to die, to lie for her, I would.
Well, they kind of killed all of the young and child
Correct.
boys, kept the girls.
Because you know what pedophilia is, right?
Because God commanded them to do that, or was it some other reason it was moral?
I don't want to get very graphic in this, but you know that there's a society in even in Australia where they take infants and molest infants. It's a society. It's here in the United States too.
Australia?
Yeah. You ever hear of NAMBLA?
Well, I mean that's more
Bohemian Grove.
All that.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Sacrificing for Moloch. Like basically, when you like abort a fetus, you're sacrificing a child
to Moloch.
You're either sacrificing it to God or you're sacrificing it to some other idol.
You
and usually that idol in the Bible is Moloch.
So you just want to know whether killing all of the tribe and taking their young girls for yourself, was that moral because God commanded it, or was it because of some other reason?
Well,
I would like to comment on that if I could.
Go right ahead.
The land of Canaan were the descendants of Canaan, who was Ham's son. And for some odd reason, Ham did something wrong or not good. I don't know exactly how to define it. But his son was cursed. And then all of his descendants were cursed too, I guess, because when God told them to take lands, he told them to take specific ones in particular. Well, as it turns out, when you read the book of Joshua, you find out that most, if not all, of the lands that he took is where the what we call the bad seed, the giants from pre-flood. Now, in pre-flood days, this is sort of a wild story to most people that haven't heard it before, but there were giants in those days, and until Augustine came along around 400 or 500 AD, almost everyone believed that those giants were the descendants of a union between angels, heavenly angels who came down, and earthly women. Well, and it said those giants would be both before and after, which a lot of people, and I do, interpret to mean before and after the flood. Well, how'd they get there? Because the sons of Noah were not corrupt, neither was Noah or his wife. So it had to be some other way. Well, the only person that was cursed on the other side after the flood was Canaan. Well, then logic may not be true, but logically it would mean that his mother had a corrupted seed. And that's how the giants like Goliath, and there were the Onyx or something. There were a lot of weird names. But a careful reading of Joshua, you'll find that he targeted those giant nations, the nations that had the giants, and others he just sort of let go. Didn't bother, or just told them, whatever. So there's a lot more to the story than just saying that God allowed it or God ordered it or whatever. God passes judgment for a reason. Like he killed millions or so of his own people in 70 AD because they rejected him. They started living immorally. They started, one of the biggest things would say were not good. What they weren't, they didn't do justice to the widows, the poor, and the strangers within their gates.
So there's
and that was a specific order that would cause Israel to be cursed. And sure enough, they were cursed. Malachi foretold it. Paul confirmed it.
Okay, so there's some other reason why it's they are immoral or they're moral. It's not just God commanding it. So what is that reason? Where do you get back to as objective?
Well, the reason is what God says in the Bible, what he considers moral. He has the 10 Commandments, which are pretty straightforward. Another is to
says.
love your.
It's
Another
because
is
God
to love.
commands it.
If you'll let me speak.
Sorry.
Another
You're right.
is to love your neighbor as yourself. Now that really sort of covers the whole picture. Jesus said that was in Matthew 7:12. That is the law and the prophets. So the mean man, the greedy man, the violent man, well, that's mean. These are the things that God abhors. He hates. He also despises pride, people who exalt themselves above other people. They think they're superior, or maybe they don't think they're superior, but that's just a front to hide their insecurities, well, for whatever way. But these are the kind of things that God hates. Now, he tells you in the Ten Commandments very specifically, don't worship idols. Now, idols don't necessarily mean, things of clay or gold or whatever. It also means don't worship anything but God. Now, a lot of the people in those days are worshiping angels, believe it or not. And God called them gods, other gods, little g. But if you go back and read the history of Deuteronomy 32:8, Babel, he had assigned angels over all the nations, and those angels turned on God, corrupted all the nations, even more so than they're already corrupted. And that was part of the thing. He said, don't worship anybody but me, and you won't have any problem. But other things he said were honor thy father and mother. That's a pretty good thing to do. Don't kill. Now that doesn't mean that means don't murder. Killing is okay if it's in self-defense. Don't steal. Don't covet your neighbor's wife, or actually anything that is your neighbor's. All these are good things to live by, and that's the moral law of God. There is absolutely nothing in the Ten Commandments that's bad, but yet it's pretty much illegal to display publicly the Ten Commandments anywhere except on the front of the Supreme Court building.
Yeah, I think
oddly enough,
we've kind of gone sideways here.
No, I don't think we did. I think we got away from you kept asking why God destroyed those nations in Canaan, and I'm telling you why, because they were evil, and finally he got enough of them.
Yeah.
They caused so much harm. They were fighting amongst themselves. And if you talk about taking land, well, the Australians should just I
don't think that's right.
Yeah, just leave and give it back to the Aborigines.
And I just want to say
that's what I'm saying. There's selective morality on the part of secular humanists.
Well, I want to look at your contradiction, because first you said it isn't just what God says, it's some other reason behind the morality. And then you said, well, God says that it's moral. He says all of these things. He says this, he says that. And you kind of suggested that it's because what God says. So there's a contradiction.
Well, no, there's no contradiction.
No,
you're reading that into it. You're reading that into it. If you'll let me respond, you're reading that into it, because I said it's not just because God said go kill him.
So there's some other reason.
He had a good reason to do it.
What's the reason?
So
where does that come from if not God?
What? Say that again?
Well, where does the morality come from if it doesn't come from God? What God says, where does it come from?
The morality comes from God and nowhere else.
Then there is
no other morality. Everything else is man's opinion. And I don't know if you've noticed this in societies, but those opinions depend on who's at the top. And power-hungry people always rise to the top in any organization, whether it be the church, whether it be science, whether it be education. It doesn't matter. Politics. Power-hungry people always rise to the top, and they corrupt everything they touch. Well, that's what happened in China. That's what happened.
This is called the Euthyphro dilemma, for those unfamiliar with it. It's basically saying that either it comes from what God wants and what he commands, or it comes from somewhere else.
Now, it comes from Satan, right? Yeah. It's only one. There's only two choices.
The problem with this dilemma is that if it comes from what God says or what God wants or his nature, then it's subjective. It's subjective morality and not objective.
Okay.
On the other side, if it comes from somewhere else and not his nature or what he says, then you've just kicked the can down the road, and your answer of God doesn't cover why morality is objective.
That's philosophical baloney. No, what God is the creator. He can do as he pleases, but he gave us a set of rules to live by. If you don't live by them, then you're opposing God. If you teach men to doubt the word of God like you've been doing, then you're following the exact same thing as the first sin in the Bible, which was teaching people to doubt God's word. That's exactly what Satan did in the second or third chapter of the Bible. And that was the first sin, and that's the biggest sin today. Satan deceives the entire world, and he deceives it by sending people like you out to teach people to doubt God's word.
Don't really care.
Satan's not going to come in like
to me, so I don't really care.
Oh, anyway, I'm done.
He doesn't care.
I don't. Sin doesn't.
Okay. Hang on. So he mentioned about power hungry people. So say, well, what would, in your system, what would prevent me from stopping to lying to you, backstabbing you, so I can get a higher position, say in a company? What would your morality stop me from doing that? If I can get away with it, if I can pay people off, and I can get away with it, and I could gain infinitely more, and you would go less. What would stop me? What in your morality would stop me from doing such a thing?
Yeah, so you're kind of going into sort of a legal sphere now. Sort of what would stop me? How would I be punished?
Well, what would morally stop me from lying to you and backstabbing
me in the back isn't really good for my well-being, and it isn't really good for your well-being.
Well, I don't care. I don't love you as myself.
Okay.
I only love myself. So I'm gonna climb the hierarchy just like Lucifer did, so I can get to the top and I can make more money and I can get away with it and I can sleep good at night.
Well,
so
I
what in your morality stopped me from doing that?
Well, it's the fact that you will have a sense of empathy unless you're a sociopath or a psychopath or something, and that if you're
well, I just think you're lesser than me. It's not that I don't have empathy. I just think you're lesser. I don't love you as myself, so I think of you as a lesser. And so I do have empathy for you, but it's in a different capacity.
Yeah, so here's the problem. A Bible or sort of objective religions don't solve that. I can still...
What do you mean it doesn't solve that?
I can still interpret the Bible as... Do you think that power-hungry people are all atheists?
I'm not saying that they're... No, they're definitely Freemasons. There's a lot of Freemasons, but there is atheists.
Some are atheists, sure. Some bad people are atheists.
Yeah.
Are they all
I'm not saying, but I'm just saying what in your morality would stop me, or especially atheists. Like atheists, they wouldn't feel guilty. Maybe a Christian would be like, "Oh shit, I did that stuff like 10 years ago. Maybe I should go repent for that." Right?
They still do it. I mean, I hate to break it to you, but there are still bad people.
And the Bible talks about it in Corinthians when Paul gave them the churches and there was power hungry people in Corinthians.
You've got to ask why crime is a lot higher in religious people than it is in
that's baloney.
That's
excuse me.
He's making stuff up.
He
hasn't really solved the moral dilemma still. And he just dodges it.
Killed hundreds of millions of people.
Yeah,
we're three atheists and a Jesus-hating pantheist named Hitler. There were three atheists, a Jesus-hating there was another one called Pol Pot. He was not exactly a Christian
Stalin.
either.
Stalin was probably the worst. The Holodomor.
Now, this is a big myth that Christians are the most dangerous people. That is absolute nonsense.
There's a guy called Thomas Mitchell.
Oh, you're full of it.
Thomas Mitchell invented leaded petrol and CFCs, and he's responsible for the most deaths in human history. He was also a Bible-believing Christian. You can point to bad people all over.
Who was a Bible-believing Christian? Who did
Thomas
you say?
Mitchell. Thomas Mitchell. I don't know how many times I can
have no idea who that is.
He was an inventor. He invented leaded petrol and CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with chlorofluorocarbons. That was a big myth.
Yeah, they destroy the ozone layer.
Mark,
why do you call him? Why did you say he was a murderer?
Well, he's responsible for the most death, is what I'm saying. All I'm trying to point out.
How do you know that?
Well, I mean, anyway.
No, I want to know how you know it. You made the
just
claim.
sweep it
How
under
do you
the
know
rug.
that?
Just sweep it under the rug.
Because if you add up the amount of people that have been impacted by leaded petrol and sort of ozone layer degradation, two of his most
How do
horrendous.
you know that lead caused their deaths?
Okay, I'm not even.
Let me unpack this.
I figured you were just spouting your mouth again.
Let me unpack this. Number one, leaded fuel.
All I'm saying is there are both atheists and Christians that have caused death and destruction and are evil people. Claiming that objective morality doesn't seem to get you to being a good person.
Mark, you cannot be a power-hungry person and be a Christian. That's anti-Christian.
Really?
Yes, it is.
Humble
Jesus
yourself.
taught that our leaders would be as our servants. That's exactly what he teaches.
It's actually called upon the
instead of those stupid atheist talking points.
Person has ever been a Christian.
You can't be that stupid.
He hasn't read the Bible. That's the thing with these people is they pick verses out of context
and all that stuff.
That's
just nonsense. That's atheist talking.
Yeah.
Read the Bible. It's only 31,000 verses. It shouldn't take you more than a year or two. Read it very carefully and see what you think about it.
Can I come in at this point?
So say Biden, who's a Christian, he's not power hungry.
Biden's not a Christian.
No Christian.
Only an idiot
would
say
that.
He was actually denounced by the bishop.
Now we bring up
He's a Catholic. There's a difference.
Catholics aren't Christians.
No,
there's a lot of good Catholics.
There's a lot of good Catholics,
really good Catholics.
He's not. He's not a Christian.
There's a lot of bad ones too, but a lot of bad Protestants too.
This is a logical fallacy that is actually happening, which is called the no true Scotsman fallacy, where you're saying, hey, if they, they're a Christian to everybody, including themselves, but if they do something bad, we're not going to consider them a Christian.
All right, number one, Mark.
That's
okay,
true.
They were first called Christian in Antioch. That's Acts 11, verse 26. You can verse snipe that all you like. But the fact is, they preceded the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church was a molding of, under Constantine, pagan relationship with Catholicism, because those were basically the, let's say, not the Pharisees, but the Chaldeans that kind of infiltrated into the Christianity level and said, hey, we can gain power out of this. So when they decided to make Christianity the okay thing to do, they didn't want to persecute all the people, but the Catholic Church did. That's why we have the Jesuits. That's why we have all that, because Ignatius Loyola was commissioned to kill all the reformers during the time of the Reformation period after Martin Luther. And to squash that, now we have the Black Pope, we have the White Pope, and we have the Gray Pope. Which one is the Pope? Well, apparently the White Pope, who sits over there in the Vatican, is only the guy that has that little area down there. But you have the, so Catholicism is a conundrum inside a conundrum, which is an ancient Babylonian rites religion that has Mary worship. And nowhere in the Bible does it say to worship Mary. They think that she's the intercession between God and man, not Jesus Christ, but Mary is, and that's totally Babylonian. That's Semiramis worship. That's because Semiramis was the mother, the mother of heaven, and now Mary's the mother of heaven.
Now,
so what they did is they just translated all that stuff. So the Catholic Church has some problems itself. Now, are there some saved people in the Catholic Church? Yes, I believe that there are, but the higher ups, no.
To me, the biggest contradiction or the biggest heresy, you might say. Mark, let me talk.
I just want to say this: that I have no dog in the game. You say they're wrong. They say you're wrong. I'm in no position to judge. I don't really care.
I know, and you don't. If you knew the Bible, you would be in a position to judge.
Right.
The biggest heresy of the Catholic Church is one thing, and that is they've added an extra mediator between God and man.
But so I don't like.
In other words, the Pope is a mediator between them and God, But
they're
it's supposed to be
saying
Jesus Christ is a mediator, not a pope, not a man.
And you guys don't have anything extra, either of you. I don't think they're right. I don't think you're right. You're saying they're wrong. They're saying you're wrong.
Have you actually like read more than like one verse of the Bible?
You don't want to hear.
Are right beyond your assertion that they are wrong.
But in the case of Biden, he simply isn't following what the baseline doctrine of the Roman Catholic Church teaches. I mean, it's like way out of bounds.
I don't have a dog in the race here. I don't care who's right and who's wrong because I don't believe either of you. It's just you guys say they're wrong.
Mark, I know this may come as a shock to you, but nobody on this board believes you.
But
anyway,
yeah, no one believes you're actually a moral subjectivist.
Anyway,
I believe you, Mark.
Thanks, Pseudonym. I am a moral subject. Well, to be clear, I'm a
on your own standards, though, Mark.
I'm a methodological relativist. Okay, so it's a fairly important distinguish that it's not completely subjective. Once you have your subjective framework, you can then make objective. That's what a meta-ethical relativist is.
Yeah, what I mean,
it sounds like a big mass of confusion, philosophical mumbo jumbo to me.
Well, no, if you understand it, it makes sense. I mean,
well, maybe I'm not smart enough to understand anything that confusing. I'm more of a science guy. I can't, just like under evolution, that's absolute nonsense. But a lot of people believe it.
Talk about that if you want. I mean, that would be more in line with the actual topic, to be honest with you.
Can I come in?
It's all just part of the club. It's all part of the club.
It's all part of the club. I'm not sure what that means. I tell you what, I've been on for a long time, and I do have to go pretty soon. I can probably give another 10 minutes or so if you want to ask me anything else, because I've had a lot of questions today.
I want to come in because I am myself a theist, and it's my first time here, so thank you for having me, LPV. And I do back Mark up as a theist.
Theist? I'm not a theist.
Yeah. No, I'm a theist.
You as a theist. Gotcha. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, but Mark, you're a Christian atheist. You're not a Buddhist atheist.
Christian atheist. How does that work exactly?
That's our Western tradition. And you're not a Buddhist atheist, and you're not an Islamic atheist, but you're a Christian atheist.
He believes in reincarnation, atheism believes that atheism believes in reincarnation.
Thank you for misinterpreting what I said, but
I didn't. No. Just let me correct the record. You said atheists that believe in reincarnation. Okay.
Just tried to misrepresent what I said. So just because our society, and I agree, our Western society generally came from a Christian background, it sure did. But the problem here is that's called the genetic fallacy. It's saying where a thing comes from must be the thing itself. So that's actually a logical fallacy to say, hey, because you arrive from a society that was Christian in nature at some point, you have to be a Christian.
Well, I mean, there's so much subtext there that you can't escape it. I mean, it's, the fish, ask a fish about water thing. Tom Holland, and, he's not a believer. And wrote a great book called Dominion, and he catalogs all the succession of the rights we just assume and the progress we just assume and all that. And
but there's a fallacy there. It's sort of saying, because my name is Mark, it's got to be a Christian name. And then I could say, well, Mark is actually short for Marcus, which means sort of beloved of Mars, the Roman god Mars. So therefore I have to believe in the Roman pantheon. There's a problem there. And that's why the genetic fallacy exists. It's because you're taking the origin as the current thing, and that's not right.
But it's something we can't escape in the West. I mean, if we lived in India or we lived in China or the Samoan Islands or whatever, it would be a completely different set of morals, plausibility structures, the whole bit.
Yeah, I concede that the West does have a lot of influence from Christian principles, but it also has influence of things like the Enlightenment, which basically was the introduction of science, which was deists, not necessarily Christians, and atheist philosophies. So there was also a lot of different stuff coming from a lot of different areas.
Yes and no. The science kind of got kicked off in the 11th century after the papal revolutions, where and it started in the legal sciences, where they kind of abandoned the Greek pure deduction. And there's a great book by Harold Berman that covers that. So there's just a ton of subtext and backstory that you can't escape. And
yeah, but I mean, you could point back to Aristotle as being sort of origin of science as well. That was ancient Greek, and there's a lot of classical.
That's
Greek
true, Mark. Aristotle was the father of Western science, but they abandoned it. They began to abandon it around the 13th century when Pope, some fellow, I don't remember his name, at the Pope Benedict, I think was his name, agreed with him. So they pushed through this doctrine that banned what they call necessarian doctrine, I guess you might say.
Yeah, that God was.
And what the necessarian doctrine says was man said God can do this, he can't do that, he can do this, he can't do that. So man was deciding what God could and could not do. Well, around the 1220, 1240, it was banned. You could no longer say that in the Catholic Church, which was really pretty well. Okay, now let me finish. So anyway, after that, that really was one of the founding, besides what Alyosha, that's did I say that right?
Alyosha.
But anyway, that was part of that was a thing that led by doing that took away Aristotle's reasoning. So reason's not science, that's just man's opinion. But that led to the empirical science, you might say, which of the scientific revolution, which Galileo was sort of like the first of that. I heard he actually created rules or techniques so that other people could test his theories in their labs outside of his lab. But then the scientific revolution was based on the Judeo-Christian ethic that God created an orderly universe. That's exactly.
I know that wasn't the Enlightenment.
Yes, no, that definitely wasn't the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment went back to reason, back to Aristotle's nonsense.
The Enlightenment was the idea that God couldn't be used as have any explanatory power for what we see in the world, and that
that's the darkening. They call it the Enlightenment
method. The modern scientific method comes directly from that idea that we must have empirical methodologies in which to make any kind of evaluation of reality.
Well, then why did science abandon it with Darwinism? Because Darwin had absolutely no evidence for his theory. It was strictly his reason. No, none. It was strictly his reason. Read his book. He had no evidence. It was strictly his idea, his imagination. And since then, there's still been no evidence found that justifies his theory. But so really what it was it's just like the Enlightenment. It wasn't about science. It was about God, getting rid of God.
I think it had a ton of evidence, like testable predictions, like Archaeopteryx and things like that.
Oh, that's not testable. That's not testable prediction. That's a distinct species. No, it has no evolutionary history, one way or the other, before or behind.
Well, I mean, they predicted that they would find at a certain.
Well, they predicted a lot of things they didn't find too. That's like Jeannie Dixon. She predicts like 1,000 things, and maybe if a couple come through, that's the one she emphasizes. So it's Jeannie Dixon science.
Predictions have all sort of been bad. Like they predicted they wouldn't find all of these fossils that they went ahead and find. Like their whole thing of there's no sort of transitional fossils was kind of a bit ludicrous before we found, Australopithecus afarensis, and then we found Australopithecus.
But that's been debunked. That's just a handful of bones. You take all of the bones You can put them on a picnic table, the fragments. It's all fragmented. There's absolutely zero evidence. You have to have a vivid imagination, Mark. You have to have a vivid imagination, which obviously you do.
Yeah, that's not an argument. Paleontologists completely disagree with you.
No, they don't. Some do. Probably most do. But there are others who have looked at. There are others who have looked at it, and they say there are no transitional forms. The Australopithecus, or whatever you call that thing, that bonobo or whatever it really was, there is no transition. There is zero transition up to it and beyond it. There's no transition.
We found Homo habilis, Homo erectus. We found a ton of, but the whole point
Homo erectus is a human. Homo erectus is fully human. See, that's another
was sort of
deception that evolutionists said was Homo erectus. That was another deception, just like junk DNA. They make this stuff up, and then they force it down, ram it down our children's throats, and pretty soon people like you and me, I believed evolution for 65 years almost.
Well, yeah,
I was an evolutionist, and I was a Christian for the last 40 of that. So you can't say, "Oh, it's your Christian beliefs that did that." No, I one day I went out and took a look at the geologic column myself, at the instigation a friend asked me to do it. I didn't know why he asked me, but I did it anyway. And I really examined that thing. I looked at all kind of local stuff. I looked at pictures everywhere. Every picture I saw. And all I saw were flood deposits. That's all I saw. Now I'm an engineer by schooling, and you look at that. I could not see a single gradual deposit anywhere, because gradual deposits are not laminated. They are if you do them like really slow in the lake, but these had to be quick, because they created these thick, huge layers of homogeneous stuff. You got 500 feet of sand topped with 500 feet of shale and 500 feet of limestone, and then they repeat. It's always the same. It's gravel, sand, shale, limestone, repeat, rinse and repeat. Gravel, and it goes all the way to the top of the column in that same sequence.
So
you can see it if you're looking for it. You won't let me talk. So you can see it. You've heard the show all night, Mark. What's the matter with you? Are you that insecure that you can't let anybody else talk? I listened to you for an hour and a half, and all you did was ramble and interrupt people. Then you got mad when they interrupted you. Just to get a word in, you got to interrupt you. So quit babbling and let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay, we'll just get to the point, because
what I'm saying about the geologic column is, back in the 50s or so, an oil company geologist named L.L. Sloss, he did core drilling for the oil company. And he started examining these things. He said, wait a minute, these things are in sequence. And it's really just what I just said: gravel, sand, shale, and limestone or carbonate. That is the sequence. Then there's a erosion layer on top of the carbonate, and then it starts again: gravel, sand. Now there are layers missing just by the nature of the terrain at that time, but it's always in that same sequence, always. Well, in one of my college textbooks, it's that I purchased out a long time after I went to college, is by Stephen, Stephen, I can't remember his name now, but anyway, in his book, he talks about these sequences. Now, if you read what he talks about a huge seawater incursion over land, and then it retreats. Another seawater incursion, which had to be higher than the previous one to deposit stuff on top of it, and then it retreated. The only difference between his model and the creation model is the flood model, should I say, is the time. He said, oh, this happened over millions of years. But common sense will tell you it cannot. You cannot have laminated layers. You cannot have one deposit all the time for millions of years, and then all of a sudden it switches gears and starts depositing something else. That's nonsense. That's flood layers are deposited horizontally. We proved it in engineering labs. You run a flume, You run it horizontally, it puts one layer right on top of the other. You vary the speed, and suddenly it starts depositing the same layers right on top of that. So instead of, say, 3 layers at a time, you get 6, just constantly. Okay. And what that means is the fossils on the timeline do not depend on superposition. Like it really falsifies Steno's principle of superposition, because your position on the timeline determines the position. Oh, I know this, you don't want to hear it, but the position on the timeline determines where the fossil is. You can have fossils on 4 or 5 layers.
This is
fossils 4 or 5 layers down that are younger than those on the top. And the reason for that is because it's all horizontal deposition.
What happens? A fossil has never been found.
I know you don't want to hear it because it destroys your narrative. You don't want to hear it. Well, I've listened to your stuff for 65 years, and it's pure nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. Yeah, that's a crazy stuff. How do you believe that nonsense, Mark? You're smarter than that.
Look, you have gone on and on doing different topics. No, but I've stuck to one topic. You're just bringing up thing after thing after thing, hoping that I can't address it all. It's gish gallop, and you know it. So the geologic column, the oil companies drilling for oil, what they do is they use our current geological models to find the oil. One company tried to use creationist models to try and find oil. They went bankrupt. It was an absolute.
That is pure nonsense. Geologists don't give a crap about age.
Yeah, there are layers.
Timeline. They don't care. All they care is the position and the timeline. Position and the layer. That's all they care about.
There is also layers that go.
You're lying, Mark. Geologists don't give a crap about that.
Right. So there are layers, and what we do find are layers inverted, where basically it goes deep to shallow, and then shallow to deep. So what's happening here? How does the flood put one layer down from old to new, then from new to old? Under the
Show me where that happens, Mark. Show me where that happens, Mark. Mark, show me where that happens. Mark, tell me where it happens. Prove yourself. You made the claim. Prove it.
Inverted geological column.
Now, I got a point of order. Gish Gallop.
So at the foot of the Karakoram Mountains is a salt range formation. So there you go. That's one example.
Okay, now what is
so
what
now
is
that
the
I can
inversion?
continue,
What is the inversion?
What has happened is that the crust has bent over as part of, instead of subducting, it's actually curled over and made it go back to front. Now, this is just a thing
that's fine. That's what creationists believe.
Well, that takes millions of years.
No, that happens very quickly. It's the sediment has to be softer. It won't fall.
Really fast. I'd love to see how old that textbook you're talking about. I'm nothing against you. I've just seen a lot of people grab a lot of information from old textbooks and sort of say, hey, that's what's happening today. I think I saw Hovind grab something from 1970 as an example. It was pretty obnoxious, to be honest with you. So I have some doubts about that.
Mark, I have plenty of 2020 textbooks. I buy them all the time. Every year, almost, I get some new ones.
Paleontologist, worth his salt, thinks that the flood model is true. It's basically a laughed out of geological. And I know
that is not true, Mark. I have plenty of evolutionary textbooks on geology and paleontology, and they are confused. Believe me, they are confused. If you claim they laugh, they only do that in public. They certainly don't do it behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, they're very concerned about their career. They don't have anything to back it up.
You will be laughed out of there for suggesting the flood model.
Only in public, because that's the front they put on. Behind the scenes, they're scared to death they're going to lose their career.
So they're scared to death. Ask sometime. Go to a university and ask their school of geology, which they will have because it's a university.
Mark, they have a public face and a private face. Mark, don't you understand the difference? Are you that dumb?
Well, thanks for the ad hominem, but no.
That's not an ad hominem. That's a serious question. Don't you understand that they have a public and a private face?
Oh, conspiracy theory now. Yeah.
No, not conspiracy. I'm reading the textbooks and the literature.
Yeah.
They haven't a clue how they haven't a clue how the continental shelf formed. They can't understand why you got 900 feet of shale in one formation, and between the Coconut Sandstone and the Hermit Shale. They can't understand why you have that, because in the Grand Canyon, there's a knife edge boundary between the Hermit Shale and the Coconut Sandstone. 70 miles away, they got like a 900 feet formation, totally different, called the Snebbly Hills or something like that. Okay, and well, I mean, that is sandwiched between the Hermit Shale and the Coconino Sandstone. Now, how in the heck did that get there and still leave a flat layer I know a little bit about geology, Mark, but obviously you don't.
Because you don't know
what you have no clue what you're talking about
or anything.
I still want to know what Gish Gallop means.
Okay, so Gish Gallop is when you bring up a series of points that may be loosely connected, but all totally different points in order to, and the idea, and it was done by Gish back in ages ago, I can't remember his first name, but basically you bring up a lot of points so that nobody can counter those points, that you'll think that, hey, if I bring up, you know, drilling and this textbook and missing layers and flood layers and all these different things, you can slip it by somebody's that's trying to talk to you.
And that's an Australian euphemism then.
No, it's a philosophical one. It's like a known tactic in debate.
Mark, I'm not talking philosophy. I'm talking empirical evidence, what we can actually see in the column. In every visual place, you got the same sequences. You have the same laminated layers. Later, I didn't even know anything about the fossil record when I first examined the column, but I abandoned evolution immediately after I examined it. After all my life, I was 65 years old. I never doubted evolution because that's all I'd ever been taught. I had no reason to doubt my professors in college. I had zero reason to doubt it. But then all of a sudden I looked at the geologic column. It didn't take any time at all for me to realize that's flood sediment. That is, okay, so, I mean, that's what any honest flood hydrologist, I mean, well, what do you call them? It'd be, I guess, hydrologist, but a geologist with hydrology background will tell you that's the way they form in the laboratories. Those are verifiable in laboratories, that they produce one type of sand if you mix a bunch of things together, you know, sand, gravel, limestone, whatever, and you run them through a flume, they're going to sort according to their density or their size, depending. And they form solid layers, and they're all laminated. In other words, you go to the Hermit Shale and look at it real carefully, it's laminated. In other words, there are no borers. I mean, there's a few, but they immediately get arrested because soon, right on top of them, is another big, thick column of sediment. So it destroys them. So you can find the fossils of some borers, but worldwide, marine boring, or bioturbation, they call it, is almost non-existent. Now, how could that happen? You go down here and anywhere you want to look in seawater, and you're going to find the mixing like crazy.
All you have to do to prove evolution wrong is find one fossil out of place in that geological column, and nobody has ever managed to do it.
Actually, there are all kinds of fossils out of order, yes, they are, and they get suppressed. The evidence is suppressed. Yes, there's plenty of them. There's plenty of them.
There's
also, and guess what? That order actually fits the creation model. The order of plants, the order of evolution for plants is 95%. The order of creation for plants, that's sea to land terrestriality, which is what a flood would do, is 95%. You look at the order of fossils, you have marine life first, right? First, I mean, everybody knows that. The next you have
you point me to a peer-reviewed paper that says that fossils are out of place, evolution is wrong. Please do that right now. Citation.
I can't look it up right now. I don't have access like you do.
You can't show it.
I'll definitely find it, and I'll post it on this website, on this website, and we've discussed things before in
your
in the
website.
comment
Yes,
section.
the scientific, literacy of some guy's website on the internet. Yeah, it sounds.
No, I didn't say
Yeah,
that, Mark. You
no.
you misunderstood me. I said I
You
will
can't
post
prove
the
anything. You
paper.
just wanna
I will
assert
post the
that that's
paper
fact.
on
No, I
this
get it.
comment
I
section.
get it. You just
bonehead.
want to assert it. I get it. You just want to assert it.
Mark, he
Yeah.
said he would post it here in the comments afterward.
Go for it. We'll post it. I will wait upon it. That saying that evolution.
Oh, you're
is
going to
wrong.
stay awake till I post it? Okay, let me just find it.
Well, I mean, you're saying that you can present a peer-reviewed paper that says that evolution is wrong because we have found fossils out of place in the geologic column. Go for it.
No, it won't say evolution's wrong, but it will say they found them out of order.
Okay.
They won't admit evolution's wrong. They'll call them anomalies.
I think they call them inconvenient fossils.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what they call them.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll wait for the link. You've made
okay. Well, you may be wanting a long time. I've got thousands of papers in my library, and I don't keep them that well organized. But I'll find it.
We're good. We'll wait.
I'll find them. There's probably more than one.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure there's more than one.
Back to the clearing of the land, Canaanites, etc. And what made that a moral command?
Yeah,
I think.
Sure.
Yeah, I think the dirty little secret there is that, word of God, he outlawed their societies or whatever, and the people went into and cleared them out. And I don't think there's much way around that. And I'm sure there were probably good reasons for that. But, obviously the only moral way to destroy a city is to use napalm or nuclear weapons. But in the case of war and trying to displace another culture, I think we've all seen in the last 100 years that certain methods get used that were much more brutal than what were used on the Canaanites. And then, that doesn't get the issue of whether it was moral to tell them to take off or leave the land or clear the land or whatever. But the initial, the way it was carried out, it's just no different than what essentially our cultures are used to doing.
Yeah. So, and don't get me wrong, I completely agree that it was normal for the culture at the time to have wars, to take children, especially the female children. So sort of lined up against our current moral evaluations, it's horrendous. But for them, it was perfectly normal. And that's my whole point, I guess. I think that the reason why I brought that up was simply to say, is that moral because God deemed it moral, or for some other reason?
Oh no, I think you just got to own it. I think, and I'm sure he had his reasons, but it's like if we came across like the Mayan culture, the Aztec culture today, I think we'd have
someone masturbating in the background there.
That would be highly inappropriate for LPP's channel.
That would be highly inappropriate.
Even in America.
I did not mute my mic before I was scratching my ear.
Right. Man, that's some earwax you got there. Sorry, I'm joking. I'm honestly joking. I apologize.
By the way, here's the first one I ran into, Mark. It's by Science News. The source is the American Museum of Natural History, but this is like a report. And it says, 3 extinct squirrel-like species discovered. Mammals may have originated much earlier than thought, because these were at least 208 million years ago in the late Triassic.
Okay. You want to paste
it? By the way, I forgot the most important one. The most out of order fossils in all the geologic column are those in the Cambrian layers. You got all the modern phyla and then some that went extinct in those
Cambrian
layers, right? So that's backwards of what Darwin predicted. He predicted he predicted diversity, then that would grow into disparity. Well, here you have disparity first, or almost first, and then you got diversity coming later. I mean, that's just totally backwards of what Darwin predicted.
Well, I don't
Okay,
think
that's one. That's a big one. That's a real big one. Here's
Okay.
one that says Cretaceous duck ruffles feathers. Cretaceous duck ruffles feathers.
No. We're not going to just put this out and skip past it. Come on, there, Bible.
Okay, this is from the BBC News, which is definitely not a creationist news organization.
American Natural History.
Okay, I mean these are all from scientific papers and.
Yeah, so the problem with this is that it's not saying they were out of place. It was just earlier than what they expected. It's not saying, hey, we found...
that's very convenient. That's what I'm saying. That's why they call them inconvenient fossils, right? Not out of order.
It doesn't say
because otherwise they have to eat crow.
Yeah, so this in no way says that they're out of place.
Oh, I know. So if you found a rabbit in the Cambrian, obviously that'd be impossible because rabbits are way up in the column. Where
give me something that says
as the floodwaters
like you said,
you had animals fleeing to high ground. The dinosaurs were pretty stupid, and they didn't. Right? You had
Mark.
Okay, well, you look at the sequence of fossils. They're by ecosystem. Starting with the
they have found ducks
early
with
deep
dinosaurs.
ocean, then the shallow ocean, then the estuaries and what do you call it, swamps. Then you got the lower plains and the upper plains and the mountains or the hills. I mean, they're all in ecological order.
He's just decided
definitely not in evolutionary order. Definitely not in evolutionary order.
Instead of it actually says this. He in no way has backed up his claim. And I'm looking at it right now. It just says, hey, these things of squirrels may have been around earlier than we thought they were. They don't say they're out of place. They don't say, hey, there's a primitive
Okay, Mark. How do you define out of place?
Well, that in the geologic layer, you have, like, for instance, a more evolved primate before a more primitive primate, if that makes sense.
How do you find primitive and evolved?
I'm sorry?
How do you define primitive versus evolved?
Well, from the sort of the biology or the physiology of the thing. Like at some point, we developed, say, a certain type of eye. And if you could find evidence of a more primitive organism that only has, that you could say, hey, that was an ancestor, but it appeared later than earlier than this one, you would disprove evolution completely.
The Cambrian layers had animals. Some of those had some really advanced eyes. I mean, do you understand how many times the eye had to evolve, or what they call it, converge? Is that what they call it, or whatever?
Well,
to create all those different kinds of eyes. I mean, that's a pretty neat trick if you think about it.
Well, not really.
From random mutation and natural selection, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, well, we can tell that convergent evolution for the eye happened at least once, because cephalopods do have a different eye structure than we do. It's actually better. We've got a blind spot in our eye, and because of the direct optic nerve, cephalopods like octopuses don't have...
Well, you're not telling the whole story, Mark. We have to have the blind spot because we need blood to protect us, whereas they have the water to cool their eye. It's very simple physiological concept, and we don't really have a blind spot because when you look, you don't see it. You have to actually look to where you really don't see it. But the eye is the human eye is absolute marvel of engineering. It is absolute unbelievable marvel of engineering. But that's really where
I think
first fiber optics came from, was from the eye. I mean, of course that's an analogy, but the eye, the light comes in through a series of fiber optic whatever you call them, strings or tubes in the eye. It's really remarkable. But the blood has to be in the right place to cool the eye, or we couldn't even open our eyes, because we live in sun and wind and sand in the eye. We have all kind of problems, but the sun and the wind are the two primary killers of the eye. So there has to be protection for the eye. But yet the octopus, they don't care about that. They live down in the water. They don't have any problem with overheating or anything like that. So really, you're talking about apples and oranges when you talk about the octopus versus the human eye.
Yeah, no, the octopus eye is perfectly evolved to fit its environment.
Right, and so is the human eye, perfectly evolved. If it was evolved, they're not even evolved. They were created. They could not possibly have evolved. There's not enough time on the universe to even create a simple eye.
That live in darkness that still have this primitive eye spot that it developed from. And creationists originally said, oh, you can't explain the eye, you can't explain how it got there, you'll never be able to explain how it got there. And then
how did it get there?
Got there. Yeah, like I said, it evolved from a primitive eye spot, which only
Where did that come from?
Well, I mean, it evolved over time from a...
You mean the eye spot just sort of magically appeared?
Eye spot. If I could continue, it evolved from a more primitive eye spot that only detected light, very, very low levels of light. And then we basically had something that could detect shadow. Slowly over time, it basically curled round so it could detect the direction of shadows. And then it developed slowly from there up until the eyeball. They've explained it all, which
Gracious, that's fairy tale land, Mark.
Not really, no.
Yes, it is.
That's
unbelievable that
happening
you believe that.
In sort of various organisms that have eye spots. We can sort of find their ancestors that had eye spots. Now they have a more developed sort of system of it.
The eye spot just sort of magically appeared, and then it magically evolved. Even with the waiting time problem, the waiting time problem makes that totally illogical, Mark.
So magically, would be God creating these things out of thin air?
It takes a long time for mutations.
I haven't seen
coordinated mutations to form.
Of where a God has created something out of thin air. I would love to see that. Could you?
Well, that's what you believe. You believe life was formed out of thin air.
No. We're talking about the eye here. Could you give me an example of where you've seen a God create something out of thin air?
Yeah, I see it everywhere I look. I'm not blind.
Oh, really? So you could show me that happening.
Tell me.
No. Show me
man to create a grain of sand.
So show me that happening right now.
Well, he's already created everything. He took 6 days and then he rested on the 7th.
So cool story, bro. You can't show me.
No, I can't show. You can't show me any evolution, not one example of evolution. You cannot show me any verifiable data for evolution. Zero.
That's why creation is not a science, because you cannot show...
Evolution has never been a science. It's philosophy. It's actually not even a good philosophy. It's more like pseudoscience.
Germ theory of disease and the theory of evolution make up medicine. So it is definitely...
What? Oh, you mean because a lot of people believe it's science?
No, it's because it makes testable predictions. It has.
No, it doesn't. It makes 1 or 2, but then it makes hundreds more that aren't. What about junk DNA? Was that a testable prediction? DNA a testable prediction?
You think that creationism is a science?
Baloney. It's not a science. It's philosophy.
Right, but I think
it's a religion. To be honest with you, it's a faith-based religion.
What's that?
It's like Dawkins said. Let me see if I'm paraphrasing this correctly. Did he say that Darwin gave the scientifically challenged an avenue to where they pretend they are real scientists?
Oh no, Dawkins never said that.
Oh, okay, I missed it. That's what he should have said. That's what he should have said.
Well, I mean, just because you can misquote and sort of attribute quotes to people doesn't make it real.
Well, evolution has no evidence whatsoever. No verifiable evidence. Zero verifiable evidence. You can make up nice stories like an eye spot just sort of magically appeared, and somehow over time it turned into 40 different types of eyes. And just really unbelievable. I mean, I don't have enough faith to be an evolutionist anymore.
Incredulity. All you have is incredulity to say, hey, I don't understand how it could have happened, so it couldn't have happened. Even though we have
nobody understands it. Have you read any genetics literature lately?
Yes, I have read.
Yeah, have you? Well,
Yeah.
show me any geneticist, evolutionary geneticist, that has any verifiable data that proves evolution. Any of them. I don't care. It's any
I mean,
verifiable data. No, seriously, show me any evolutionary geneticist that's verifiable. I don't mean his opinion.
No,
If he's an evolutionist, it's obvious he's going to put an evolutionary spin on it. Evolutionary data.
You can look at it to your heart's content.
Okay, I probably have it in my library, but go ahead.
They always suppose, presume, imagine, think, believe.
Yeah, think, suggest. Yeah, I know all the what do you call those weasel words? Yep, that's all evolutionists have are weasel words.
So how about this one? Evolutionary aspects of human endogenous retroviral sequences and disease. How about that one? Would that?
Well, how about it? I'll bet you they can't prove any of it. Well, who's it by? Who's it by, Mark?
So in science, we don't generally go in for proofs.
Well, who is it? Yeah, right. Yeah, I understand that. Who is it by? Who is it by?
Jonas Blumberg et al., Dimitris Umshakius.
Is that Blomberg?
Yep.
Blomberg.
I mean, if you want, you can go over to, Dr. J.
I don't have that one, so let me look it up online. Give me that title again.
J? He's a guy with two PhDs in evolutionary biology.
So does the fellow that they kicked out of the Smithsonian Institute. He had two PhDs, one in evolutionary biology and another in. Okay, so really, no, you're playing the logical fallacy, credentials fallacy. Tell me the name of that paper so I can download it to my site.
Evolutionary aspects of human endogenous retroviral sequences and disease.
Human endogenous. That should be enough.
Retroviral sequences. Yeah, I mean, I put a link in the chat, the sort of panel chat here.
Oh, okay, good.
So that was Sternberg.
So that is by. Let's see, who did that?
Yeah,
one?
et al.
That was Sternberg they kicked out of the Smithsonian.
Right. He had two PhDs in evolutionary biology. He's not the one that approved the paper. It was three separate PhDs in biology, one from Harvard and one from overseas in London or something. They're the ones that approved it. He ran it by his editor. His editor said, well, okay, it's approved. But they got into the issue, and then all hell broke loose because these evolutionists cannot stand anybody that criticizes their theory.
Yeah, well, I'd sort of recommend going and talking to Jay. I think he's been on this panel before, Dr. Jay. He's very, very knowledgeable, has worked in one of the labs.
I have talked to him. He is not knowledgeable. He's brainwashed by evolutionary theory.
Yeah, I mean, everyone that disagrees with you is brainwashed, right? I'm brainwashed because I disagree with you.
Well, you are brainwashed, no doubt about it. I mean,
it's convenient.
That's not meant to be an ad hominem. That's meant to be that's meant to help you out.
Hey,
you get away from it.
Religion, and where does that get us? Where does that get us? To just
it doesn't get us anywhere if you're not going to hear anything that opposes your views.
Anybody that opposes,
I was taught just the opposite. I was taught to question everything.
Now I have a question about what you said earlier, that science does not look for proofs. I thought that was the whole idea behind science.
Yeah, so proofs
is exactly what science is supposed to do.
Yeah. So proofs is generally in maths. We provide proofs, kind of thing. Science is based upon the highest graduation of science is a theory, and a theory is a model that makes testable predictions, has been evaluated, and basically that we have an overwhelming amount of evidence for it, like the theory of gravity or germ theory of disease. The reason why it doesn't go into proofs, because science is never 100% certain of anything. Everything is up to being questioned, and everything you can go and try to disprove any theory you want. They will accept that. But Mark, if you do not pass,
not if it's creationist.
Mark, I downloaded that.
You have to meet up with a certain rigor that science says that you have to have in order to have your work published as a response to one of these theories. If
Who
you
makes
don't
up the rules for
standard,
publishing, Mark?
and that's not the fault of science or the people doing it, that is your fault, because you cannot be rigorous, you cannot be robust, you cannot get evidence, and your evidence may be flawed, but it doesn't lead to the conclusion that you've interpreted. That isn't the
I've
fault.
seen a lot of really good peer-reviewed papers by creationists and ideas, intelligent designers. A lot of good ones. Okay,
So
look, Chris, I have that paper. Let me tell you the very first sentence in this paper. Very first sentence in this. I know you're going to talk over me, but the very first sentence in this paper is: endogenous retroviruses are remnants of retroviral infection. That's absolute nonsense. That is not true. There's no way to prove that. That's a made-up talking point. It's been parroted all over. Every paper I've read practically by evolutionists on ERVs is so-called ERVs use that parody, that line, but there's no evidence of it. In fact, it doesn't even make sense. They have crucial functionality in the genome. How'd that come in there and just sort of take over and give crucial functionality? I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. That's illogical.
Okay. Bible research tools, you've got to stop putting stuff out there and then trying to move past it so I can't respond. Okay, you're doing it all the time. You're saying this thing, and then I'll move on to this other thing.
Well, that's what you do, Mark. But okay, go ahead. I'll let you respond. I'll let you respond. Go ahead and respond. Go ahead and respond. Quit running your mouth. Just respond.
Yeah, I've already put out a paper, like I already posted this, about how transposable elements have potential to be beneficial, right? So because the ERV, or the HERV in this case, has just, and that's human endogenous retroviruses, one's inside human, because it has the potential for mutation like any other genetic sequence within us, they have the potential to change into something that is A, innocuous, it does nothing, or B, is actually beneficial. And I'll repost the paper because you wanted it right here.
When is it changed to something beneficial?
Well, it has to be, so ERVs have to be inserted into the germline. If something is not beneficial, just say I mean, for a start, the organism has to survive with that ERV in it. And that's why there's only, God, I have to remember, 208, I think, genetic sequences that we can attribute to ERVs within the human genome. Because usually it's viruses are extremely detrimental when inserted into our DNA, like the AIDS virus or the HIV virus, more specifically. So they first have to survive, and then what happens is they go through mutation, and that mutation may turn into something that just doesn't matter. It may just stop the virus working and producing more viral elements. Down the line, it may mutate into something that is incredibly beneficial, but it's through the normal genetic patterns, such as transposition or duplication, or because copying the DNA sequence, it treats the ERV as just another part of the sequence. So it's just as prevalent to mutation as any other part of the sequence.
Now, I've asked several people this. Have you ever considered the possibility that ERVs actually work the opposite way of the way people are talking about?
What do you mean?
That instead of a virus injecting its code into our DNA, that our DNA broke off and became the virus?
Yeah, it mutated. There are scientists that believe that.
Well, I'll just address it. That would be incredibly unlikely because of the long terminal repeats and the GAG, ENV, and POL sectors to the virus. We've seen that the long terminal repeats from modern retroviruses, not necessarily the fragments that we have from modern retroviruses, that when that integrates, the protein they use to integrate themselves into DNAs makes that cut. It causes those long terminal repeats. It's like a scar kind of thing. So it would be like, I guess it would be like finding a thorn in someone's side and saying, well, what if that grew from the person and not not from being inserted into the skin. It doesn't make any sense with what we see from retroviruses, that because of the integrase making these long terminal repeats, it would be like saying, that something alien to you got there because it grew rather than because it got inserted. Right?
Well, yeah, but you're saying it's alien to us. What you're just making the assumption that it's alien to us. What if it was part of our
evolutionary theory to be true?
So
what if it was part of our genetic code? It was not alien to us, but like as in say cancer, where something goes wrong with our genetics. Cancer can be spread throughout the body. Well, how does it get spread throughout the body? They're finding now that it moves similar to viruses or fragments that break off and go into other cells. Well, it came from our cell originally that kind of messed up.
I'll explain it. So the reason why we think LTRs are part of the virus inserting itself is because that is caused by integrase making a cut in the DNA sequence, right? It's not because when you retrotranspose the virus into RNA and then it gets duplicated and sends out more of the virus, it doesn't duplicate that part, the LTR, right? So there's no reason that LTR, the long terminal repeat section, would be there unless integrase made a cut in that organism's DNA. That's how we know it didn't come from the organism.
Why couldn't the organism have these long terminal repeats in its genetic code?
Well, I mean, it would be weird because it's not necessary. Like if something comes from the organism, it's not necessary to have those. And the only time we've seen LTRs develop is when a retrovirus uses integrase to make a cut in the DNA of a creature. It's almost like a scar. Well, it's like a
you
scar.
Keep calling them scars and cuts and whatnot. What if it's like a
form naturally from nothing?
What if it's like a book with paragraphs? You know how you read through a book and it has chapters and then it has paragraphs? What if these quote unquote cuts you keep talking about are just different paragraphs? Those paragraphs can separate off and become a virus.
That would be weird because
well, it's even weirder to say that the gene code was cut across and virus plugged into it, and magically it became functional. No, you look at it and you say it happened.
Look at retroviruses and how they work. Like, for instance, let's take the AIDS virus, which is a retrovirus.
That's not ancient.
Integrase. Well, yeah, it's not ancient, but it uses integrase to make a cut in the DNA so it can insert its own genetic sequence in there, right? So for those LTRs to exist, like we've never seen it occur naturally where there hasn't been a cut made. Like you don't just get the genetic code producing it. But what we've seen a ton of is retroviruses using integrase to make that cut, and that cut has long terminal repeats because of what the integrase does.
Now, I'm going to float a theory by you, Mark. You can take it however you like. The human body, the way that it was set up with the genetic code, has an enormous potential to repair itself. Now, in the process of repairing itself, it can swap genetic code.
I don't think DNA can repair itself. How would it? That seems weird. I don't. How would that happen? Like if you had DNA code,
one way
sort of, it happens that it does make mistakes. That's what mutation generally is.
Right, but it can also, the genetic code can repair itself, sort of like when you
molecular machines.
Like say you go to check a file and they give you that code to verify that a zipped file is actually I can't think of the term right now, but there's a code you can look at. Yeah, like a checksum. There's a checksum that's built into our genetic code, and if it doesn't match, I'm sure the human body probably has a way to sit there and
the problem
repair.
The checksum doesn't repair it. It just tells you if it's been altered in some way. It doesn't actually go back and make it into what it used to be.
Well, it could if there were viruses in the human body that would take duplicates of correct code and insert it back over the damaged code.
I think you would have to demonstrate that does actually happen rather than just sort of stating. I mean, I get as a hypothesis, hey.
What I'm saying is nobody has checked this.
Has what, sorry?
I said nobody has gone out of their way to attempt to check this.
Well, I think geneticists.
Everybody just says viruses aren't alive and viruses are bad and viruses invade cells and their only goal is just to repopulate themselves. What if viruses originally were a way that genetics could repair itself? And if you had, a bad genetic strain that got loose, got corrupted enough, that became a virus that could pass on the bad code.
Okay, well, I mean, I produce a paper on it, but submit it, do some experiments.
Well, I could write it up, but everybody would just go, "Oh, it's a supposition."
Well,
so
what experiments have you done to show it?
Well, I live in the backwoods of Maine. There isn't exactly much experimenting I could do other than making pine leaves.
I couldn't put that experiment together, but what I'm saying is that in order to demonstrate it in science, you can't just assert it as fact. You've got to do experiments under certain conditions, and I don't have the lab for that.
Neither do I. But what I'm saying is nobody has bothered to at this point. Because
they do experiments with DNA all the time. If that's not what they found, then that's not what
they're looking for.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that would be really groundbreaking if they did find it. But I'm not going to sit here and say, "Hey, geneticists are doing the wrong thing," because I do not understand enough about genetics to tell geneticists that they're doing it wrong.
I'm not necessarily saying they're doing it wrong.
Sorry.
I'm just saying they're not looking at the whole picture.
Well, I think you would need some better foundation to say that than, hey, I think they're not doing it wrong, when you and I do not know enough about genetics in order to make that assertion. Unless you're saying you know genetics better than the geneticists.
No, I'm not saying I know genetics better than a geneticist. What I'm saying is the geneticists look in their particular field for what they're looking for. Just like an evolutionist will look for stuff that supports evolution. If it doesn't support evolution, they'll kick it out.
I think that's just wild conspiracy.
No, that's documented, Mark.
It's actually
in
true.
In this paper, you
saying that all of these.
I downloaded the paper.
Or they're ignoring things, or that I'm really not interested in this whole. Scientists have things that they're looking for, and they throw out what doesn't agree with them.
Gosh, I saw it in my career many times.
Mark, that hasn't been my experience.
Mark, I read the paper. Well, I read part of the paper, and I got to the second paragraph, and it said, "The biology of HERVs must be better understood in order to understand their role in human disease." Yeah. Well, I thought they already had that biology figured out.
There's always more stuff to learn.
Well, actually, I don't think they've learned anything yet. Show me anything they've learned in the conclusion.
That's sort of saying because we haven't cured every disease in the world, then
no, I'm just saying show us a proof that it's evolutionary in origin.
It's sort of saying, hey, there's some gaps in our knowledge, so we're not going to believe anything about what these researchers have done. It's a terrible position to have.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I got a boatload of papers on ERVs, and there's no evidence in any of them. It's all conjecture, inference, maybe this, maybe that. There's no evidence that these things were ever introduced as remnants of ancient retroviruses. There's no evidence for that. Zero.
It's induction.
It's just a wild guess is what it is. And it fits the evolutionary model, so they're not going to get rid of it. Right. What I'm trying to say, I wanted a paper to prove that, and you have not, this paper does not prove it. You're just making this stuff up, Mark.
To do this. Like if you are a science denier, that's fine. Go off and be a science denier.
No, you're the science denier. You believe in evolution, which is not science.
Yeah, so this is what they tell you.
You're the science denier, Mark.
it's not true.
If you believed in science, you would have analyzed these papers and you would look for data that supports evolution, and you probably have, and you can't find it. You're just running your mouth, Mark. You're just a blowhard.
That has been absolutely categorically established as science. This was Kitzmiller versus Dover. The creationists had their chance.
Oh yeah, God, that's how weak that theory is. They have to recruit a federal judge to help keep it alive. That's how poor that theory is. God, that's the best evidence against evolution there is.
Dover established that creation is nothing but a branch of religion, while evolution is a valid science, should be taught in science.
It is not. It's a philosophy. It's religion more than anything.
And creation
is pure baloney. Nobody in the right mind would believe that unless they've been brainwashed. And if you're brainwashed, you can't be in your right mind. I know brainwashing because I was for almost most of my long life.
Everyone that disagrees with you is brainwashed. You know, I'm not going to.
Yeah, sure. Well, okay, then why don't they allow creationists to be taught in school? They don't allow it because they have put up this air of it's evolution or the highway. So we get one side of the argument. We get that students are force-fed this nonsense. Now they're even putting it down in kindergarten. I mean, these guys are a bunch of monsters who have a doctrine, and they're not going to let anybody change it. It's like Max Planck said, these guys have to die before science can advance.
You want me to go get my tinfoil hat? We can both be on the same level here. Is that what you want?
I don't need a tinfoil hat, all right, Mark, but I'm sure you do.
I guarantee you have a tinfoil hat to stop the evolution, mind control, brainwashing that's happening.
Gosh, Mark, everybody knows that. Have you been living in a cave? Have you been living in a cave? You can't learn anything in college unless evolution is mentioned and God is no good and God doesn't exist and all kind of crazy. It's all evolution. It's all evolution all the time. And that's the way it is all the way through school. I had about 8 years of college and all I heard was evolution all the time. And you're just a baloney. You just spit out baloney like you know it all and you know nothing.
You have already admitted that creationism isn't a science. Evolution is a science.
Creationism is a science.
No. Mark,
it is a science.
Mark, both creationism and evolutionism are a religious belief.
Actually, creationism, though, has documented evidence, empirical evidence that's documented, that's verifiable, whereas evolution has none, zero verifiable evidence, zero.
Papers. So
they just make up a bunch of myths and they perpetuate them, and pretty soon they have the whole crowd is saying it like endogenous retroviruses, remnants of ancient viruses. I mean, it's a bunch of nonsense. They make it up. It's just like junk DNA. They promoted that stuff for so long. New students wouldn't even study it because they didn't want to study junk. Plus, they couldn't get funded. But pretty soon there were people that did it, and they're the ones that fell through because evolutionists didn't want to hear it. Junk DNA was God. I remember
attacking back and forth is just garbage and noise.
I wrote a book where he mocked creationists for believing that all junk, there was no junk in the DNA. But then in 2015, he had to eat crow. He said, well, we don't call that junk anymore. Well, why? But why did they say it in the first place if they didn't know? Because it fit the theory. Anything that fits the theory, they're going to promote it. It doesn't matter who makes it up as long as it sounds good. And that's been the case from the beginning. Darwin promoted this theory, had zero evidence. You will not find any evidence in the entire book for evolution. He over-extrapolated living organisms, what we see breeding mainly, into common descent. He over-extrapolated. And I know enough about science to know you don't over-extrapolate anything if you're a scientist. Of course, he wasn't a scientist. He was a theologian. And that's why his book is full of theology.
Yeah, it's really not.
It really is. Yeah, it really is, Mark. Quit saying these things.
I was quiet for you, but you apparently cannot be quiet for other people.
Well, you can't either. You overtalk people all night long. I listened to you for an hour and a half.
Yeah, just the people
that
overtalk me.
Mark. You're a hypocrite.
No, just the people that overtalk me like you, because when I start speaking, look, if you ask the chat who's been overtalked all night, it will be me.
No,
I've
you.
been quiet for your long, rambling gish
Go back and listen to yourself. You never stop.
Exactly. You can't stop yourself. It's compulsive with you. You have to interrupt people.
That's what
It
you
was
do to
actually
me, Mark.
3 of you for 3.5
You're a
hours.
hypocrite. You're a hypocrite, Mark.
Well, I only interrupt people that are talking over the top of me and interrupt me. You're just getting what you give out. That's all.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
You have been doing it all night long.
I
People would
have
ask
not.
you a
I've been
question, and
trying
halfway through the question, you would interrupt them.
Well, I've been trying not to interrupt people, except
Well, I know
you.
you don't. You can't help yourself.
John Vance was interrupting me all night. I think I'm very happy with the amount of interruptions I've got versus you've got. I'm very happy with that, actually.
Well, they had to interrupt to get a word in. You just ramble on about nonsense, philosophy, and all this crazy stuff. When nobody, philosophy is a very, very subjective thing, Mark. It's not science.
Yeah, just sort of saying how you ramble on about these things that I don't think are real is not an argument.
Yeah, well, nothing you said is an argument either. Saying evolution is true, it's evolution is science. That's not an argument.
Yeah, I gave a lot of evidence.
You've got to have evidence. You've got to have evidence, and you don't have any.
See, you're interrupting me again. You see,
well, you interrupted me when I was talking.
You just finished.
I hadn't finished.
Well, I mean, what? If
I'll tell you what. Really... Okay.
Exactly.
No, what I'm saying is, when you get through talking, you say talk, and when I get through, I'll say talk. Okay, your turn.
Yeah. So you asked for papers. I gave papers. You asked for evidence. I gave evidence. Like, you don't want to believe it. That's fine. But don't tell me I didn't provide evidence and papers, because I did every time you asked. I sat here for hours and answered all of your questions, all of them. And then you say, "Oh, well, you didn't answer my questions or provide any evidence." Come on, get out of here. All right. Well, I'm going to go because I'm way over.
You're not going to say talk. You're not going to let me respond. That's okay, Mark. Go ahead. I don't want to keep you awake. I looked at your evidence for the ERVs. I read most of the paper already. I haven't looked at the data that well, but they don't provide any evidence for evolution. Zero. They don't provide any evidence for ERVs being remnants of ancient retroviruses, even though they flat out dogmatically state it is. But they provide no evidence. That is a talking point. That is not evidence. Your turn.
Yeah, so sort of the evolutionary aspects of human endogenous retroviral sequences, for you to claim that doesn't talk about how it proves evolution, look, just read the entire thing, okay? The entire thing, not just what you presume to, sort of get out of the very little that you've put in there. Now I'll let you have the last word, and then I'll go, because I'm actually getting a little tired. So go.
Okay, Mark. I haven't read the entire thing. I started out with the abstract. If that's what that is, it's very poorly. It doesn't look like it's even been published yet. But I started with the abstract. I read the conclusion. There's no evidence in either one of them. Zero. Then I started reading the rest of the paper. And after a while, you realize these guys are just, they're doing things in the lab. They're obviously doing things, and that's fine. But they have yet to prove these things were not built into the original genomes. And that is the only thing that makes sense with the type of functionality it has. It has functionality for reproduction. Well, I think it's in the placenta or something. It's crucial for genetic or cell security. I mean, how the cells survive till these things sort of magically showed up and incorporated themselves in there, and suddenly became, instead of invading viruses, became functional saviors. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, Mark.
To you,
talk. I'm sorry.
I'm going to go because I'm way over the length of time I said I would. So fantastic talk. Thank you so much for talking with me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark.
Do thank John for letting me in here and letting me go on my rants and stuff. I really appreciate it. And thanks to
Mark. What time is it in Australia?
Oh, it's 3:26 p.m. But I have to do sort of cooking. I have to sort of prep for dinner tonight. So yeah,
it's 3:26 a.m. here.
Yeah. So where I am is
midnight in Alaska. So
yes, so where I am is plus 8 hours. So if you're on Eastern Standard, it's like -4, so it's a 12-hour difference. crazy.
Okay, I've been waiting 4 hours to ask you a quick question, Mark.
Oh, really?
I know.
Okay, all right,
I understand.
all right.
I understand.
One more. I've got to go after this. I really do.
Way back then, when you were talking about how somebody would be morally higher if they did not produce more kids, they would have a higher moral standing because of morally superior because of the fact that the world is getting overpopulated.
Maybe.
What theoretically in your soft whatever it was there? What happens if 100% of the population, for let's say the span of 50 years, decides to be morally superior and not have kids?
Yeah, so that wouldn't be good for the well-being of humanity.
Okay.
But I don't think that would happen anyway. I think that people will want to have kids, and I don't think they're immoral for wanting kids. I don't think that's the case. I just think that somebody who says, if it is true that we are overpopulated, if it is, which I'm not convinced we're there yet, or it may be moral to plan for the future, but I'm not 100% convinced. That's why I say may be moral. I don't think that it is immoral to have kids, even in the face of that. I think that's fine. I just think someone may be morally superior. Like, for instance, like if you're giving to charity, you might be morally superior for doing so, but just because you don't give everything to charity doesn't mean you're immoral. Does that make sense?
Well, it does, but I think everything has to be viewed that, it can't be extremes either way.
Yeah, I get that. Extremism is rarely good. I would agree with that. Sort of my moral structure that I follow may not be what everybody else follows as well. And I don't see a point in enforcing it sort of violently or sort of otherwise on people. I think that I'm just going to argue from what I think is moral and let people choose for themselves, really.
That's fine. I just wanted you to consider it.
Yeah,
if
sure.
If everybody shot for this moral superiority, then we'd be, toast.
Yeah, but moral relativism says that under certain circumstances, it may not be superior anymore. So at the point in which you're doing it to the detriment of humanity, then it isn't moral anymore.
Yeah, but then we have to have a common faith in the future. And that opens up a whole other can of worms.
Yeah, and I mean, there's certain ways to predict future events better than others, and I personally think that science is a better way to predict the future than other means. You may disagree and may say, that the Bible can predict it better. I personally don't believe that, but that's up to you, I guess. Anyway, I'm going to go. That's last question, but thanks for having
Mark.
me.
Hey,
good night, Mark.
Hey,
you have
Mark.
Yeah.
Thanks for being a good sport, because you got
no worries.
You got the works. You got the whole 9 yards tonight.
I did. That's okay. I understand it. Like it's okay. It's no problem at all. I get spicy. I get passionate. Other people get spicy. Other people get passionate. It's fine. It happens. I'm becoming more and more of a veteran of the debate circuit, and I think that being passionate about your beliefs isn't a bad thing. Even if you do some things that you are. So I apologize to anybody that felt that I was getting a bit spicy. But I think it's good. I think it's a good thing to talk about, your beliefs and the differences and that. So thanks. Sorry, Alyosha. Please.
Yeah, it's Dostoevsky.
Alyosha.
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. That'll do.
Thank
night, you so much. Good night or good morning.
Behave
Bye-bye.
yourself.
Yeah, I will.
All right. All right. Good night, guys.
Yeah, I guess John has probably gone to sleep and just left this thing going.
John's
been gone a long
fell
time.
asleep at the keyboard.
He'll wake up, shorted out the computer with the drool in the keyboard or something here.
I hope you don't go back and listen to this.
Bar. Yeah, it's immortalized forever.
Yeah, I really wish that there was a way that I could have these geneticists and whatnot even contemplate the theory that I've been broaching.
Oh, they do. It's just not evolutionist that I've found.
Well,
But
nothing that's gone to any papers, evidently.
actually, there's one pretty big paper by a guy named Pierre Torborg. I think he's Dutch or somewhere, somewhere in that area, Scandinavian, maybe even German. Pretty long paper. It's on either creation.com website or the ancestry.com, but it's in their journal, not just a regular article. And you can download a PDF with, a whole bunch of references, the whole work. But he specifically suggests or considers, okay, let me put it that way, that viruses like the HIV may have actually came from the host. In other words, like came from humans or whatever, came from some other host, and then, but that means there would be mutated so-called ERVs, whereas the ARV was natural and the HIV and the other deadly ones or the other diseases are mutated. Well, anyway, his name is Pierre P-E-E-R Torborg. You can look
I hate
up all
when
the
other people
articles.
come up with my theories ahead of me.
Yeah, it's awful.
It's like my theory on antimatter, where I said, well, actually antimatter is probably just matter that's traveling backwards in time or the reverse in time. And yeah, somebody beat me by about 35 years.
Yeah, I think the more they parse out the genome and figure it out, I think the problems are just going to exponentially expand for the evolutionary perspective. That's all that's happened in the last 20 years, 30 years.
Yeah, well, I think one of the reasons why we're getting more and more diseases is because the genome sequence is starting to break down.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Back to ERVs, I read a paper one time, and it was a secular paper. I don't remember exactly which one, but it said that modern, what they call human viruses or whatever, ERVs, well, anyway, they are no more than about 50,000 years old, and that's evolution time, so which means they're not very old at all. But there's zero evidence you'll find in any paper. I promise you that. And standing by truth, Donnie will tell you the same thing. There's just no evidence at all that they were remnants of ancient retroviruses. But they go on that presupposition, and then they run with it. And so everything is based on that presupposition, just like evolutionists base everything, all their data, like you said, Stephen, they base their data strictly on evolutionary theory and they ignore the rest. Well, the same thing. This is just another avenue, the HERV, human, in this case. But I have looked, I've asked a lot of people that were talking about how great ERVs were and how they proved evolution. I said, well, show me some of that evidence. And it's always presuppositions. Always.
Yeah. What was one of the things Ken Hoban talked about as somebody that was on Discover or one of these scientific shows and whatnot? They had an evolutionary scientist that was at this riverbed that they were finding, the footprints and everything, and they had footprints of men and dinosaurs together. And
that
the
would be in
evolutionist,
Texas.
yeah, and the evolutionist refused to turn around and look so that he could sit there and say to the camera, "I've seen no evidence here that goes against the evolutionary theory." It's because he refused to look.
They don't want to look. Yeah, it's this is God to them. Evolutions are God. Well, actually, the Holy Spirit is natural selection, and their holy book is On the Origin, and Darwin is their prophet. But evolution as a whole is really their God. And, same as Christians. We don't like anybody blaspheming our God and our religion. Well, they're the same way. They don't like anybody talking trash about their religion. It's definitely religion. Ken Hovind was right. Now, I was saying this before I ever heard Ken Hovind say it. I'm sure a lot of other people have said it. In fact, I think Julius, the grandson of one of the founders, or one of, I think it's Huxley. Yeah, Julian Huxley, the grandson of Darwin's bulldog. I think his name was Thomas Huxley. He said he's got a paper, and I've got it, where he says, yeah, it's a secular religion, but not to supplant other religions, but to supplement them. Okay. In other words, he wants to incorporate evolution into all religions. What he's trying to say. But one philosopher of science got in a lot of trouble, Michael Ruse, when he said that evolution is just as much a religion as creationism, in a sense, and he was speaking for the American advancement of science, what's that called, national event, anyway, American,
or something, yeah.
And he was speaking there as a guest speaker, as like and there was no applause.
Well, I can tell
not
you
like what he said.
I can tell you the number one reason why evolutionists refuse to have what they believe considered a religion. Because once it's considered a religion and they admit it's a religion, then that means it cannot be pushed in schools.
Well, right now they dominate. They don't allow, well, they can trash us all the time in school. But
that's because they consider it a religion. But as soon as
free exercise of religion, and they don't allow us the freedom to talk back, and that's tyranny. It's not science.
Yeah, but you remember how the government is not supposed to have any, they're not supposed to sit there and basically interfere with any religion, but they're also not supposed to. They're also not supposed to promote a certain religion.
That's correct. The government is not supposed to. But
they promote evolution.
The way the government gets around that is they ignore the other clause, the free exercise clause. And they also redefined what the founding fathers meant by the establishment of religion. The founding fathers, when by that clause, they meant they couldn't support one Christian denomination over another. And one of the very first acts of Congress, if not the first, was to create the office of chaplain for the House and Senate, pay them out of the public treasury. And I think one was an Episcopal and another one a Methodist. There were different denominations, so they wanted to make sure they were fair, right? But what that meant, the biggest problem in America was there was a lot of conflict between the denominations. And like Rhode Island was all one religion. And anyway, so that's all the Establishment Clause meant. And if you go back and read, what's his name? He wrote a commentaries on the Constitution around 1830 or something. He was a Supreme Court Justice, Joseph Story, S-T-O-R-Y. Now he is actually a central planner at heart. So I don't think he really liked what he was saying, but he said it, and he was honest about it. And he said, Americans have, throughout the American history up till now, he says, Americans have never considered, since the Constitution, Americans have never considered it. In fact, he said there's never been the slightest suspicion that it violated the Constitution to have prayer in public schools, to have all your school teachers be Christians. Jefferson bought Bibles on the public treasury, out of the public treasury, and sent them to the Indians, the Indian tribes, American Indian tribe. I mean, they're just no, and even in 1899, this was long before the ACLU corrupted our Constitution. In 1899, a unanimous 9-0 decision, in the body of the decision, they were explaining their ruling, which was on something else, but it got around to religion and our history, and it said, the United States is a Christian nation, period. period. I mean, there's not any qualification whatsoever. In fact, they explained why. And it really wasn't until a Supreme Court ruling back in the late 40s or early 50s, I don't remember when, there was a ruling where one of the judges absolutely hated Catholics, absolutely hated them. And he didn't want them to get a dime of federal money. And the ACLU sort of laid this thing on its desk, talked about, well, Jefferson said there's a wall of separation between the church and the state. And that's not what Jefferson meant at all. That in the context, it was correct. Out of context, which is what the Supreme Court and the ACLU did, took it. It was totally contrary to the Constitution, what they did, because that was never the intention of the founders. This, they would tell you over and over again, they despised democracy because that's, 51 wolves and 49 sheep deciding what to have for dinner type of thing. It's always spectacles of turbulence and contention. So they set us up with a very difficult amendment process, a very good one, actually. But so what Congress did is they started squeezing the Constitution to make things pop out of it. It's called a living Constitution. So they made all these, this is constitutional, even though it's clearly not. And and that's what Madison warned about. There'd be gradual and silent encroachments on the Constitution.
That and they also changed the meaning of words. So if the word means something different, then all of a sudden the law that used that word means something different.
That's correct. Yes, and that's what happened to the freedom of religion clause in the Constitution. That's really what that See, this was Bill of Rights was about freedom, not government suppression. It was about freedom. I read it, the whole thing, but then once it was flipped around to where parts of it were instead of for freedom, it was for government suppression. That's when it all started going downhill very rapidly. So within a little over half a century, I think it was 1964 or something, they took prayer out of schools, or maybe a little later, somewhere down that time. So what, about a half century later, this country just going to hell in a handbasket. It's all because we didn't have that moral structure to guide us. Like David Belinsky said, we need somebody cracking a whip over us, talking about a divine being, supernatural being. And I agree with him 100%. I mean, men are inherently evil. And I think he quoted an old scholar a long time ago who said, all the laws of heaven and earth cannot stop men from committing crimes. Heaven and earth, right, cannot stop men from committing crimes. Do you think by eliminating those laws, they're going to be any better? No, they're going to be worse. And that's pretty, I don't remember the exact quote, but it was really a beautiful quote. And it's in one of Belinsky's books, I think in The Devil's Delusion, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, it does says that our government was set up for a moral people.
Yeah, that was John Adams, I think, or it might have been.
When the people become immoral, our government fails.
Yeah, I think he said moral and religious people, right? And it cannot work under any other system. I'm paraphrasing. But that's pretty much what he's saying. Now, George Washington, in his farewell address, if you read that carefully, he's talking to the citizens of the United States in that farewell address, and he says, with slight shades of difference, you have the same religion. Period. Of course, he talks about other things, how factions grow within political parties. And the biggest warning we got was from allowing foreign doctrines to infiltrate our Constitution, our government. But that's a really good reading. It's not very long. I mean, he's not long-winded like some of them these days. But it's called his farewell address, is 1797 or 8 or whenever he got out of office.
Well, the reason why evolution got such a big injection into our school system is because they thought that Russians believed evolution and Russians were ahead of us in science. So they shoved evolution into everything.
Well, actually, what happened though was government funding, and once government funding takes over, then every crook in the book tries to get some of that money, and they'll make up.
Right,
They'll
but
say
that's
anything
the
the government wants to hear.
right, but that's the excuse government used.
Yeah.
Is that we were behind in the space race, and the Russians were ahead of us, and the Russians they believe all this evolution stuff, and since they're ahead of us, it must be because they believe in evolution. So we got to catch up to them. Everybody
I
learn
never heard
evolution.
that. I never heard that before. I'll check.
It's
What do you have that? I mean, that's pretty neat.
I
It
have no
definitely
references.
makes
I'm
sense.
good at trivia. I'm just really good at retaining trivia.
But I do know that we had a lot of Soviet spies among our population, and even in our government, and even in our nuclear program, even in the atomic bomb program. They would, they were very smart people, and they would just send it back to Russia what they were doing. That's why they developed the bomb so quickly. I don't know if you remember this or not, but there was a meeting between Harry Truman and Joseph Stalin and Churchill, I believe. This was after Roosevelt died, actually right before the bomb was dropped. And I think Truman said something to him about it. We had a super weapon or something. I don't remember. And Stalin sort of nodded his head like he already knew. I mean, that's how much espionage was going on in our country. Only two people that. I'm sorry.
Oh, so originally, I believe the Russians were supposed to help us defeat the Japanese. But since we had this bomb and we wanted to take credit for it, we basically told the Russians, never mind.
Well, there's more to it than that. The Russians wanted to invade and take over the land too, at least part of Japan, maybe the Kamchatka Peninsula or something, whatever it was. I think maybe more than that. And we didn't want them to do that. We didn't want them taking over other countries. When the war was over, we came home. We just asked for enough dirt to, like Colin Powell said, we want enough ground to bury our dead soldiers on, and that's all we wanted. Well, the Russians, they saw that as an opportunity to gain real estate, and I think that also encouraged. Although I don't think Truman was really worried about dropping that bomb. I think he would have dropped it at the drop of a hat because he didn't want all our soldiers to die. And there would have been a lot of them die if we invaded Japan. Those people, I mean, even little girls that come after the soldiers with sticks or pointed sticks or something. That was a very rigid society. Everybody did exactly what they were told, and they really believed in what they were doing. They believed in their God, their emperor. It would have been a disaster. It took 2 bombs to convince them. Pardon?
Well, from what my understanding is that we planned on dropping 2 bombs to let them know that the first one was not a fluke.
Well, I think we did give them a warning after Hiroshima, but they sort of ignored it. I read the history, but it's been a long time. I gave all my World War II books to the library back 40 years ago,
yep.
And I haven't been keeping up with it. I got into other things.
I also read a documentary that said that if the war with Japan had gone on for another 3 or 4 years, we might have lost because the Japanese had already developed jet airplanes and other higher tech equipment. They just didn't have time to get them out to the field.
Well, they couldn't have done much with them because once we destroyed their fleet, really when they lost the war at Midway, I mean, the war was over then, and I think they knew it, but their pride wouldn't let them stop. But by the time we started bombing Japan with the big B-29s, I think.
Yeah. Curtis
LeMay. They would drop and send. They would. You know how they did that? You'd have like pathfinders. One to go one direction, another would cross it the other way, and they would drop a whole bunch of incendiaries to make a big X or a big cross. And so the bombers come behind them, the big line of 100 bombers or 200 or whatever it was, they knew exactly where to drop their bombs. Their incendiaries, and Tokyo was just destroyed. I think more people died in Tokyo than either Hiroshima or Nagasaki. Pretty sure.
Curtis,
Pretty sure.
yeah. Curtis LeMay, it was hard on the B-29s to take them because of the complexity of the aircraft to take them up to altitude. So Curtis LeMay said, look, we're just going to load them up. And then they tried to do the high altitude bombing, and because of the wind currents, it didn't work. So Curtis LeMay just said, hey, look, we're going to take them down to 7,000 feet. We're going to load them with napalm. And they obliterated the southern part of Japan.
Literally, I mean, it was like a California forest after the fire.
Yeah.
It was incinerated.
Yeah.
And they lived in little paper mache type.
Yeah, it was all wood, and it
was really a disaster for the Japanese people. But that they didn't really have any choice. But it was the stubbornness of the emperor that kept them from quitting. And of course, you had a couple of really bad dudes in one guy, Tojo, an army guy. But the emperor was so stubborn that even after MacArthur went ashore, he was still going up to people and doing that salute, with the arms, straight up in the air. Well, MacArthur put a stop to that. But I mean, he was still thought he was leading the way, and MacArthur finally put his foot down and said, "Listen, you're going to have to you're not going to be God anymore, or whatever." I don't know exactly what he told. I remember all of it, but so he put a stop to that, and that's when things started changing. And America had great technology, but it wasn't too long before Japan and Germany just knocked our socks off because they were building from scratch. They built all new factories, all new machinery. I mean, they had
and they came up with the United States, and we had all these things that we were going to implement, but we hadn't upgraded yet because we were still using the old systems, and they were, it was cheaper to keep using the old system than it was to retrofit with everything new. They were starting from scratch, and we basically gave them all the information. So they built from scratch and just totally wiped us.
Well, the Japanese were sort of a Hitler light in a way. They had a ruler who they didn't question, just like Hitler. The rulers were power hungry, and that's always bad news for anybody they go against.
Their ruler to them was a little g god.
Yeah, the little g god is right. God doesn't like people that worship the little g god.
I'm saying Hitler was a leader. The emperor was a little g god.
Yeah, that's correct. Hitler never claimed to be God, but he had he was definitely trying to get rid of Christianity. Although, people, he read some of his works and it sounds like he's a Christian. But then you read him very carefully, you find out that was a political move. That's like Bill Clinton name dropping the Constitution or Christianity. They didn't believe in either one of them, but they wanted those votes.
He had brown hair, brown eyes, and was half Jewish.
Well, once he got the power, then he started planning on getting rid of the churches. He was going to take over all the churches and make them like Third Reich or whatever churches. In other words, instead of the Bible, you'd have maybe Mein Kampf or something. You wouldn't. He had like a 30 points or something. I think it's in one of his. I don't know if it's in his talking points, like the second book of him, which is just a collection of speeches and narratives. But in one of those, it talks about that, and it lists all the things, and it's just amazing. He was just going to totally wipe Christianity out of society. He hated Christians because they helped the poor, which he really degraded the poor, and the Jews. He hated Christianity for that.
Well, I'm about ready to go here, but before I do, have you ever watched any of Dinesh D'Souza's movies?
Oh gosh, yeah, yeah.
Where he talks about where the Germans got their laws that they use to take away the rights of the Jews and everything.
No, I don't remember that one. No.
It was straight from the U.S. laws that were enacted by the Democrats for the Negroes.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that, but I knew that he followed our lead on eugenics and things like that. And also, what he really criticized America for was our Republican form of government, like the limited federal power and most of the power in the states and the people. Well, of
Right,
course,
but as
that's
far
not
as
true
all those
anymore. Now the
laws,
federal government's taken over all power. But,
yeah, as far as all those laws that they made against the Jews, they basically took all the Jim Crow laws, scratched out the word Negro, and wrote in Jew.
well, Hitler was a devout evolutionist, and evolution was required reading in their schools like it is now. It's required teaching and ape to man evolution. He believed that, and he really believed that because he had to justify in his own mind probably that there were inferior races. Okay. Now the Bible teaches otherwise. That's why he wanted to get rid of the Bible, and he really didn't like Jesus Christ at all. So he was definitely not. He was a guy that did a lot of research on Hitler. Said he was a pantheist, and it wasn't just him. This goes back 50 years or more study, which means his God was Mother Earth. So when he talks about God, people read it think he's talking about the God of the Bible, but he's not. He's talking about the God of nature. Now he was the only atheist of the big four that practically destroyed the world in the 20th century, and that was Mao, Stalin, Pol Pot of Cambodia, and Hitler. The other three were atheists. All four were evolutionists. Now, a lot of people will argue with you on that if you say it, especially with Pol Pot. But his idol was Mao. Everything Mao did, he tried to mimic. So it'd be unnatural for him to not mimic evolution or believe in it. And that's why these people have no problem killing people because they think they're
Wait a minute. Who
glorified
mimicked
apes.
Mao? Who mimicked Mao?
Who?
Yeah, who mimicked Mao?
Oh, Pol Pot. But actually,
okay.
he got indoctrinated into socialism, communism in France. He was a very smart dude. He went to a university. He was into electronics, but he got in with the Sartre, I think his name. I have his name here in my.
Okay, you just confused me for a second because I thought we were talking about Hitler, and then you said that he followed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I was talking about.
And I was like, well, wait a minute. Mao came after Hitler.
Yeah, well, Mao came after Hitler, but the
and was
communists
installed by
took
our
over,
CIA.
the communists took over not too long after Hitler, maybe a decade or so. But Pol Pot, he was a protege of Mao, and then of course you had Stalin, who just brutalized his population over and over again. But that guy's name is he's a French communist named. Let me find him. Sartre, S-A-R-T-E.
Yeah, Sartre. Yeah.
You've heard of that?
Yeah.
I've heard of it.
Camus, Sartre.
Well, that was that he learned. He got indoctrinated or radicalized, you might say, by Sartre in France, and then, but I don't know if it was then or later that he became like a disciple of Mao, where he just learned everything he could about Mao and followed his lead. So he didn't think anything about killing 2 million Cambodians. That's a lot of people in a small country.
Yeah, they did
what's that guy's
zero
name?
the whole business.
Let me find his first name.
All right, I'm turning into a pumpkin.
Yeah, me too. But his name was John.
I already have
John Paul, Jeanpaul Sartre.
Yep. Sartre.
Sartre.
Yeah.
yeah. You know, John said that this was only going to run for 2 hours, and it's almost 5.5 hours.
Yeah, he's going to wake up and he's going to be really mad at us.